I crossed over to the Douluo continent. Other protagonists awakened formidable weapons like haotian hammer or 7-killing sword. But I managed to awaken was a rusty iron sword, only 0.5 soul power. I thought hopeless in my life. Unexpectedly bounding villain life simulator system. It didn't only life simulate with heroine and also give me reward. Chapter 1. The villain's life simulator. Next one. Su Yuntao's voice rang out with a hint of exhaustion. Su Cheng stepped into the center of the 6 black stones. Su Yuntao's soul power infused, the light intensified, swirling around him until it became an impenetrable cocoon. A warm breath seeped in, and he subconsciously reached out his right hand. Golden dots slowly gathered, and a rusty iron sword appeared in his hand. Weapon martial soul, iron sword. Su Yuntao nodded, albeit the sword looking rather shabby. But hey, at least it wasn't some blue-silver grass or farm tool, which gave him a glimmer of hope. Come on, let's test your soul power. Su Cheng, upon hearing this, placed his hand on the blue crystal, feeling a suction force, and the crystal emitted a faint glow. Su Yuntao sounded disappointed. Innate soul power level 0.5, but at least there's a chance to become a soul master. Quote. Su Cheng's mindset was somewhat exploding. He didn't expect to have full innate soul power. After all, he didn't have a dad like a title Douluo or a mom like a 100,000-year soul beast, nor did he have the chance to get mysterious heaven techniques like Tang San. But 0.5 level of innate soul power is just. Su Cheng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Fortunately, just as his martial soul awakened, he felt the simulator that had been dormant finally responded. At this moment, Su Yuntao completed all the awakening ceremonies and left. He also temporarily stopped dwelling on the issue of innate soul power, hurriedly catching up with the other children. As the gate opened, village chief Wang Pan, who had been waiting silently outside, quickly greeted them, asking, "Master, do we have any children in the village who can become soul masters this year?" Su Yuntao glanced at him and nodded. There's one, although his innate soul power is only 0.5, he still has a chance to become a soul master. Grandpa village chief. Su Cheng hurriedly walked over. Xiao Cheng, did you awaken your soul power? Yes. That's great. Wang Pan patted his head, not concerned about the issue of innate soul power. Our village has a quota for a junior apprentice at the Nuoding City Soul Master Academy. Would you like to go to school to learn about soul masters and martial souls? I'm willing, thank you, Grandpa village chief, Su Cheng said quickly. Good, there's still a month before school starts, so you better prepare well. When the time comes, I'll accompany you. After sending him home, village chief Wang Pan also left. Su Cheng was adopted by an old widower in the village and had been living on his own since his foster father passed away. Sitting on the bed, Su Cheng attempted to activate the soul power within him. ASW the energy circulated, the previously vague and unattainable appearance of the simulator finally unfolded before his eyes. A light blue panel unfolded before him. Villain Life Simulator booting up. Please select the Ultimate Life Simulation Mission Objective. 1. Establish a new sect to replace the top 3 sects. Mission Reward. Martial Soul Beneficial Mutation, Difficulty, B. 2. Steal the Emperor's authority and ascend to the throne of the Tian Do Empire or Star Luo Empire. Mission Reward. Martial Soul Beneficial Mutation, Full Innate Soul Power, Difficulty, A. 3. Destroy the Martial Soul Hall. Mission Reward. Twin Martial Souls, Difficulty, S. This one seems to be the simplest, right? The protagonist does nothing, finds a Villain Life Simulator. Su Cheng blinked slightly before continuing to read. He didn't really care whether it was righteous or villainous. After all, in his eyes, it was just a simulation. However, the rewards for completing the missions were indeed enticing. But the difficulty is too high. Isn't there any newbie bonus? Astonished, Su Cheng looked at the 3 options presented on the panel, feeling shocked. To be honest, he didn't think any of these missions were possible. Don't be fooled by how the original story's top 3 sects managed to thrive one after another. They all had several title Douluo under their belt and had operated top-tier forces on the continent for hundreds of years. And this was still the lowest difficulty option. Fortunately, there were no penalties for failing simulation missions, otherwise, he might not dare to try. After so many years in this world, I finally have a chance to use it once. If I want this opportunity again next time, I'll probably have to wait until I have my first soul ring. Su Cheng looked conflicted. With his talent of only 0.5 level innate soul power, he didn't know how long it would take to cultivate to level 10. Damn it, since they're all difficult, why not go for the biggest challenge? 10 years of work, or, all in for the palace. Let's gamble. Going all in is an art, winning means lighting a cigarette with a spirit, losing means losing everything. After hesitating for a long time, he still chose to directly do the third mission. Since options are given, there's no reason why there's no chance. This is just a trial for the first time. If I fail, I'll honestly cultivate to level 10. Even Yu Shaogang could cultivate to level 29 with 0.5 level soul power, there's no reason why I can't. You have selected the final simulation mission objective, destroy the martial soul hall. You can choose the initial character. 1. The youngest elder of the martial soul hall, settlement bonus, 0 to 20%. 2. Ordinary soul master not from the martial soul hall, settlement bonus, 50% minus 100%. 3. Trash soul master with innate soul power of 0.5 level, settlement bonus, 150% minus 300%. You can choose 3 talents from the following 10 talents as initial talents. Heir of the top 3 sects, full innate soul power, twin martial souls, mutant martial soul, 100,000 year soul ring, 9th soul ring, true scholar, royal aristocrat, old veteran actor, medical genius, sword genius. Geez, no wonder replacing the top 3 sects is only B-level difficulty. With these initial characters and talents, it seems like it's not that difficult after all. Looking at the refreshed panel, Su Cheng rubbed his still somewhat tender cheeks, feeling a hint of regret. But at this stage, he had to make a serious choice. Although the 150% settlement bonus is tempting, without bloodline or strength in this world, I can't accomplish anything. It's well known that there are no trash soul masters on the Douluo continent, only trash martial souls. Heir of the top 3 sects, full innate soul power, twin martial souls, seems like the optimal solution. Isn't this just like Tang San's setup? After pondering for a moment, he was ready to choose to be a soul master of the top 3 sects, then start with twin martial souls and full innate soul power. But then he abruptly stopped. Wait, almost fell for it. What's with Tang San? He's the son of destiny on the Douluo continent, chosen by the heavens, with Asura god and sea god backing him up. Without this crucial factor, he would have been crushed by the martial soul hall long ago. Su Cheng clenched his fists and took a deep breath. So, while this seems like the best solution, it's actually a dead end. If the simulator completely matches the real environment, then I definitely won't be the chosen one. But when it comes to dealing with the martial soul hall, I have an absolute advantage. His eyes gradually lit up. I know the script, the composition of the martial soul hall, the personality flaws of the big bosses, these are what I should grasp. Relying on strength to overpower Bibi Dong, Qian Runshui, and Qian Daoliu. That's just wishful thinking. With determination in his heart, he already knew how to choose. Chapter 2, Main Quest. Selected initial character. A trash soul master with innate soul power level 0.5. Selected initial talents. Heir to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, veteran actor, medical genius. Note: all events in the life simulator are projections of the real world and can affect the fate of this dimension. Please take it seriously. Simulation begins. Before Su Cheng could even ponder what it meant to affect the fate of this dimension, he felt his consciousness instantly leave his body and enter another seemingly real yet surreal world. Little did he know, at the same time, Qian Runshui in the Tian Do Empire's imperial palace, and Bibi Dong in the Soul Palace, were also in repose, immersed in their own dreams or nightmares. You grew up in the 7 treasure glazed tile sect under the care of the famous Chen Xin, the heir of the 7 kills sword. Chen Xin never hid your origins from you. Your father, Su Shan, was his close friend, and fearing retaliation from the martial soul hall's Qian Zunji, entrusted you to him in advance just in case. Unfortunately, Su Shan ultimately fell victim to Qian Zunji's revenge and died at the hands of the martial soul hall. You silently vowed to make the martial soul hall pay one day. Well, talk about setting up some good old revenge drama. As Chen Xin had no biological children, after your father's death, he raised you as his own son, placing high hopes on you, hoping you would bring glory to the family's legendary martial soul, the edgeless sword. However, it seems you haven't inherited your father's talent in swordsmanship, and your ability to comprehend swordsmanship is quite mediocre. As the heir of the sect, you were supposed to start laying the foundation for your future cultivation at the age of 3. Being Chen Xin's adopted son, you naturally received the same treatment. Main quest begins. Main quest first tier, foundation building. Quest content. Plan the development path before the awakening of your martial soul and put it into action. Quest reward. None. With a jolt, Su Cheng sensed his current body, that of a 3-year-old child. People in this world mature early, and after awakening their martial souls at 6, their development accelerates rapidly. Take Qian Runshui from the original story, for example. At the age of 9, she was already infiltrating the Tian-Do Imperial Palace, and she managed to conceal her identity for 20 years. It's evident how absurd the people in this world can be. In the midst of a bamboo forest, not within the sect, Su Cheng surveyed the scene before him. Standing there was a middle-aged man in white robes with silver hair, none other than the future renowned sword Douluo, Chen Xin. Chunger, I'll now demonstrate the essence of the 7 kills sword art for you. How much you can comprehend depends on your own efforts. Chen Xin's expression was solemn, his whole being like a drawn blade. Just standing there, he seemed to become the core of this world. When the 7 kills sword was wielded, the momentum changed once again, sharpness assaulting Su Cheng's skin, causing a faint pain. As the sword technique was executed, each move flowed effortlessly from Chen Xin's hands, displaying unmatched power along with a unique beauty. While demonstrating the swordsmanship, he didn't stop talking, explaining the force techniques and principles of each sword. Unfortunately, Su Cheng didn't understand at all. At this moment, he had to admit that the talent of this body in swordsmanship was indeed abysmal. Even with a sword master like Chen Xin teaching him, and his own adult thinking logic, he found it difficult to comprehend even a shred of true meaning from Chen Xin's demonstration. But fortunately, Su Cheng hadn't planned to make much progress in martial arts anyway. Chunger. Chen Xin noticed his distraction and rebuked sternly, to practice swordsmanship, one must first cultivate the mind. Regardless of your talent, this attitude is problematic. How much will you achieve when your martial soul awakens in the future with such an attitude? Father. Su Cheng bowed slightly, earnestly looking at his foster father. Chunger knows he lacks talent in swordsmanship, so he can't learn the 7 kills sword art. But I understand the principle of diligence making up for incompetence. Please teach me basic swordsmanship. Obviously, he couldn't tell Chen Xin that he would inevitably become a trash with only 0.5 innate soul power in the future, and learning these things would be useless. But basic swordsmanship was crucial to his plans, one of the key directions for future cultivation. In the end, Chen Xin agreed to Su Cheng's request. From that day on, Su Cheng woke up at 6 every morning, spending the entire morning practicing just 3 sword moves: thrust, slash, and parry. After the sword practice, Su Cheng spent all his remaining time studying various books and scriptures within the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, with a primary focus on human anatomy and the properties of various medicinal herbs. Unlike his mediocre talent in swordsmanship, he indeed showed exceptional aptitude in the field of medicine, easily drawing parallels and making rapid progress. Your daily training regimen attracted quite a bit of criticism. After all, as Chen Xin's adopted son, you received quite a bit of attention, and many regarded you as the next successor of the 7 kills sword. However, while other disciples in the sect were laying the foundation for their cultivation, you spent a considerable amount of time reading books, inevitably seen as a sign of self-indulgence. But due to Chen Xin's support, others in the sect refrained from expressing too much dissatisfaction openly. Supported by hatred in your heart, you never wasted a single day in the past 3 years. Waking up at 6 every morning for sword practice, studying classics in the afternoon, and practicing medicine in the evening, you led a fulfilling life. Despite your lackluster talent in swordsmanship, swinging your sword thousands of times every day naturally yielded some results, and the 3 basic sword techniques, thrust, slash, and parry, had almost become instinctive for you. Compared to swordsmanship, you gained more from your studies. You have gone through the majority of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's collection multiple times, and most of its content is firmly ingrained in your mind. Moreover, relying on your unique talent in medicine, you've unearthed many mysteries of the human body. The day of awakening your martial soul arrived soon, and all 6-year-old children in the sect were to participate, including you. However, tragedy struck as your ancestral martial soul, the edgeless sword, seemed to undergo a malignant mutation. Not only was the blade covered in rust and cracks, but your innate soul power was also a pitiful 0.5 level. After the awakening of your martial soul, you were met with disappointed looks from the elders of the sect and the schadenfreude of ordinary disciples. Fortunately, although disappointed, Chen Xin still held expectations for you. He believed that a true swordsman is sincere at heart, and innate soul power is not the most crucial factor. Main quest first tier completed. Main quest second tier, choice. Quest content. Choose the future development path and affiliation. Quest reward, none. Encouraged by Chen Xin, you diligently practiced, combined with the resources of the 7 Treasure Crystal sect, and with your proficiency in medicine to enhance cultivation efficiency, it took you 2.5 years to raise your soul power to level 10, ready to obtain your first soul ring. During this time, Yu Shaogang, the abandoned son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, one of the 3 supreme sects, published an article titled, Top 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls, causing some ripples. The outside world had mixed opinions, but internally, people often mentioned him. Although they didn't respect Yu Shaogang in their hearts, it didn't stop them from using this opportunity to mock Yu, another 0.5 level innate soul power individual. You didn't care about it and, instead, earnestly understood the specific content of Top 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls. Received a side quest. Absorb the first soul ring in advance. Quest reward. Physical aptitude improvement. Settlement after completing all main quests. Chapter 3. Su Cheng's solution. I can actually trigger a side quest. Su Cheng felt a burst of excitement in his heart. Absorbing the first soul ring in advance was already part of his plan, and he was 90% confident about it. This was a crucial step in his future plan to destroy the martial soul hall. From choosing the talent, medical genius, at the beginning, to spending a significant amount of time studying medicine at the age of 3, and now, finally, the time had come for him to reap the rewards. Are you really sure about this? Chen Xin's expression was one of shock upon hearing Su Cheng's request. He never expected that this child would want to hunt soul beasts that were over 650 years old for his first soul ring. You see, theoretically, the limit for absorbing the first soul ring is only 423 years. This wasn't just a random statement, it was the result of countless years of experimentation by numerous top powers. While there might be a few individuals who could surpass this limit, he didn't think his adopted son, with an innate soul power of only 0.5, was one of them. Father, the limit for soul masters to absorb soul rings exists because the body can't handle it when the ring is integrated. Take a level 10 soul master, for example. The physical quality limit is there, and it can't handle soul rings with higher ages. But without absorbing soul rings, it's impossible to break through the physical bottleneck. Su Cheng patiently explained to Chen Xin. Over these years, my study of medicine and the human body hasn't been in vain. There are many acupoints in the human meridians. Some of these special acupoints, when stimulated, can greatly enhance the efficiency of energy absorption in the meridians for a short period of time, while also tapping into the body's potential. Combined with some relatively gentle medicinal liquids, it's entirely possible to achieve a short-term increase in the body's limits. After absorbing the soul ring, the energy feedback will be enough to compensate for the excessive consumption during this short period. Chen Xin still found it somewhat unbelievable. Over these years, Su Cheng had quietly practiced, and he never expected him to reach this point. Su Cheng looked earnestly at him. Father, you must help me this time. Whether I can join the Martial Soul Hall depends on this. What did you say? Join the Martial Soul Hall? Chen Xin's brows furrowed even tighter. He could probably guess what Su Cheng wanted to do. Of course, I've been working towards this goal since birth. I recognize my lack of talent and naturally need to find another way. Father, the Martial Soul Hall has caused suffering for too long. Will you support me? Su Cheng declared confidently. Chen Xin sighed deeply. Since Su Cheng began training at the age of 3, it had been nearly 6 years. He had witnessed all of Su Cheng's efforts. How could he not seek vengeance for his parents' grudge? Chen Xin didn't know how to advise him. I will inform the sect master about this matter, and we'll wait for his decision. But, Chenger, Chen Xin looked into Su Cheng's eyes solemnly, your life is still long. Don't let hatred blind you. Hearing this, Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. The position of sect master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect had already been taken over by Ning Fengji. If it were Chen Xin, he might have stopped him from taking risks due to family ties. But Ning Fengji was likely to prioritize interests. As long as Su Cheng had enough ability, he wouldn't stop him. Thinking of this, a brilliant smile appeared on Su Cheng's face. Don't worry, father, I will definitely become a good person in the future. As expected, when Ning Fengji arrived, although he offered some advice, he ultimately agreed to Su Cheng's request to absorb the soul ring in advance. However, it was evident that he didn't fully believe that Su Cheng could accomplish it, so he insisted on accompanying them on the soul beast hunt. Main quest second phase completed. Main quest third phase, infiltration. Quest: join the martial soul hall and gain trust and recognition. Reward: increase the final settlement bonus based on the completion of the mission. Chung'er, are you really going to absorb the soul of this 630-year-old scale beast? This time, there were no other subordinates accompanying the soul beast hunt. Only Su Cheng, Chen Xin, and Ning Fengji were present. At this moment, the 630-year-old scale beast had already been finished off by Su Cheng's blade, and its yellow soul ring was on display for everyone. All that was left was for him to step forward and absorb it. For Su Cheng, it didn't matter what kind of soul beast the first soul ring came from or what soul skill it could provide. This time, he absorbed the soul ring in advance just to prove his theory. Choosing this scale beast was simply because its age was suitable. Of course, we've come this far. Is your method really going to work? Chen Xin still seemed somewhat uneasy and asked again for confirmation. Don't worry, father, I'm confident. Su Cheng stepped forward, first taking out a bottle of liquid from the soul device and applying it all over his body. Then, he took out silver needles, one by one, and inserted them into 19 acupuncture points on his body. The effects of this series of preparatory actions were immediate. His body's potential was instantly stimulated, his breath circulated more smoothly through his meridians, the narrow energy pathways were widened by more than double, and even his physical strength increased significantly in that moment. Now comes the most crucial step. If this really succeeds, it can increase the success rate of the entire plan by at least 30%. Taking a deep breath, Su Cheng sat cross-legged on the ground and summoned the mutated martial soul he named Broken Sword. With the martial soul's guidance, the soul ring floated in front of him and was placed on the broken sword martial soul, full of cracks. The tremendous force rushed toward him like scorching lava, relentlessly squeezing into the narrow passageway without giving him any time to prepare. Fortunately, the acupuncture points he had pierced earlier widened and softened the meridians, otherwise, with just this impact, he would likely have exploded. After resisting the first impact, he felt that his resistance had improved slightly compared to before. The liquid on his body continued to penetrate into his body, silently repairing his injured body. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, the tingling sensation in his meridians disappeared, replaced by a warm and continuous flow of energy throughout his body, extremely refreshing. Seeing Su Cheng open his eyes, with a yellow soul ring swirling around his martial soul. Subquest completed. Reward: enhancement of physical aptitude. Ning Fengji was completely shocked. It actually succeeded. It exceeded the theoretical limit of the soul ring's age by 200 years, and this is just the first soul ring. After the shock came intense joy. It seemed he could already see the invitation from the continent's #1 sect. Chung'er, how do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Unlike Ning Fengji, Chen Xin's primary concern was Su Cheng's safety. No problem, father. I feel extremely good now. Su Cheng clenched his fist and carefully observed the changes in his martial soul. Turning to both of them, he continued, this time, with the advanced absorption, my soul power level has been raised to over 12, close to 13. And with the energy feedback, there are no risks whatsoever from the previous stimulating method. Excellent, absolutely excellent. Even with Ning Fengji's composure, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is this method applicable to others? He asked Su Cheng, his face full of anticipation. Of course, it can be widely used. After all, even someone like me, with a mere 0.5 level innate soul power, could succeed. Su Cheng said casually, not hiding his talent deficiency. Just as Ning Fengji was about to offer words of comfort, Su Cheng's next sentence left him dumbfounded on the spot. Master, I plan to popularize this technique throughout the entire continent. Chapter 4. Leaving the sect. As Su Cheng's words slipped out, Ning Fengji's smile froze on his face. He glanced at Chen Xin, who remained impassive, and suddenly realized that there might be more to this than meets the eye. Chang'er wants to join the martial soul hall, Chen Xin said plainly. At this point, he had no reason to oppose it. Seeing Ning Fengji's confusion, Su Cheng didn't beat around the bush either and said, "The martial soul hall holds a grudge against me for my father's death. But seeking revenge through strength alone is futile. I have to find another way from within." Over the years, under Qian Zunji's management, the martial soul hall's reputation had indeed declined. But there was no need to talk about lofty ideals here. Everyone present was intelligent enough. He just needed to state the pros and cons clearly and make it clear that there was no possibility of coexistence between them. Although Ning Fengji's strength was lacking, his ambitions were never small. The martial soul hall loomed over everyone like a towering mountain. And with Tang Chen missing for many years and Qian Douluo unrivaled in the world, its momentum had only grown stronger in recent years. With the martial soul hall around, even maintaining the original power of the upper three sects was quite difficult. Otherwise, there would be no need for the author to constantly mention the phrase, "The upper three sects stand united," in the original work. "What's your plan?" After a long silence, Ning Fengji finally asked. Before today, he would never have cared so much about Su Cheng's life or death. Although he was Chen Xin's adopted son, he had no talent for cultivation and was of little value. But after today, Su Cheng's strategic importance in his mind was even higher than Chen Xin, who was still only a soul Douluo at the moment. Ning Fengji himself was an auxiliary-type soul master, and naturally, he wouldn't just judge someone based on their combat power alone. Just the fact that Su Cheng had come up with a method to directly absorb higher-level soul rings relying on external items was remarkable. And his boldness to think and act was even more rare. If possible, he would naturally prefer Su Cheng to serve the sect. But if Su Cheng's personal desire was strong and he indeed had the opportunity to severely damage the martial soul hall, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. "Master, there's no need to rush. It's not the right time yet. Let me absorb a second soul ring of over 1,000 years first. Then, I'll put on a show for everyone. But you'll have to bear with it for a while. This method isn't suitable for widespread promotion within the sect for the time being." To be honest, Su Cheng considered Ning Fengji the trickiest person to deal with. He was astute, knew when to advance and retreat, and had foresight. But everything he did was driven by self-interest. Although he had some cleverness, he lacked the profound wisdom and determination of Chen Xin and others. Ning Fengji looked at the boy before him, not yet 9 years old, and nodded with a complex expression. "When you make this research public across the continent for free, your reputation will probably surpass that so-called master, Yu Shaogang." Su Cheng chuckled disdainfully. "Master, I've also read that so-called article about the 10 core competencies of martial souls by Yu Shaogang. It's just a summary of the experiences of predecessors, picking up their scattered pearls of wisdom. Besides, there are many mistakes in it. Comparing me to him underestimates my abilities." He lowered his head, gazing at the broken sword martial soul in his hand, and said calmly, "If I didn't have exceptional value beyond ordinary people, why would I, with my 0.5 level innate soul power, join the martial soul hall? And not only do I want to join, but I also want them to seek me out to join." After absorbing the first soul ring beyond the age limit, you spent over 4 years to raise your level to 20. Your cultivation speed has fallen far behind your peers in the sect, and no one expects much from you anymore. Apart from occasional mockery, most people ignore you, which suits you just fine. However, with the support of Ning Fengji and Chen Xin, you have access to abundant cultivation resources, and your research in medicine has never stopped. With Chen Xin's help, at the age of 13, you successfully killed a 1100-year-old soul beast, the shadowy wolf, and added an unprecedented purple second soul ring to your martial soul. Your soul power also broke through to level 22. Perhaps, you have a chance to break through level 30 before the age of 20. However, you believe that even if you don't break through, it doesn't matter. With your current understanding of medicine and the human body, the so-called level 30 bottleneck isn't a big deal. Over the years, due to Ning Fengji and Chen Xin's unconditional favoritism towards you, it has gradually sparked strong dissatisfaction among the elders and disciples within the sect, leading to various rumors and gossip becoming more rampant. Amidst this, although Chen Xin has reached the realm of titled Douluo, he has not suppressed the attacks against you within the sect, but instead allowed them to escalate, which has been interpreted as a signal that you have been abandoned by your adoptive father. In fact, this was a deliberate plan orchestrated by you, discussed with Ning Fengji and Chen Xin long ago. Do you want to leave the sect now? Chen Xin hesitated, his words on the tip of his tongue. Although this decision was made long ago, how could the bond between father and son be easily severed? Yes, father, after all this preparation, it's time to make a decisive move. Compared to Chen Xin, Su Cheng was much calmer. It's not that he lacked affection for his adoptive father. While most of the time in the life simulation passed rapidly in text form, everything that happened was genuinely imprinted in his memory, and emotions naturally weren't feigned. However, destroying the martial soul hall was an immensely challenging task. Every misstep could lead to irreparable consequences, and he couldn't let these emotions sway him. Now that my theory is almost perfected, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring requires mental suppression. This not only demands temporary stimulation but also a solid foundation. I've left the sect with the formulas for long-term medication to gradually enhance spiritual power, acupuncture points to stimulate mental power, and relevant training methods. He looked towards Ning Fengji standing beside him. Master, if I haven't succeeded, at least I've left a foundation for the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Consider it a welcoming gift from my yet-to-be-born nephew. Rest assured, until I'm certain of success, I won't disclose all these details to the Martial Soul Hall. Sighing, he added, unfortunately, I haven't achieved results in the research on the 100,000-year soul ring. After all, the information in this regard is too scarce. Ning Fengji gazed at Su Cheng, deeply bowed as the sect master, and said in a solemn tone, as the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, I thank you for everything you've done for the sect. Then, he turned and left, giving the father and son some final moments together. Watching Chen Xin's slightly melancholic expression, Su Cheng suddenly smiled. Now that you're a titled Douluo, even though you're a bit old, you can still have a child. Quickly have one to inherit your legacy. Unfortunately, my aptitude is lacking, and I really can't learn your 7-kill sword. You rascal, Chen Xin glared with widened eyes. Goodbye, the next time you hear news about me, I'm sure I'll be famous worldwide. Watching Su Cheng's carefree figure waving goodbye, Chen Xin seemed a bit absent-minded. This year, he had just turned 18. Not long after, news spread about the departure of Chen Xin's adopted son, Su Cheng, from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect due to internal bias. However, on the continent, there didn't seem to be much concern about this matter. At most, it was seen as a topic of gossip after dinner, with people thinking he was just another Yu Shaogang, a waste with only 0.5 level innate soul power. But, 2 months later, everything changed. The situation on the continent suddenly took a dramatic turn, and Su Cheng's name spread far and wide. Chapter 5. Theory Publication. Su Cheng's decision to leave the sect at this time was carefully planned. Considering the timing, it was almost time for the events of Yin's sacrifice, Qian Zunji being heavily injured by Tang Hao, and then being finished off by Bibi Dong. The reason for timing it at this point was simply because he didn't want to waste energy gaining Qian Zunji's trust in advance, especially since he was a dead man walking anyway. Besides, dealing with how to switch allegiance to Bibi Dong after the power shift would be a hassle. Holding the address given by Ning Fengji, Su Cheng went to a bookstore operated by the 7 treasure glazed tile school after leaving the sect. After stating his identity, he smoothly met the person in charge of the bookstore, Yan Mo. Mr. Su, may I ask what aspect of cultivation your book is about? Yan Mo naturally knew that Su Cheng had already left the 7 treasure glazed tile school, but he was just an ordinary businessman who knew how to seek profit and avoid harm, so he still spoke respectfully. About cultivation, Su Cheng said as he took out some prepared materials from his soul tool. However, among them, there was only the method for cross-year absorption of the 1st and 2nd soul rings. He wanted to save the subsequent content to lure fish. Yan Mo quickly took it over with a respectful demeanor on the surface, but inwardly he was somewhat disdainful. In his view, with Su Cheng's measly 0.5 level innate soul power, if he hadn't been born into a good family, he might not even have reached level 10 in cultivation by now. How dare someone with such a level publish a book about cultivation? It's simply inviting ridicule. Thinking he could just brush it off casually and then send this guy away, Yan Mo's expression changed drastically when he glanced over the contents. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, but we can't publish this. Why not? Well, Yanmo hesitated for a moment, but couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation, so he just firmly refused. Su Cheng had anticipated this situation long ago. He extended his right hand and said, "Don't worry about publishing it. I'll go to the Martial Soul Hall later to evaluate my soul power level." At this moment, a broken sword, full of cracks, hovered silently above his right hand. But this martial soul wasn't the key. The faint purple of the second soul ring nearly blinded the bookstore owner's eyes. Su Cheng understood that the other party was merely concerned about the authenticity of the content in the book and the potential consequences if problems arose. This was just human nature, after all. These theories essentially broke the rules of soul cultivation on the Douluo continent that had been in place for centuries. Without relying on innate talent, without the need for precious high-aged soul bones, the cost was merely stimulating a few acupoints for a short time and applying some relatively inexpensive medicinal liquid. This is. Yanmo looked at the broken sword martial soul, then at Su Cheng, and finally at the book in his hands. He rubbed his eyes and locked his gaze onto the second soul ring that wasn't dazzling. As the person in charge of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's bookstore, and accustomed to the bustling life in Tiando City, Yanmo, despite his low cultivation level, had a wealth of knowledge. Ironically, the more he knew, the more shocked he became. Mumbling for a while, he couldn't find words to say. "Now, can you believe the content I wrote?" Su Cheng said casually. "It explains the methods for cross-year absorption of the first and second soul rings, and I am a successful example. What do you think? Are you really going to make these methods public?" Yanmo asked, his gaze now completely changed. If the surface respect maintained earlier was because of his adoptive father, Sword Douluo Chen Xin, then now it was entirely due to Su Cheng's ability to break through limits and his spirit of selfless dedication. "Of course, I'm a good guy," Su Cheng said with some impatience. "Are you willing or not? If you're not, I'll find another place to discuss this." This was the advantage of being born into a good family. If he didn't have Sword Douluo as a backer, even if he researched such methods, he wouldn't have had the chance to promote them. Instead, he might have faced life-threatening situations. If his luck were a bit worse, he might have been confined by some major sect, with no room for maneuvering or operations. "You can tell Sect Master Ning Fengji about this, but don't let it affect the speed of publishing my theory," Su Cheng warned, glancing at Yanmo. "Otherwise, I'll switch to another sect. Even if I go to the Tiando royal family, I think there's a chance this method will be promoted." Of course. Yanmo's expression stiffened at the words, and he suppressed his original scheming thoughts. Joking aside, he was just a manager of a bookstore. What business did he have worrying about the affairs of those big shots? If he accidentally got involved, he might not be able to handle the aftermath. After settling the publication of the book, Su Cheng proceeded to the branch hall of the Martial Soul Hall in Tiando City. The order of events here was also important. Even though at this point, Qian Zunji and Bibi Dong might not necessarily have time for him, it was always good to be cautious. Exaggerating a bit, this could also be considered as innovation that could partially subvert the cultivation system of the Douluo continent. Moreover, different physiques varied, and for those talented individuals, combining this method with their innate talent might not necessarily elevate the theoretical limits of the first soul ring to new heights. Even in the imperial city of Tiando Empire, the Martial Soul Hall was the most prominent building. "Halt!" The guards stationed at the entrance stepped forward to block Su Cheng. "Step aside." After the guards let him through, Su Cheng entered the Martial Soul Hall in Tiando City. "Hello, I'm here to assess my soul power level." As he looked at the imposing and orderly hall and the numerous guards stationed in the branches, Su Cheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was the real top power in the world. It wasn't easy to overthrow it. Comparing it to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect where he had previously stayed, there was really no comparison between the two. One was a family martial soul heritage, and the other was a gathering place for talents from all over the world. Just this point alone put them in completely different leagues. "You are Mr. Su from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect." Su Cheng turned around to see a female receptionist from the Martial Soul Hall recognizing him somehow. "I'm no longer a disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect," Su Cheng calmly retorted. "Yes, I'm sorry." The receptionist smiled apologetically and then asked, "Is Mr. Su here today to assess your soul power level at the Martial Soul Hall?" She had just noticed Su Cheng heading towards the soul power assessment hall. Yes, please release your martial soul and soul rings first. Su Cheng nodded and didn't bother to hide, directly revealing his broken sword martial soul and 2 soul rings. A second ring, Grand Master. The receptionist's voice warped slightly. What's this? She pointed to the purple second soul ring, looking puzzled. Oh, I've developed some little tricks to help soul masters absorb soul rings across age limits, Su Cheng explained. All soul masters? The receptionist looked at Su Cheng in astonishment. All soul masters, Su Cheng nodded, but currently, it's only limited to the first and second soul rings. I have some ideas for the third soul ring, but it's not completely certain yet. Chapter 6. Becoming Famous. Please wait, I'll go and ask Bishop to personally evaluate your specific soul power level. Su Cheng nodded slightly, indicating she could go. Soon, Bishop Solace, who presided over the Tian-Do City's Soul Hall, hurriedly arrived at the hall with the receptionist. His face was full of disbelief, causing curiosity among others lingering in the hall. Solace obviously didn't want this matter to be widely known and planned to have a private conversation with Su Cheng. However, Su Cheng shook his head, rejecting the idea. He urged, Bishop Solace, can we proceed with evaluating the soul power level? Today, he was only dropping the bait, it wasn't time to reel in the net yet. Solace, not wanting to insist, asked, Mr. Su, could you show me your martial soul and soul rings? He prepared to find a room for a private conversation to avoid attracting too much attention. Su Cheng shook his head, refusing the idea, and said, no need, Bishop. I've already contacted several publishing houses before coming to the Soul Hall. I've shared the method of absorbing soul rings across age limits with them. I believe it won't be long before related books hit the shelves. Solace was taken aback, feeling like his rhythm was suddenly disrupted. After a brief silence, he dryly praised, you are indeed selfless. Of course, good deeds deserve good returns. Hearing that you have now left the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, I wonder if you would be willing to join the Soul Hall. With your research level, even if invited to the Elder Hall in the main city, it would be a piece of cake. Since the person in front of him had already made the method public, Solace had to settle for second best. Besides, Su Cheng was not just an ordinary person without any background. Although he had cut ties with the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, he was still the adopted son of Sword Douluo Chen Xin. Moreover, with his special martial soul, Chen Xin's combat power was extremely high. Even if Su Cheng claimed to have severed ties with the sect, being Chen Xin's son might still have some influence. Recently, there had been some friction between the Soul Hall and the Haotian Clear Sky sect, and it wasn't ideal to stir up trouble further. We'll see. Lately, I'm planning to travel around the mainland and refine my theoretical system. Su Cheng didn't promise anything, but he didn't completely reject the idea either. Kidding aside, the power of this theory had yet to be demonstrated, and his reputation hadn't fully spread yet. Who would take him seriously if he went to the Soul Hall now? Can we proceed with evaluating the soul power level? Su Cheng asked for the 3rd time. Of course, follow me. After dealing with this series of matters, the simulator didn't enter the fast-forward mode as usual. Realizing that this matter might ferment faster than he anticipated, Su Cheng decided to travel around the mainland and prepare for his return to the real world after the simulation ended. Little did he know that during this period, several major events occurred as scheduled. First, Tang Hao's wife, Yin, being revealed as a 100,000-year soul beast in human form was exposed. Then, the Soul Hall pursued Tang Hao and his wife. After Yin's sacrifice, Qi Zunji was seriously injured by Tang Hao and died after returning to the Soul Hall. Then, the current Holy Maiden of the Soul Hall, Bibi Dong, naturally succeeded to the position of Pope. At the same time, Tang Hao was wanted by the mainland, and the Haotian sect was sealed off. The timing seems perfect. Looks like the opportunity is about to come. Su Cheng thought to himself, I just wonder if there will still be a transmigrator like Tang San in this world of the simulator. If Tang San were here, the Soul Hall wouldn't even need him to destroy it, let alone qualify for an S-level mission. The sudden changes in the upper echelons did not affect ordinary people. Instead, Su Cheng's name had become a household presence across the entire continent in just half a year. His work, The Rise of Mortals, swept through the continent like a hurricane. Although the title was casually chosen, and a more sophisticated name like Core Competencies of Mortals might sound more prestigious, the content of the book spoke for itself. With Su Cheng as a real-life example, the credibility naturally soared, and many people tried and succeeded along with him. Of course, there hadn't been another person reaching the 1,000-year level with their second soul ring yet. Su Cheng mentioned this in his book as well. To absorb soul rings across time limits, one must gradually increase the absorption from the first to the last, or else the body would struggle to bear it. Even if the time age limit of the first soul ring is 400 years, the absorption of the second soul ring can exceed the limit slightly but not too aggressively. Master Su has recently released a new theory, detailing how to absorb the third soul ring across time limits. He even mentioned that he has some ideas about absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring for the fourth soul ring. What? Really? Show me. Master Su himself is only at the Soul Grand Master level. How did he research the theory of absorbing the third soul ring? Idiot, when he absorbed the first and second soul rings himself, didn't he research the methods beforehand? That's true. Master Su is truly selfless. He hasn't even achieved Soul Elder status himself, yet he has already published the theory. Similar discussions were happening all over the continent, just as Su Cheng expected. He had already researched the method of absorbing the third soul ring across time limits. After all, 1,000-year soul rings did not involve spiritual power, and compared to the first two soul rings, they only required the addition of some acupuncture points. Hey, Soul Hall, Bibi Dong, can you still sit still this time? Su Cheng smirked as he observed the scenes of The Rise of Mortals 2 inches being frantically purchased in various bookstores. Recently, the Soul Hall hadn't come to find him, which was somewhat beyond his previous expectations. Su Cheng speculated that part of the reason might be that the power changes within the Soul Hall had consumed too much of Bibi Dong's attention. But the main reason was probably that they thought he had exhausted his talents and, with only the strength of a Soul Grand Master, it would be difficult for him to make further deductions. But none of this mattered. He still had many cards up his sleeve, and throwing out a little more bait wouldn't hurt. Just as discussions about Su Cheng's new theories were rampant among the people, related news and opinions also flowed into the Spirit Hall and landed on the desk of the newly appointed Pope, Bibi Dong. The release of The Rise of Mortals 2, Su Cheng reveals the mystery of absorbing the third soul ring. A true master, a gem of the era, Su Cheng. There is only one true master in the world, and that is Su Cheng. Quote. In the main city of the Soul Hall, within the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong looked at the reports and comments sent back from various branches, her brow gradually furrowing. For some reason, she felt that these reports were somewhat irritating. A true master indeed. Chapter 7, Invitation from the Soul Hall. It's no wonder Bibi Dong felt uncomfortable. After Su Cheng's rise to fame, too many people compared him to Yu Shaogang, even though their achievements were incomparable. But undoubtedly, Yu Shaogang ended up being Su Cheng's stepping stone. Now, Su Cheng was sipping tea at Yanmo's bookstore, casually checking out the release of new books, when he overheard some discussions outside. I heard Master Su, just like Yu Shaogang, only has a natural soul power of 0.5, yet he managed to break through in soul ring theory. Yu Shaogang is nothing but trash. How dare they compare him to Master Su? He always says, there are no wasted souls, only wasted soul masters. If he's so great, why doesn't he go get a 1,000-year second soul ring like Master Su, instead of relying on having a good dad? True, that opening line in The Rise of Mortals, would nobles and generals be content? Is so majestic. With that kind of attitude, it's no surprise he achieves anything. Do the nobles of the two empires have any objections? What's the use of their objections? Did they dare to mess with Master Su? With his current prestige, do they really think the Sword Douluo title is just for show? But, Master Su has already left the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect is the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, and the Sword Douluo is the Sword Douluo. Who knows what they're thinking? But really, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect must be blind. Couldn't agree more. Quote. Yanmo smiled at Su Cheng across from him. Master Su, your reputation is truly widespread now. It's easy to imagine that in the future, as the new generation of soul masters grows up and is no longer restricted by the absorption limit of past soul rings, Su Cheng will definitely be their guide. Yanmo sighed, I I really don't know what the sect leaders are thinking. Are you really not going back? It's not just Yu Shaogang who's been mocked because of Su Cheng's rise, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect is the real antagonist. Considered by the world as clueless jesters, many even go as far as saying they're unworthy of the title of the three supreme sects. Although these comments have limited actual impact on the sect, it still gives Ning Fengji a headache. As a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Yan Mo naturally doesn't want the public opinion to continue fermenting. Not going back, I'm waiting for someone. Su Cheng glanced out the window, then stood up. By the way, find a way to spread the word and give me a new title. Stop calling me Master, it sounds ominous. With that, he left the room, leaving Yan Mo bewildered. Indeed, Su Cheng saw the people from the Soul Hall. And the visitor's status was extremely high. Clad in pristine white, untainted by dust, with skin as delicate as a baby's, and a dazzling appearance, if not for the clearly visible Adam's apple, one might mistake him for a stunning beauty. With a barely noticeable presence nearby, yet exuding an unfathomable aura, Su Cheng speculated that these two might be the famous chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan and ghost Douluo Gui Mei. Calculating the time, it was about time for the Soul Hall's people to arrive. Of course, with his vision, he couldn't discern their levels. He only noticed the white-clad person because they intentionally made themselves visible. Surprised inwardly, he hadn't expected these two to come in person. Master Su, seeing Su Cheng emerge from the bookstore, the person in white approached, while the person in black remained in the distance, maintaining an air of, stay away from strangers. I'm not a master, Su Cheng assessed the figure in white calmly. But I didn't expect the renowned chrysanthemum Douluo to recognize me, a mere level 25 Soul Grand Master. Master Su jests, I've read your books several times. I also have some knowledge of herbal medicine, but after reading them, I realized how limited my understanding was. Apart from cultivation, there's not much worthy of praise in me. I'm serious, don't call me Master, just use my name, Su Cheng frowned, emphasizing once again. Agreeing that he truly didn't want to be called Master, the more he heard it, the more he felt disgusted. However, Yu Guan's attitude surprised him. It didn't seem polite or part of fulfilling the Pope's task. Well then, Mr. Su, I wonder if you have time recently. His Holiness hopes to invite you for a chat at the Martial Soul City, Yu Guan said, adjusting his address upon noticing Su Cheng's dislike for the Master title. Su Cheng glanced at Yu Guan with slight surprise. He believed that with Bibi Dong's temperament, there was no way they would be this polite. Not forcefully dragging him would already be considered good, yet here Yu Guan was, asking if he had time. Actually, Su Cheng's initial feeling was correct, Yu Guan indeed held him in high regard. This time, coming here, it was originally planned for Bibi Dong to just send a couple of people to fetch him. Unexpectedly, Yu Guan took the initiative to undertake the task. Being a lover of flowers and a knowledgeable herbalist, Yu Guan had always been interested in medical skills. However, before encountering Su Cheng's theories, he had never imagined that flowers and herbs with only a small amount of medicinal properties, like solitary bamboo, blue phantom flower, and golden thread silver chrysanthemum, could produce remarkable effects when specially combined in proportions, termed as chemical reactions in the book. Well, since you've come personally, it seems I can't refuse this favor, Su Cheng chuckled. Since the other party was so polite, he had no reason to refuse. After all, dealing with that crazy woman Bibi Dong, attempts like visiting 3 times, wouldn't work anyway. Ghost Douluo remained silent as ever, quietly following alongside. You're just joking, sir. Yu Guan wore a warm smile. Over the next few days on the road, whenever Yu Guan had free time, he would come to discuss and exchange ideas with Su Cheng on the properties of herbs and the meridians of medical skills. Although termed as exchanges, it was mainly Su Cheng imparting knowledge, while Yu Guan did his best to digest it. Su Cheng was happy with this arrangement. As real power elders and staunch supporters of Bibi Dong, both Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were essential allies for his future plans. Although the time was short, Yu Guan felt that he had benefited greatly. He even gained some new insights into the development of martial souls. At his current level, further progress required a deep understanding of his own martial soul. Until they reached their destination, Yu Guan still seemed somewhat reluctant to leave. In the conference hall of the Martial Soul City's Pope's Palace, Su Cheng was arranged by Chrysanthemum Douluo to wait here while they went to report to the Pope. In the spacious conference hall spanning over 1,000 square meters, there was only him. Su Cheng sat silently in his seat, sipping tea, waiting patiently while mentally rehearsing the final details of his plan. Today's meeting was undoubtedly crucial for him. Choosing veteran actor as one of his initial talents was precisely for this moment. Acting can be categorized into three main styles: expressive, experiential, and methodical. Su Cheng was about to employ techniques from the expressive style. He had already meticulously studied Yu Xiaoging's experiences, mindset, personality, and aspirations. He had also sketched out a new character profile in his mind, similar to Yu Xiaoging but with essential differences. Now, he was going to immerse himself in this second self. To accompany Bibi Dong in this performance. Chapter 8. The first encounter with Bibi Dong. Yu Xiaoging, born into prominence as the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan chief of the upper three sects. However, with a malign mutation in his martial soul, his innate soul power was only at level 0.5. Coupled with the arrogance and extremism of most elders in the clan, he endured ridicule during his childhood, shaping his character to appear aloof but actually harboring deep-seated insecurities. His cultivation talent was average, his intelligence was average, his character was average, he aimed high but was emotionally weak. Lacking great wisdom but possessing some cunning, he knew how to leverage resources. He seized the opportunity to meet the then holy maiden Bibi Dong during his visit to the Martial Soul Hall. He organized and summarized various knowledge within the Martial Soul Hall, and later published it, earning himself the title of Master, yet he remained unrecognized by society. As for the subsequent series of events involving Lu Erlong, there was no need for much consideration. By that time, Yu Xiaoging's actual self was different from the one Bibi Dong had initially favored. Su Cheng tapped his fingers lightly on the table, silently contemplating. He needed Bibi Dong to see shades of the old Yu Xiaoging in him, but he couldn't be seen as simply a copy of him. The balance here was crucial. Bibi Dong, that crazy woman, could be said to have lived her whole life for Yu Xiaoging, which was absurd. If he replicated everything about Yu Xiaoging except for his appearance, things might spiral out of control. If that crazy woman had a mental breakdown and felt that his existence tainted the uniqueness of her first love, leading her to do something extreme like harming herself, who would he reason with then? Gaining some trust and goodwill was enough. So, what would be the difference? Yu Xiaoging's aloofness was only surface level, his strength was false. Otherwise, he wouldn't have easily given up on Bibi Dong, wouldn't have directly abandoned Lu Erlong. Similarly, he wouldn't have felt comfortable presenting himself as a theoretical master, using knowledge obtained from his first love. When facing his family, he wouldn't have been so submissive. He was fundamentally a deeply insecure person, constantly seeking validation. Too bad he lacks real talents and accomplishments. The theories he published were copied, and the disciple he found as the son of destiny, completely contradicting his statement, there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Apart from handling women well, he's useless. Unlike Su Cheng. Even if he didn't rely on theories for fame, with his current medical expertise, breaking through to the title Douluo realm wouldn't be difficult, even with his miserable innate soul power of 0.5. Unfortunately, it's only limited to the title Douluo realm. Su Cheng couldn't help but sigh when he thought about it. Sometimes, manpower is limited. If possible, he would prefer to use strength to overpower others instead of getting involved in these conspiracies and calculations. Over the years, his dedication to medical studies had reached an incredible level, and he understood more than ever that the limitations of innate talent had locked the ceiling. In this world, if we only consider martial strength, the martial soul can truly determine the limits. Unless he can acquire various external resources like Tang San, which can improve bloodlines at a level close to cheats, and have the support of twin gods. But this depends on luck, and Su Cheng clearly couldn't rely on luck. After adjusting his mindset and emotions, Su Cheng quickly immersed himself in the pre-prepared image resembling Yu Xiaoging. Not long after, a calm and dignified female voice echoed outside the door, "Wait outside. Without my order, no one is allowed to disturb." The tall arched door opened, and an extremely stunning woman walked in. She wasn't tall, dressed in a luxurious black robe with gold trim, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, and holding the Pope's scepter. Fair skin, almost perfect features, she could be described as a goddess. Especially the noble aura she exuded made people uncontrollably feel the urge to bow and worship. It was the current pope, Bibi Dong. Although she looked around 20 years old, seemingly the same age as Su Cheng, she was actually approaching 30 now. Su Cheng quietly set down his teacup and stood up, bowing slightly as he greeted, "Greetings, Your Holiness." Bibi Dong didn't speak but silently appraised him. Though she didn't want to admit it, she had been quite conflicted about meeting this person before. Her feelings were complex, and she couldn't tell whether she was anticipating or feeling apprehensive. "It's like, really similar," she murmured to herself. Equally extraordinary backgrounds, equally 0.5 level innate soul power, mocked by their peers, standing alone. And both dubbed masters by the world, achieving remarkable feats with extraordinary wisdom that even titled Douluos had to take notice of. Looking at him now, he exuded the same kind of aloofness. Even facing her, the Pope, he showed no signs of fear or flattery. After a moment, she let out a mocking chuckle. "High aspirations, huh? Such audacity, such ambition." Bibi Dong couldn't help but want to jab at him instinctively. Actually, she didn't really dislike that statement. That was the difference between the martial soul hall and the imperial nobility. After all, even she, the current pope, came from an orphan background. "That wasn't my original saying, it's something I heard when I was young," Su Cheng replied calmly. "Of course, I thought it was well said, so I wrote it in my book." Bibi Dong paused for a moment, feeling a bit uncomfortable but didn't delve further. Instead, she asked, "Your biological father is Su Shan, the edgeless sword, right?" "Yes," Su Cheng replied, unsurprised by the revelation. "The one who killed him was the former pope of the martial soul hall, Qian Zunji. Don't you want revenge for him?" "Of course, but Qian Zunji is already dead." Bibi Dong fell silent at his words, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. "Would you like to join the martial soul hall?" Sensing her own awkwardness, Bibi Dong decided to extend an olive branch directly. "The martial soul hall can give you the opportunity to prove yourself and reclaim everything you've lost from the Seven Treasure Glass sect." With that said, she seemed to shake off the odd mood from before. "You're remarkable. Your theories are groundbreaking, benefiting countless people." Su Cheng chuckled at her words and shook his head. "Nothing remarkable about it, just a self-redemption journey for a cultivation waste, really. Pope, your talents are exceptional, and I envy that. If I could, I'd prefer inheriting the edgeless sword, but alas, talent is this unreasonable thing. But everyone at least has some other shining points. Perhaps there are geniuses in the world, but there are no absolute wastes. When all else fails, there are always other choices and paths. But for me, it's all rubbish. My theories can help countless people, yet they can't help me. Instead, the deeper I delve into them, the more I realize my own limitations." He said this casually, as if he truly didn't care about those praises. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with confusion. It shouldn't be like this. Why would someone who achieved such feats, the achievements that person had dreamed of, that were recognized by everyone, look down on the power of theory and not see themselves as exceptional? Why say such things? On what basis? Chapter 9. You resemble someone. What did you say? Her voice showed a hint of change, though she tried to suppress it. It was clear she was no longer as composed as before. What's wrong with what I said? Su Cheng pretended to be clueless. Are you all right, Your Holiness? Bibi Dong took a deep breath, shaking her head with disappointment. You're not like him, you don't understand. Su Cheng's eyes flickered, deciding not to provoke her further. He continued, I don't need to prove anything to anyone. As for the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect, they don't owe me anything either. Your Holiness, if you're thinking of using this as leverage, you're barking up the wrong tree. At this point, Bibi Dong hadn't been influenced by the Rakshasa god's spiritual influence, and her hatred hadn't fermented for over 20 years. She was still somewhat rational, and there was no tendency towards self-destruction. Naturally, he had to maintain a high posture, not only to gain some advantages but also to prevent Bibi Dong from achieving her goals too easily. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to gain her trust. What do you want then? The former pope, Qian Zunji, is dead, and there's no deep-seated hatred between you and the martial soul hall. Indeed, Su Cheng nodded. I am currently alone, and joining the martial soul hall might not be a bad idea. However, I have two conditions. What conditions? First, I want the authority to access the Martial Soul Hall's library and to freely peruse all the information. He had coveted access to the Martial Soul Hall's library for a long time. This matter was unrelated to his future plans, or whether he could enter the library would not affect his plans. But having spent so much time in this simulated life, he had long realized that the rules of this world were completely consistent with reality, and knowledge was not faked. At least now, with his 0.5 level innate soul power, it was no longer a hindrance to him. Learning some secrets here, even if the mission failed, he could bring back these memories, which would not be considered a waste. No problem. Bibi Dong didn't hesitate much to agree to this request. In fact, it was something she had prepared for a long time. When Yu Shaogang came to the Martial Soul Hall, he would spend all his time in the library. Su Cheng nodded and continued, "Secondly, give me a disciple as a successor, someone with top-notch talent. I'm well aware of my own limitations and that I won't have the chance to become a peak powerhouse, so this person's talent must be outstanding enough." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's first reaction was astonishment, followed by a sense of amusement. She acknowledged Su Cheng's ability and intelligence, but she found his request absurd. A mere soul grandmaster at level 20-something, claiming that she, the illustrious pope of the Martial Soul Hall, should find him a disciple, and demanding top-notch talent at that, where did he get such confidence from? She was about to refuse and ask him to make a different request. But then she had a sudden thought. Since learning of Qian Zunji's death, that woman had been demanding to return to the Martial Soul City to find out the truth. She hadn't agreed before. She glanced at Su Cheng, then after a moment of silence, said, "There is someone who fits your criteria. If you can convince her, there's no harm in you becoming her teacher." "Aren't you going to intervene, Your Holiness?" Su Cheng pretended to be puzzled. At Bibi Dong's words, a fleeting mix of disgust, pain, and cold indifference flashed in her eyes. In a cold tone, she said, "It's not up to me to be her teacher. You can discuss it with her yourself. If you're not willing, then change your request." Although she said this, she actually didn't have much confidence in Su Cheng. Although Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui had an extremely cold relationship, she still understood her character somewhat: domineering, arrogant, cold, and extremely determined. Moreover, with Qian Runshui backed by the Hall of Worship, it would be difficult for outsiders to intervene in her decisions. Back then, in order to prevent her from competing for power in the future, she had forced her to leave by using psychological tactics. With Su Cheng's strength, coupled with his complete lack of understanding of her personality, success seemed unlikely. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong was prepared to give a few hints. If Su Cheng did succeed, it would undoubtedly slow down Qian Runshui's progress, which was something she would be happy to see. "This person has extremely high talent, not inferior to mine in the slightest, perfectly meeting your requirements," Bibi Dong said indifferently. "But she is arrogant and aloof. I suggest you first establish a good relationship with her, gradually impress her with your profound knowledge, and then proceed slowly." Su Cheng couldn't help but sneer inwardly at her words. This mother's approach was quite interesting, not only obsessively scheming against her daughter but also, after so many years of being together, not knowing her daughter well. He could understand Bibi Dong's resentment and disgust towards her daughter, but he didn't approve of such behavior. Innocent blood relatives shouldn't be dragged into such schemes. If he followed Bibi Dong's plan, it would be hopeless. Doing so would only make Qian Runshui see him as a pawn she could manipulate at will. Dreaming of turning her into a blade in her own hands was pure fantasy. And to say to gradually influence her with profound knowledge, as if Qian Runshui were just like her. She was almost 20 years old, having been the holy lady for so many years and still lacking experience, overly protected. As a result, anyone could easily manipulate her. On the other hand, Qian Runshui had already spent nearly a year in the Heavenly Soul City, disguised as a maid accompanying Shui Qinghe without being discovered. In terms of scheming and cunning, Bibi Dong couldn't compare at all. Though he didn't agree with Bibi Dong's approach, Su Cheng remained composed on the surface, simply nodding to indicate his understanding. "Someone will deliver the pass to the library for you tomorrow, and you can browse freely. However, regarding the research on absorbing soul rings, I hope you will continue. The Martial Soul City doesn't accommodate idlers, and I don't want to be criticized for it," Bibi Dong said. Of course, Su Cheng nodded in agreement. "Then, Your Holiness, I'll take my leave." Seeing Bibi Dong nod slightly, he turned to leave. Just as he approached the main gate, about to push it open, he heard Bibi Dong's voice again from behind. She couldn't resist speaking one last sentence. "You remind me of someone." Su Cheng, with his back to her, didn't notice the slight anticipation and unease hidden in her eyes. At this moment, she wasn't the cold and proud female pope from earlier. Looking at the familiar figure before her, it felt like she had returned to the days when she first met Yu Shaogang 10 years ago. "His name is Yu Shaogang, have you heard of him?" Su Cheng squinted slightly, not turning around, his thoughts spinning rapidly. He couldn't understand why Bibi Dong suddenly went off the rails at this moment. Creating such a similar experience indeed seemed to have the intention of lowering Bibi Dong's guard. But a little subconscious goodwill and the resulting full trust were enough. He couldn't truly become a substitute for Yu Shaogang. Otherwise, if the fake and the real stood together one day, it could lead to big trouble. Su Cheng turned to look at Bibi Dong. "Sorry, Your Holiness, what did you just say?" Chapter 10. Library Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, Su Cheng had been in the Soul City for over 10 days, and he had become quite familiar with many of the elders of the Soul Hall. Especially Yu Guan, the chrysanthemum Douluo, who liked to come over to learn medical skills from him. Su Cheng was happy to establish a good relationship with him and didn't hold back on sharing many of his research findings. As a 94th ranked titled Douluo, Ji Yu Rong's research on soul was already very profound, which was Su Cheng's weak point. He gained a lot of insights through these exchanges. It's worth noting that the two strongest individuals in the 7 treasure glazed tile clan, Sword Douluo Chenshin and Bone Douluo Ji Yu Rong, were only at the 92nd level. As for Bibi Dong, after their conversation that day, Su Cheng hadn't seen her again. But this was also within Su Cheng's expectations. As the newly appointed pope, Bibi Dong's foundation in the Soul Hall was shallow, and she was undoubtedly very busy on ordinary days. This suited Su Cheng just fine. That woman was extreme in her thinking, strong in her abilities, and her mental pathways were different from ordinary people. If he didn't know about her vulnerability regarding Yu Shaogang, he would have had a hard time finding a breakthrough point. During this period, Su Cheng almost always immersed himself in the library. It must be said that the disparity in strength between factions was really too big. Information on 100,000-year soul beasts, top-level soul classifications, soul development strategies, self-created soul techniques, and so on, could be found everywhere here, which was hard to come by in the 7 treasure glazed tile clan. Unfortunately, although the library collected information on titled Douluo from all over the continent, it did not include the 7 great elders of the Soul Hall. Su Cheng remembered that in the dragon staff of the Hall of Worship, which belonged to the 2 elders, Qianjun and Zhongmo, respectively, there were sealed a demon-slaying dragon and a saint golden dragon. Undoubtedly, every superpowerful individual who could reach level 95 or above without relying on cheats had their own unique qualities. And being able to enter the Hall of Worship was even more extraordinary. Su Cheng extended his right hand, and with a flash of light, a cracked long sword appeared in his palm, with 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, shimmering with a soft halo. Inscribing exotic beasts in tool martial souls not only enhances combat effectiveness but also adds more tactical systems. Indeed, it's a good idea, but how is it done? And would there be any other side effects if done so? Like weakening the purity of the tool martial soul in certain aspects? He pondered silently. Whether it's Wu Tian's hammer or the 7-kill sword, both are top-tier tool martial souls that have reached the pinnacle in their respective aspects. But it seems that people who possess these types of martial souls have never attempted to add beast attributes to their tool martial souls. Is it because they can't do it, or they simply don't want to? Su Cheng's previous research direction was more inclined towards the human body, with limited knowledge of martial souls. After all, his talent points were invested in medicine. If he had chosen true scholar as his initial talent, perhaps it would have been more suitable for research. Martial souls, beast martial souls. Su Cheng's face showed signs of contemplation. Martial souls harbored profound mysteries, and even after countless years of development on the Douluo continent, the relationship between soul beasts and humans was not as simple as it seemed. Soul beasts could transform into humans after 10,000 years and could even be offered as sacrifices to humans. The beastification state after the attachment of beast martial souls, the different influences of inherited martial souls on personality, all were worth pondering. Yu Xiaoging's so-called martial soul core competitiveness barely scratched the surface. Su Cheng looked at his broken sword martial soul. Although its appearance was still unimpressive, full of cracks, in reality, his martial soul, bolstered by the Millennium's second soul ring, had become extremely resilient. My innate soul power is only at the 0.5 level, which is a malignant mutation caused by attribute conflict. But the boost from the Millennium's second soul ring has been much greater than initially expected. Who knows? After all these years, Su Cheng's understanding of the essence of martial souls remained limited, but he had a clear understanding of his own situation. Attempting to continuously add extreme attributes to the martial soul with the help of soul rings may have a chance to improve or even reverse this situation. As for whether it would succeed, he wasn't sure either. It's extremely difficult for awakened martial souls to undergo changes unless they undergo a bloodline awakening like Tang San with the help of the Blue-Silver Emperor, or ingest rare treasures of heaven and earth that are compatible with their martial soul. Considering the possibility of using the Soul Hall's power to explore the specific location in the Sunset Forest for rare treasures of heaven and earth could be considered for the future, making planning easier after returning to reality. Wow, I've heard about Mr. Su's extraordinary journey despite having only 0.5 levels of innate soul power. Seeing you today, you're truly remarkable. A clear and pleasant female voice came from behind as Su Cheng pondered over martial soul issues. Previously, there was no one else in the library except for himself, browsing through various materials. Su Cheng turned around to see a young girl with bright eyes, golden hair, and fair skin standing not far behind him, hands behind her back, curiously observing the dual-ringed martial soul in his hand. Although the girl was young, her exceptional beauty was already evident, causing a slight tremor in one's heart with just a glance. Perhaps due to the martial soul, Qian Runshui now appeared to be about 13 or 14 years old, but her actual age should be a little over 9. It's nothing special, Su Cheng replied without putting away his martial soul, continuing with the conversation, it's just that most people are ignorant, which makes me appear different. A moment of surprise crossed Qian Runshui's face. Was he really that arrogant? She hadn't intentionally come here to find Su Cheng. The main factions in the Soul Hall were now divided into two, one led by Bibi Dong, the Pope, and the other by Qian Daolu, the Sacrifice. Qian Runshui had always had a distant relationship with her mother, Bibi Dong. During her time in the Soul Hall, she either stayed in the Sacrifice Hall or in the library. These past few days, with Bibi Dong's permission, she had returned to the Soul Hall. Although she had heard Bibi Dong mention Su Cheng's intention to join the Soul Hall and take on disciples, she hadn't taken it to heart, let alone thought about becoming his disciple. She had come to the library out of habit, to browse through some materials. Ironically, Su Cheng had mentally prepared himself to encounter Qian Runshui here. Hehe, Mr. Su, you sure know how to joke, he turned the tables, leaving Qian Runshui momentarily unsure of what to say. What kind of joke am I making with a little girl like you who knows nothing? Su Cheng glanced at her. Even a cultivation waste with a mere 0.5 levels of innate soul power can find a way to surpass the so-called age restrictions. For thousands of years, the Douluo continent has been treating the absorption time limit of soul rings as a truth. I wonder what they've been eating. This remark really hit hard, especially since it was all true, leaving her unable to refute it. And to top it off, calling her a little girl was like twisting the knife. Even with Qian Runshui's composure and grace, she was starting to feel a bit strained. She wasn't sure if Su Cheng knew about her identity as the former Pope's daughter and her strength. Even if he did, what could she say now? He had already admitted that he himself was a cultivation waste, so how could she use that against him? In the end, she might end up being compared unfavorably to a genius with 20 levels of innate soul power, instead of being a cultivation waste with just 0.5 levels. While gritting her teeth internally, she could only force a smile and say, Mr. Su is absolutely right. Chapter 11. Another side quest. Mr. Su, are you nearly 20 years old? After a slightly awkward silence, Qian Runshui asked. Hehe, I'm 18, Su Cheng replied. She nodded politely and smiled, I still have 3 months until I turn 10. Today, meeting a talent like Mr. Su is rare. I'd like to ask for your guidance. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng immediately realized what was going on. This was a challenge, she wanted to spar. But it suits me just fine. Well, a little guidance wouldn't hurt, Su Cheng said lightly. But which elder's descendant are you? I don't recall seeing you in the Soul City before. Seeing him speak so bluntly, Qian Runshui's youthful face flashed with a fleeting anger. I've only just returned to the Soul City these past few days, so it's normal you haven't seen me. I heard from Bibi Dong that Mr. Su hasn't agreed to join the Hall of Souls yet. I wonder if Mr. Su dares to make a bet with me. What's the bet? Su Cheng asked. At this point, Qian Runshui wasn't afraid to reveal her angelic soul for the sake of this bet, because Su Cheng couldn't win anyway. Plus, she wanted to impress him further and seize the opportunity to recruit Su Cheng. Qian Runshui could sense the hidden arrogance and pride in the man standing opposite her, but his abilities were unquestionable. Regardless of his personality, if she could recruit him, he would be of great use in the future. The more arrogant someone like him, who was nearly 10 years older than herself, was easily defeated by her, the more he would psychologically lower himself. Su Cheng didn't refuse. He didn't even mention what would happen if he won the bet. He simply asked, "Where shall we spar?" Seeing him being so tactful, Qian Runshui subconsciously thought that Su Cheng was trying to find a way to join the Hall of Souls. She believed his words were just a ploy to increase his value. Throughout their previous conversation, Qian Runshui had never had the initiative to control the rhythm. She was always suppressed by Su Cheng's verbal attacks. Now, seeing him seemingly showing signs of submission, her restless emotions relaxed slightly. Even considering whether to go easy later on. After all, the other side would probably become my subordinate in the future, so it wouldn't be nice to be too harsh. Maybe I could just give him a nominal teacher-student relationship, Qian Runshui thought to herself, her expression softening. After all, those elders in the Hall of Worship had all taught her something. Besides, she had plenty of teachers since childhood. There's a special martial arts field outside the Hall of Worship for practicing soul skills. Mr. Su, follow me, she said, turning and leaving the library. Su Cheng followed suit. Side quest obtained. Defeat Qian Runshui and completely subdue her. Quest reward. Martial Soul Talent Domain. Settled after completing all main quests. Meanwhile, inside the Hall of Worship, Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at the tall figure beside him. Big brother, Little Snow has gone to meet that kid. Qian Douluo didn't speak, but nodded, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden light, seemingly piercing through the Hall of Worship to gaze into the distant library. On a martial arts field in the Soul City, Su Cheng and Qian Runshui faced each other. He naturally couldn't sense Qian Douluo observing from the shadows, but he had a rough idea. Even if they didn't meet today, that 99 level limit Douluo wouldn't be completely indifferent to his granddaughter. Wanting to take Qian Runshui as a disciple definitely wouldn't bypass him. With that person's personality, for the sake of his granddaughter in the Hall of Souls, many things could be compromised with Bibi Dong, but if it involved his granddaughter, he would definitely fight tooth and nail. As a level 20 innate soul master, the hope of the Qian family's future, and Qian Douluo, the guardian of the angel god, how could he not care? Previously, voluntarily relinquishing power and not wanting to clash with Bibi Dong didn't mean he had no control over the Hall of Souls. On the contrary, the Hall of Worship, gathering all the top combat power of the Hall of Souls, could be said to have his eyes everywhere in the Soul City. Under the watchful gaze of two pairs of eyes in the shadows, the battle between Su Cheng and Qian Runshui began. A dazzling golden light shone from Qian Runshui's body, starting from her forehead and instantly spreading all over her body. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared. Qian Runshui, who was not yet 10 years old, had already reached the cultivation level of a soul elder of over level 30. But the transformation wasn't over yet. As the soul rings appeared, her hair also emitted golden light, a pair of pure white wings spread out from her back, and her body slowly rose into the air, hovering 1 foot above the ground. At the same time, a huge shadow with an indistinguishable face appeared behind her, the only difference from her main body being the number of wings, which had become 3 pairs, totaling 6. A 6-winged angelic martial soul. Compared to the flashy scene when Qian Runshui used her martial soul, Su Cheng seemed much more plain. He held a cracked long sword in his right palm, with 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, wrapped around it. Quietly, he activated a soul skill. First soul skill, Resilience. This soul skill was derived from the armor beast of the year 630, with a simple effect, it significantly increased the toughness of his martial soul broken sword. However, as he continued to develop, This soul skill not only enhanced the broken sword but also increased his own defense, especially in terms of flexibility, allowing him to dissipate a large amount of damage through shockwaves. Of course, the changes in his martial soul couldn't escape Qian Runshui's eyes. Enhancing self-strengthening soul skills. Her eyebrows raised slightly, somewhat skeptical. But she wasted no time in action. The second soul ring lit up, and a golden tail flame trailed behind Qian Runshui as she flew towards Su Cheng like a meteor. The dazzling golden light, combined with the golden light behind her, burst forth simultaneously, bringing a powerful and sacred pressure in an instant. The speed was so fast, it almost exceeded the limit of Su Cheng's dynamic vision. The gap in their cultivation levels was still too great. Su Cheng made no unnecessary moves, nor did he foolishly engage in a head-on attack. His footsteps shifted lightly, his knees slightly bent. Adopting a stance, he slowly but actually quickly raised his sword with his right hand, assuming a defensive posture. This was the basic sword technique he had practiced millions of times, a sword stance. At this moment, Qian Runshui's attack also arrived. With the first soul ring lighting up, a golden halo condensed around her right fist. The rich golden light resembled a massive shield, as she threw a punch straight towards Su Cheng. However, this strike was blocked by the sword he had raised. But this time, Su Cheng's defense seemed to be struggling a bit. His right foot sank into the ground, and his left foot took a step back. His slightly bent knee sank even further under the pressure of the immense force. Not only that, but he also felt the unique nature of Qian Runshui's soul power. During the collision impact, a warmth flowed into his body along with the exchange of martial souls between the two. His own soul power actually showed signs of melting slightly in this warm and sacred atmosphere, further suppressed and unable to resist with full strength. You could only say she truly deserved the title of a super martial soul. But Su Cheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could successfully block the first strike, he had already won half of this match. Chapter 11. Another side quest. Mr. Su, are you nearly 20 years old? After a slightly awkward silence, Qian Runshui asked. Hehe, I'm 18, Su Cheng replied. She nodded politely and smiled. I still have 3 months until I turn 10. Today, meeting a talent like Mr. Su is rare. I'd like to ask for your guidance. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng immediately realized what was going on. This was a challenge, she wanted to spar. But it suits me just fine. Well, a little guidance wouldn't hurt, Su Cheng said lightly. But which elder's descendant are you? I don't recall seeing you in the Soul City before. Seeing him speak so bluntly, Qian Runshui's youthful face flashed with a fleeting anger. I've only just returned to the Soul City these past few days, so it's normal you haven't seen me. I heard from Bibi Dong that Mr. Su hasn't agreed to join the Hall of Souls yet. I wonder if Mr. Su dares to make a bet with me. What's the bet? Su Cheng asked. At this point, Qian Runshui wasn't afraid to reveal her angelic soul for the sake of this bet, because Su Cheng couldn't win anyway. Plus, she wanted to impress him further and seize the opportunity to recruit Su Cheng. Qian Runshui could sense the hidden arrogance and pride in the man standing opposite her, but his abilities were unquestionable. Regardless of his personality, if she could recruit him, he would be of great use in the future. The more arrogant someone like him, who was nearly 10 years older than herself, was easily defeated by her, the more he would psychologically lower himself. Su Cheng didn't refuse. He didn't even mention what would happen if he won the bet. He simply asked, "Where shall we spar?" Seeing him being so tactful, Qian Runshui subconsciously thought that Su Cheng was trying to find a way to join the Hall of Souls. She believed his words were just a ploy to increase his value. Throughout their previous conversation, Qian Runshui had never had the initiative to control the rhythm. She was always suppressed by Su Cheng's verbal attacks. Now, seeing him seemingly showing signs of submission, her restless emotions relaxed slightly. Even considering whether to go easy later on. After all, the other side would probably become my subordinate in the future, so it wouldn't be nice to be too harsh. Maybe I could just give him a nominal teacher-student relationship, Qian Runshui thought to herself, her expression softening. After all, those elders in the Hall of Worship had all taught her something. Besides, she had plenty of teachers since childhood. There's a special martial arts field outside the Hall of Worship for practicing soul skills. Mr. Su, follow me, she said, turning and leaving the library. Su Cheng followed suit. Side quest obtained. Defeat Qian Runshui and completely subdue her. Quest reward. Martial Soul Talent Domain. Settled after completing all main quests. Meanwhile, inside the Hall of Worship, Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at the tall figure beside him. Big brother, Little Snow has gone to meet that kid. Qian Daoliu didn't speak, but nodded, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden light, seemingly piercing through the Hall of Worship to gaze into the distant library. On a martial arts field in the Soul City, Su Cheng and Qian Runshui faced each other. He naturally couldn't sense Qian Daoliu observing from the shadows, but he had a rough idea. Even if they didn't meet today, that 99 level limit Douluo wouldn't be completely indifferent to his granddaughter. Wanting to take Qian Runshui as a disciple definitely wouldn't bypass him. With that person's personality, for the sake of his granddaughter in the Hall of Souls, many things could be compromised with Bibi Dong, but if it involved his granddaughter, he would definitely fight tooth and nail. As a level 20 innate soul master, the hope of the Qian family's future, and Qian Daoliu, the guardian of the angel god, how could he not care? Previously, voluntarily relinquishing power and not wanting to clash with Bibi Dong didn't mean he had no control over the Hall of Souls. On the contrary, the Hall of Worship, gathering all the top combat power of the Hall of Souls, could be said to have his eyes everywhere in the Soul City. Under the watchful gaze of two pairs of eyes in the shadows, the battle between Su Cheng and Qian Runshui began. A dazzling golden light shone from Qian Runshui's body, starting from her forehead and instantly spreading all over her body. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared. Qian Runshui, who was not yet 10 years old, had already reached the cultivation level of a soul elder of over level 30. But the transformation wasn't over yet. As the soul rings appeared, her hair also emitted golden light, a pair of pure white wings spread out from her back, and her body slowly rose into the air, hovering 1 foot above the ground. At the same time, a huge shadow with an indistinguishable face appeared behind her, the only difference from her main body being the number of wings, which had become 3 pairs, totaling 6. A 6-winged angelic martial soul. Compared to the flashy scene when Qian Runshui used her martial soul, Su Cheng seemed much more plain. He held a cracked long sword in his right palm, with 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, wrapped around it. Quietly, he activated a soul skill. First soul skill, Resilience. This soul skill was derived from the armor beast of the year 630, with a simple effect, it significantly increased the toughness of his martial soul broken sword. However, as he continued to develop, this soul skill not only enhanced the broken sword but also increased his own defense, especially in terms of flexibility, allowing him to dissipate a large amount of damage through shockwaves. Of course, the changes in his martial soul couldn't escape Qian Runshui's eyes. Enhancing self-strengthening soul skills. Her eyebrows raised slightly, somewhat skeptical. But she wasted no time in action. The second soul ring lit up, and a golden tail flame trailed behind Qian Runshui as she flew towards Su Cheng like a meteor. The dazzling golden light, combined with the golden light behind her, burst forth simultaneously, bringing a powerful and sacred pressure in an instant. The speed was so fast, it almost exceeded the limit of Su Cheng's dynamic vision. The gap in their cultivation levels was still too great. Su Cheng made no unnecessary moves, nor did he foolishly engage in a head-on attack. His footsteps shifted lightly, his knees slightly bent. Adopting a stance, he slowly but actually quickly raised his sword with his right hand, assuming a defensive posture. This was the basic sword technique he had practiced millions of times, a sword stance. At this moment, Qian Runshui's attack also arrived. With the first soul ring lighting up, a golden halo condensed around her right fist. The rich golden light resembled a massive shield, as she threw a punch straight towards Su Cheng. However, this strike was blocked by the sword he had raised. But this time, Su Cheng's defense seemed to be struggling a bit. His right foot sank into the ground, and his left foot took a step back. His slightly bent knee sank even further under the pressure of the immense force. Not only that, but he also felt the unique nature of Qian Runshui's soul power. During the collision impact, a warmth flowed into his body along with the exchange of martial souls between the two. His own soul power actually showed signs of melting slightly in this warm and sacred atmosphere, further suppressed and unable to resist with full strength. You could only say she truly deserved the title of a super martial soul. But Su Cheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could successfully block the first strike, he had already won half of this match. Chapter 12. Su Cheng's Sword. Qian Runshui raised her eyebrows slightly. Although she had just recently broken through level 30, she was still a whole realm higher than Su Cheng. Yet, her full force strike had been blocked. Even though it seemed like he was struggling, it was still surprising. She was amazed. Then, another punch was thrown. And blocked again. 2 punches, 3 punches. As each attack landed, Qian Runshui became increasingly astonished. She found that despite exerting all her strength head-on, she couldn't break through Su Cheng's seemingly simple defense. And as time passed, he seemed to become more and more at ease. With each step he took and every subtle movement of his body, most of the force was deflected, and the remaining strength was redirected by the sword in his hand. However, when Qian Runshui attempted to bypass the long sword and attack from a different angle, she found that his simple defensive posture seemed impenetrable. Her breath began to grow restless. "Brother, have you figured it out?" Qian Douluo, who was silently watching in the hall of worship, suddenly spoke, addressing the golden crocodile Douluo standing beside him. Self-created soul technique. Even with the strength and knowledge of the golden crocodile Douluo, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's hard to imagine. If this kid had a little more talent, I wonder how far he could go." "That's right," Qian Douluo nodded. "The key to this move lies in blocking the enemy's initial attack, suppressing their momentum. It's particularly suitable for dealing with aggressive soul techniques like Qian Runshui's. Once the first attack is blocked, if there's no significant increase in subsequent damage, it's difficult to find an opportunity. And have you noticed, his defensive sword technique is almost like the embryonic form of a domain. At least with Qian Runshui's current strength, she won't be able to break through this defense." "I see, no wonder Qian Runshui can only choose a direct assault afterward." The golden crocodile Douluo's expression turned dark with realization. "It seems like it's a stalemate. That girl has always been arrogant, she's probably in for a heavy blow this time." "No, Qian Runshui is probably going to lose," Qian Douluo said calmly. "How is that possible? Even if he's using his own soul technique, there's no way he can compete with Qian Runshui, who has a 6-winged angelic martial soul and is already level 32, even if it's at the expense of soul power consumption. He's gathering strength." The burly old man's eyes shimmered with a faint golden light as he focused on the match in the martial arts field. "This sword is just a starting move." Qian Douluo was right, this sword was just Su Cheng's opening move. Almost there. Sensing the increasing stiffness between his sword movements, Su Cheng thought to himself. The amount of power he could control was approaching his limit. But it was already enough. With this give and take, he was now capable of putting up a fight. Second soul skill. Sharpness. With the activation of the purple second soul ring taken from the Spectre Wolf of the year 1100, Su Cheng's second soul skill was unleashed. The effect of this soul skill was similarly straightforward. It significantly increased the sharpness of the long sword in his hand. Under his development, after using this soul skill, the broken sword martial soul could inflict armor-piercing effects during attacks, and to some extent, ignore the opponent's defense. Simply put, it could cause real damage. After completing the soul skill enhancement, he shook the long sword in his hand, deflecting Qian Runshui's fist edge. Then, he took a step back and held the sword vertically in front of him, ready to attack. With a downward slash, the sword struck straight at Qian Runshui's front. Slash. The force was heavy, the speed was fast. Seeing Su Cheng change his tactic, turning defense into offense, Qian Runshui was initially surprised, then delighted. She had previously found it difficult to break through that sword-style defense, but she didn't expect Su Cheng to take the initiative to attack. However, this sword did carry some momentum. Its sharpness was overwhelming, causing a chilling sensation and even making her, a soul elder, feel some pressure. With a flicker of her body, she prepared to evade the sharpness for now and counterattack afterward. However, as she prepared to dodge, her expression suddenly changed. She couldn't dodge this sword. The surroundings seemed to be completely locked down by this sword, at least with her current eyesight and speed, she couldn't completely dodge it. Forcing avoidance would only lead to severe injuries. At this point, she had no choice but to face it head-on. In desperation, Qian Runshui had to change tactics. The third soul ring lit up beneath her feet, and a golden halo rippled like water, forming a radiant golden barrier in front of her. This was her third soul skill, Angel's Protection. She decided to use this highly defensive soul skill to withstand the blow first before considering her counterattack. Although it had a significant consumption and might lead to a missed opportunity for a counterattack, she had no other choice. As Su Cheng observed the golden barrier before him, his expression remained solemn, his eyes unfazed. In his eyes, what flashed by was not this defensive soul skill, but countless scenes and images of practicing swordplay. This sword had already become ingrained in his blood and bones. Break. The sword descended. In the horrified gaze of Qian Runshui, the golden barrier shattered with a resounding crash. Trying to evade, she could only retreat under the impact force of the sword. However, in the lock of this sword, she couldn't retreat fully. Helplessly, she crossed her arms in front of her and infused a substantial amount of soul power, solidly absorbing the remaining force of this sword. After being pushed back several yards, a trace of blood spilled from her mouth. Why is he so strong? Qian Runshui's emotions were momentarily hard to calm, and she couldn't comprehend the combat strength Su Cheng displayed. Phew. After taking a deep breath, she forcefully suppressed any stray thoughts and opened her last trump card. Originally, she didn't want to use this move, or rather, she didn't think defeating Su Cheng required unleashing it. Once again, golden radiance emerged from Qian Runshui, enveloping her entire body, even dyeing her pure white wings in a golden glow. Then, concentric golden halos rippled out, accompanied by a strange and wonderful sound, enveloping Su Cheng. Under the layers of radiant light, everything around became tinted with gold, and Su Cheng felt like he had stepped into another world, seeming both real and unreal. However, the sensation in this world was far from visually appealing. Powerful pressure surged from all directions, and his senses were confined to an extremely narrow range. Across from him, Qian Runshui, with her golden wings, hovered in midair, resembling a deity. The feeling of his soul power being purified and dissipated resurfaced, even more pronounced than when she attacked him with her soul technique earlier. The angelic domain. Su Cheng suddenly understood. He silently assessed his own state and the suppressive and eroding effects of the surrounding environment. I can still muster my last full-strength strike. It should be enough. Mr. Su is indeed formidable. If you can withstand this blow, you've won. Qian Runshui's voice seemed to come from the sky, yet it also felt close at hand. In reality, she was just saying it for the sake of politeness. After using the angelic domain, her soul power was already running low. Su Cheng didn't reply, silently raising the long sword in his hand and thrusting forward. Chapter 13. The Heart's End. As Su Cheng thrust his sword forward, the golden world before his eyes suddenly blurred slightly. Excess material and colors were erased, leaving behind only faint specks of golden light in his vision. It was as if a once vibrant and colorful canvas had been repeatedly washed clean, now reduced to rough ink spots of varying brightness. His long sword continued to pierce forward, traversing paths that were darker in the canvas. To onlookers, it appeared as if a clumsy swordsman couldn't steady his blade, leaving a jagged and eerie trail. But within these erratic sword strokes, the seemingly seamless angelic domain was slowly being cracked open. At either end of this narrow passage stood Su Cheng wielding his sword and Qian Runshui with her spread wings. At this moment, Qian Runshui wore a solemn expression, sweat beading on her pristine forehead as she struggled to fill the gaps in the domain with her dwindling soul power. However, her efforts only seemed to disrupt the harmony of the domain further. In Su Cheng's view, the once faint golden light was compensated for, but darker spots were now revealed more frequently. His advancement sped up, and in just a few moments, he broke through to stand before Qian Runshui. You've lost. At this moment, Su Cheng's face was pale, his soul power depleted, yet his grip on the sword remained steady as a rock. Looking at the worn and cracked sword pointed at her neck, Qian Runshui's expression was incredulous. But as she looked at Su Cheng, she saw no excitement or joy in his eyes, as if this victory was just another mundane occurrence. Qian Runshui lowered her head in defeat, dispersing her angelic domain. Her spirit was not one to accept defeat easily, but she understood that Su Cheng hadn't exhausted himself to this extent out of necessity for victory. In fact, with Su Cheng's recent tactics, there was no need for such a strenuous breakthrough. All he needed to do was to continuously exploit weaknesses in the domain, forcefully breaking through it with violent means, even at the cost of suffering severe injuries himself. Inside the shrine of worship, Qian Daoliu's golden gaze dimmed as he calmly remarked, this lad indeed has enough qualifications to be Little Snow's teacher, perhaps even more suitable than me. Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded, his tone still tinged with some confusion. This kid's swordsmanship is quite something, to actually suppress Little Snow throughout the entire match. His three sword techniques are not just simple defensive and offensive moves, but closely intertwined, Douluo explained while silently replaying the recent match in his mind. Although he had a broad vision and formidable strength, he had never imagined such a use of soul skills before. The first sword dissolved Little Snow's frontal assault, weakening her momentum. Her relentless soul skill maneuvers are most vulnerable to interruption. If both sides clashed head-on and couldn't determine superiority, then this child's attrition-based defense method is impeccable. Moreover, while blocking Qian Runshui's attack, this first sword also nurtured his own sword intent, leveraging force with force. The second sword slash is another crucial point. If he couldn't break through Little Snow's defensive soul skill with this strike, he would have fallen into the same awkward situation as before. As for the third sword's thrust, it seems to be the ultimate move, possessing the ability to perceive the opponent's weaknesses. However, it's also because Little Snow's angelic domain is still in its early stage, not yet perfected, and its enhancement is not significant. When she achieves the true form of her martial soul in the future, these flaws will no longer exist. To break through then, one would have to rely on domain against domain. After listening to this analysis, Golden Crocodile Douluo couldn't help but ask, then why didn't he accumulate more power at the beginning, so he wouldn't need the third sword to win this battle? Douluo glanced at his younger brother with some helplessness. Don't forget about his martial soul and level. Whether it's the strength of his martial soul, the foundation, or the quantity of soul power, this kid is at an absolute disadvantage. Achieving what he did just now was already his limit. If he had held out a moment longer, he might have collapsed first. Golden Crocodile Douluo shook his head with a wry smile. I almost forgot, that kid is just a second-rank soul master. I really wonder what's going on in his head. On the martial stage, Su Cheng and Qian Runshui faced each other, quietly recuperating to make up for the recent expenditure. Qian Runshui, being of higher level and with a better martial soul quality, recovered to a certain extent ahead of time. Looking at Su Cheng across from her, who remained calm, her expression became quite complicated. Once he opened his eyes, Qian Runshui forced a smile and said, Mr. Su's strength truly exceeds my imagination. The 7 kills sword is indeed worthy of being called the continent's #1 attacker martial soul, and the 7 kills sword art created from it is truly extraordinary. Ha! Upon hearing this, Su Cheng couldn't help but burst into laughter. I haven't learned the 7 kills sword art. What? Qian Runshui was shaken, her smile freezing on her face. Can't you see it? I merely used 3 basic sword techniques, Su Cheng chuckled. I'm afraid it's not that you didn't see it but rather didn't want to admit it, right? A supreme martial soul, a 6-winged angel passed down by the martial soul hall, losing to my ordinary sword skills from a low-tier martial soul. Do you find it embarrassing? Qian Runshui slightly widened her eyes but didn't know how to refute. You people are quite amusing, practicing the same few soul skills you obtained from your martial soul for a lifetime. You keep practicing, but in the end, it's the same moves. You'll always rely on talent to make a living. By the way, are you the person the Pope mentioned, the one who can be my disciple? Su Cheng assessed her from top to bottom, slightly sneering. A soul saint before the age of 10, good talent indeed. Too bad your understanding is lacking, and intelligence is mediocre. This statement seemed to carry a bit too much impact, especially for Qian Runshui, who was still young. Her tightly pursed lips trembled slightly, and she could only stubbornly meet Su Cheng's gaze with determination. From childhood to now, when had she ever endured such contempt? With unmatched innate talent at the 20 rank and becoming a soul elder before the age of 10, it was unheard of. The top-tier powerhouses in the shrine of worship all treated her with great favor. Qian Douluo and Qian Shuan regarded her as the future angel god, and the words she heard were always flattery and admiration. Even Bibi Dong, despite her disdain, never denied her talent. Qian Runshui opened her mouth, wanting to say something to defend herself, but she felt a bit disheartened. What could she say? As a super martial soul, a 6-winged angel, a level 32 soul elder, and even using her innate talent domain without winning, and in the end, not even sustaining injuries, she had to thank her opponent for showing mercy. Abandoning talent, wasting time. Looks strong on the surface, but actually fragile. If stripped of innate capital, hey. Su Cheng made the final comment without any reservations. Ain't nothin'. Chapter 14. Qian Runshui's Dilemma. As soon as Su Cheng finished speaking, he turned and walked away. Qian Runshui stood there dumbfounded, watching his figure recede into the distance. Aren't you coming? She heard a voice ahead, and to her relief, she quickly followed suit. Within the martial Soul City, there was a dedicated office area where each elder had their own room. Although Su Cheng hadn't formally joined the martial Soul Hall yet, Bibi Dong had already arranged one for him for his research convenience. Qian Runshui followed him into the room and looked around, noticing that the table and several chairs nearby were filled with various books. Among them were several she had borrowed from the library before, like Star Do Great Forest Soul Beast Guide, Sunset Forest Soul Beast Guide, Interpretation of Millennium Soul Beast Characteristics, Analysis of Beast Martial Soul Power Sources, and so on. There were also several stacks of papers filled with text next to the table, with the most central one containing only a few lines, prominently featuring the sentence, Feasibility of absorbing Millennium Soul Rings with the Fourth Soul Ring. What's this? She asked in amazement, glancing at the documents on the table before looking back at Su Cheng, who was casually tidying up. Oh, I've almost finished researching the method of absorbing soul rings with the fourth soul ring across the year limit. Now the question is whether this span can directly reach beyond a millennium. Gulp. Qian Runshui looked at Su Cheng's back with awe. A 10,000-year soul ring and a millennium soul ring were completely different things. It was a qualitative leap. She couldn't believe he could succeed, yet she couldn't help but believe it, considering Su Cheng had already created too many miracles so far. The contents inside are not fully refined yet. Let's talk about it later when we have time, Su Cheng said as he poured 2 cups of tea and placed them on the table, indicating for Qian Runshui to sit wherever she liked. You still haven't answered earlier. Was it you whom the Pope mentioned as the one she wanted to recommend as my disciple? Quote. After a moment of silence, Qian Runshui nodded and admitted, yes. At this point, her emotions had calmed down, and she dared not to look down on Su Cheng anymore. The slight hesitation in her words was because she felt she had embarrassed herself too much today. Sitting across from Su Cheng, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous, with a slight avoidance in her long, phoenix-like eyes. This kind of emotion was never something that would appear on her before. Who was your previous teacher? Su Cheng picked up his cup and took a sip of tea, asking casually. Qian Runshui naturally had a teacher in the past, as the Martial Soul Hall was never short of resources for strong mentors. Whether it was the former Pope Qian Zunji or the 7 offerings of the shrine, including the ordinary elders of the Elder Hall, they had all given guidance to the little princess of the Martial Soul Hall. But at this moment, she found it difficult to speak. Seeing her silent, Su Cheng didn't continue to press, just chuckled and said casually, could it be that your talent is too good, and no one dares to teach you? Then he glanced at her and continued, by the way, you're the daughter of the former Pope Qian Zunji, right? What's your name? I'm Qian Runshui. Qian Runshui. Speaking of which, we really have some fate. Quote. Didn't Bibi Dong tell you? My biological father, Wu Feng Sword Su Shan, was killed by Qian Zunji. Upon hearing this, she trembled slightly, her delicate face paling. Don't worry, the past has nothing to do with you and me. Now that Qian Zunji is also dead, the grievances are naturally settled. In fact, what I want to ask is, are you willing to be my disciple? As in, the inheritor kind. Well, anyway, with a little help from the emulator, and a wave of hair gel hands, let's boost things up. Qian Runshui was somewhat incredulous. Her pride, her arrogance, were all shattered in the previous battle. And her independence, her will, were crushed by Su Cheng's merciless words afterwards. Now, in her perception, whether to accept a master was not a matter of her own willingness, but rather whether she was worthy of it. Not to mention the enmity. Upon hearing Su Cheng's words again, Qian Runshui couldn't help but feel a sense of being pleasantly surprised. I don't really care about your talent. What I said to the Pope before about needing top-notch qualifications was just to raise the bar a bit, so I don't end up with some oddballs. Even if you give me a child with ordinary talent, I'm confident I can train them into a peak Douluo or even a limit Douluo. Su Cheng chuckled, I understand the mindset of people like you very well, and I never expected to be given an exceptionally talented disciple. With that said, Su Cheng's tone became more serious as he continued, however, the Pope actually dared to send you, the inheritor of the angel martial soul, to me, which is quite interesting. He said this with a playful smile, seemingly implying something. Then, he adjusted his posture, sitting upright in the chair, his fingers interlaced on the table. With a serious and earnest expression, he looked directly at Qian Runshui and spoke in a gentle and soothing tone. Today, I want to take you as my disciple. It has nothing to do with your identity or your talent. There is only one reason. I can sense your loneliness and understand your pursuit. Seeing you is like seeing myself in the past. If you're willing, you will be my first disciple, and the only one. Qian Runshui suddenly looked up, locking eyes with him, momentarily lost in thought. I'm not sure what happened to you in the past. Logically, with your exceptional talent and being the daughter of the Pope, you should have had a privileged upbringing. But I can feel that your heart is tightly closed. But I can tell you about my past, even though it's not that complicated. From as far back as I can remember, I lived in the Seven Treasure Glass sect, knowing nothing about what my biological father looked like. For more than 10 years, I've been living under the care of others, with poor talent, and endured countless cold eyes and ridicule. Even if I excelled and made many achievements, what's the use? In the end, no one could understand me. Qian Runshui unconsciously clenched her fists. Flashes of Bibi Dong's cold and disdainful gaze, as well as Qian Zunji's gentle and encouraging smiles that she would rarely see in this lifetime, crossed her mind. Most of the ordinary elders had long since sided with Bibi Dong, clearly delineating their boundaries with her. Grandpa Qian Daolu often stayed in the sacrificial hall to avoid suspicion, so he only had occasional opportunities to meet. Previously, whether it was losing a battle or facing Su Cheng's sarcastic remarks, Qian Runshui, who had never lost her composure, now had a hint of mist in her eyes. No matter how scheming and calculating she is, in the end, she's still just a child, Su Cheng thought to himself, feeling guilty. Sorry, Dad, I have to blame you for this. His previous words were mostly nonsense, intended to resonate emotionally with Qian Runshui. In fact, he had a fairly good time in the Seven Treasure Glass sect. Chen Xin was not the type to particularly value talent, he valued what he called the heart of a strong person. Although there were many rumors and gossip, no one dared to confront him directly. Moreover, with Ning Fengji as his background support, he had access to various resources. As for the period of ostracism before leaving the sect, it was planned in advance and naturally did not affect his mindset. Chapter 15. Do you have a grudge? Today's encounter with Qian Runshui was purely accidental. But everything that happened afterward was all part of Su Cheng's calculations. In his view, Qian Runshui was much harder to deal with than Bibi Dong. Both of them were prodigies, but they were completely different kinds of people. Bibi Dong's arrogance was the kind that all geniuses had, the attitude of, I am unmatched among heroes. So when Yu Shaogang was able to attract Bibi Dong, the top talent of the younger generation, with his unique talents in another field, it was understandable. But those things were completely inadequate when it came to Qian Runshui. Qian Runshui's arrogance was like that of a monarch, expecting loyalty and obedience from all. If you couldn't suppress her in her most proud domain, at best you could only be a pawn, which Su Cheng obviously couldn't accept. So in the library, he first provoked her with arrogant attitude, infuriating the self-confident Qian Runshui, then proceeded to engage in a battle between soul masters, and won despite being a major realm lower. This was the first step, using strength and knowledge to suppress her most prized talent. Then, he bluntly criticized and mocked her, shaking her convictions with dominance and denial, which was the second step. Now was the third step, completely overpowering Qian Runshui in momentum and causing her to doubt herself, then appealing to her emotions and melting her coldness with empathy. Earlier, when Su Cheng claimed he could sense her loneliness, it was pure nonsense. Qian Runshui, who was able to infiltrate the heavenly Dou imperial family at a young age, thoroughly understand the personality and habits of the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, and then replace him, and conspire in the imperial family for 20 years without revealing any signs, had an unparalleled level of cunning and scheming. How could anyone perceive the fluctuations in her heart? But Su Cheng had a script in his hands. With parents who were like sworn enemies, despised by her mother since childhood, and with a vast difference in status from her peers, how could a child who grew up like this not be lonely? If it weren't for her strong and mature mind, she would have collapsed long ago. But Su Cheng did genuinely pity Qian Runshui. If we're talking about the main female characters in Douluo continent, the only one who can somewhat maintain her character's dignity is Qian Rinyu. If it weren't for that darn divine test and having to deal with Bibi Dong as a mom, her fate wouldn't have been so tragic. In Su Cheng's mind, everything was calculated. But Qian Runshui clearly didn't see it that way. To have a complete stranger who knows nothing about her able to sense her suppressed emotions, and who excels in all aspects, except for innate talent, which he surpasses her in every aspect. Facing such a kindred spirit, her defenses instantly crumbled. Mr. Su, I'm willing to be your disciple. Please guide me in my cultivation, Qian Runshui said with bright eyes, shining like stars. Side quest completed. Reward: Martial Soul Talent Domain. Not just cultivation. Su Cheng's smile was warm. I will also teach you about cultivating the heart. Cultivate the heart. Qian Runshui looked puzzled. She didn't understand Su Cheng's meaning. Yes, cultivate the heart. Su Cheng nodded and extended his right hand, summoning his unremarkable second-rank martial soul. You see, my martial soul, it's a malignant mutation, with an innate soul power of only 0.5 levels. But do you believe me when I say it will eventually attach to 9 soul rings? I believe. Qian Runshui nodded without hesitation. Yes, you believe now, but what about before? In other words, if anyone else with an innate soul power of only 0.5 levels told you this, would you believe them? Why do you think I can do it? Because you've already achieved so much that others couldn't. Su Cheng nodded gently, examining the martial soul in his hand. You see, when it comes to talent, I'm far behind you. Calling me mediocre would be too generous. I am the adopted son of Sword Douluo Chenshin, but I only know 3 basic sword techniques because my talent in swordsmanship is so poor that I can't even understand my foster father's 7-kill sword technique. The girl widened her eyes slightly. She had speculated many reasons why Su Cheng hadn't learned the 7-kill sword technique before, but she had never thought it would be because of this. From childhood to adulthood, I've swung my sword countless times, maybe hundreds of thousands or even millions of times, but I've only practiced these 3 sword techniques. Yet, you see, it's these simplest sword techniques that have defeated you, who are a realm higher than me. To become a true strong person, relying solely on talent isn't enough. If you never encounter worthy opponents, it only shows that people in this world are too mediocre. Sitting across from him, Qian Runshui couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in her heart upon hearing his words. She found it hard to imagine what mindset Su Cheng had when he said such things. Su Cheng didn't know the impact his words had on the girl opposite him. But he truly intended to nurture Qian Runshui, and his words were heartfelt. By now, Bibi Dong should have already started the Asura God examination, and with her possessing twin martial souls, catching up to her wouldn't be easy for Qian Runshui. Su Cheng didn't intend to hold back. From now on, you just need to focus on 3 things. First, starting today, come here every day to get medicine and take it. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of pale green potion from a soul device and placed it on the table. This is a mixed herbal medicine I developed. Long-term consumption by soul masters below level 60 can significantly enhance mental power, laying the foundation for you to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring when you reach level 40. Although Qian Runshui's soul ring age would also increase when the divine test began, it wasn't useless to improve her foundation now. It could help her start the divine test earlier. Of course, if she had high-age top-tier soul bones, she could advance all at once, but Su Cheng knew she would absorb the angelic set in the future, so this method couldn't be used. Second, read more books. He gestured towards the almost overflowing room of books. I'll choose books suitable for you. Reading can enrich your knowledge and wisdom, and it's one of the best ways to cultivate the mind. Before Qian Runshui could interject, Su Cheng waved his hand to stop her. I haven't finished yet. Third, focus on cultivation, and improve your soul power level. I roughly know how much time you'll need to advance each level, and I'll arrange the selection of soul rings for you. With that, he signaled that she could ask questions now. At this moment, Qian Runshui's expression became somewhat conflicted, and after hesitating for a while, she finally spoke in a low voice, I'm afraid I don't have enough time. Su Cheng furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he stared into her eyes, waiting for an explanation. I currently have a mission on hand, and most of the time, I'm not in Wuhan City. What mission could be more important than your own cultivation? Su Cheng chuckled. If I remember correctly, you're the former Pope's daughter, right? And the great elder of the Wuhun Hall is your grandfather. Quote. Then I don't understand. You're in the prime of your training years, what kind of talent can afford such extravagance and waste? Are you clueless? Doesn't your grandfather understand either? Su Cheng lightly tapped the table with his finger, questioning, with your status, only the current pope can assign you tasks, right? Do you have some sort of vendetta between you? Chapter 16. Bibidong's Wrath. Qian Runshui's expression darkened slightly. Seeing this, Su Cheng chuckled lightly. Seems like quite a handful. But even so, if the task isn't reasonable, you can refuse, right? Tell me, what kind of task is it that makes you willingly waste your time? This was a test. He wanted to see how much trust he could gain from Qian Runshui at this moment. The task of infiltrating the Tian-Do imperial family, pretending to be Prince Shui Qinghe and seizing the emperor's throne was indeed a confidential matter of the Spirit Hall. Not all the elders might be fully aware of it. Su Cheng didn't urge further, silently waiting there for Qian Runshui's response. After a moment of silence, Qian Runshui spoke. She wants me to infiltrate the Tian-Do imperial family, disguise myself as Prince Shui Qinghe, and seize the emperor's throne. Quote. Su Cheng's expression was inexplicable, as he said lightly, what a joke. The young miss of the Spirit Hall, can you tell me what mentality led you to accept such a task? His tone turned colder. Do you know the success rate of this matter, and how much time it will take even if successful? Are you confident, arrogant, or do you take everyone in the world for fools? This can't even be considered a task, it's a gamble. With that, he casually grabbed a piece of paper and wrote on it, let's calculate together. Currently, Emperor Shui Yi is in his prime, with 4 sons below him. No matter what means you use, if you want to secure the position of Crown Prince, it will take at least 10 years or more, during which you will have to deal with attacks from supporters of the other princes. After you accomplish this step, you'll find that your father still has another 30 to 40 years to live. If you want to eliminate him, it will take another 5 to 10 years, and it will surely leave behind hidden dangers. After ascending to the throne, you'll have to govern as emperor, erase the past traces, which will take another 5 to 10 years. At this point, you won't be able to use others, because only you understand the political situation of Tian-Do. After barely stabilizing the situation, if you want to centralize power and turn the Tian-Do Empire into your own territory, you'll inevitably face more resistance from internal forces of the empire. You'll find that this so-called empire is actually just a collection of interests of nobles, and this step will require even more time. Su Cheng extended 4 fingers. 40 years, that's the most conservative estimate. And you've already spent half of your life like this. Qian Runshui looked bewildered. She was not even 10 years old. Do you know what your biggest advantage is? If I had your talent for cultivation, I could conquer the world in my dreams. Give me 30 years, and everything would be within my grasp. The methods of governance would be more than sufficient, so why resort to such tricks? Listening to Su Cheng's words, even though Qian Runshui now somewhat acknowledged him, she couldn't help but feel unconvinced. After all, anyone hearing such words would think they were exaggerated. You can choose not to believe, we'll see in the future, Su Cheng replied. Seeing her disbelief, Su Cheng didn't pursue the topic further and instead asked, what's your situation with the Pope? Qian Runshui hesitated at the question, her eyes showing a hint of determination. Teacher, I'll tell you later, if you don't mind, she replied. This response surprised Su Cheng. He had expected her to come up with a random excuse, but he didn't expect such an answer. It seemed that Qian Runshui's attitude towards him was indeed somewhat different. All right, but about that ridiculous task of yours, you'd better think it over carefully these days. If you still want to return to the Tian-Do Empire in the end, I'll still teach you, but I'll find another successor, Su Cheng said, ignoring her changing expression as he got up and left the room. Over the next few days, Su Cheng spent his time in the library, aside from preparing medicine and selecting books for Qian Runshui. He didn't provide much guidance on soul skills to Qian Runshui at this stage. In Su Cheng's view, practicing soul skills at this stage was completely putting the cart before the horse, focusing on improving cultivation was the priority. She was different from him. With his innate talent being so poor, no matter how much he cultivated, the increase in his soul power would be limited each day. The bottle was so small that even a little water would fill it up. 3 days passed like this, and Yu Guan came to the library to find Su Cheng, saying that the Pope had summoned him. In their daily interactions, the relationship between the two had become quite complicated. As he prepared to go to the Pope's palace, Yu Guan took the initiative to remind him, "Mr. Su, be careful with your words when you go there. I sense that the Pope's mood isn't too good." Su Cheng's heart stirred, feeling some understanding. Perhaps Qian Runshui wanted to give up the undercover mission. She might not directly express it as her own decision, but Bibidong could probably guess. After all, Qian Runshui was fine when she first returned to the Soul Land City, and there hadn't been any significant changes in the situation. The only variable was Su Cheng. But it didn't matter. At this stage of the situation, whether Bibidong trusted him or not wasn't really important. From the beginning, her position in Su Cheng's heart was just a springboard. She never intended to get too close to him. Looking at the plot of Douluo continent, apart from the main characters like Tang San and his group, the most heartless ones were undoubtedly Bibidong and Huliena, this master-disciple pair. They were truly ungrateful wolves. They enjoyed all the conveniences of being a saintess but were unwilling to bear the corresponding obligations. Qian Zunji was indeed a beast, but Bibidong was no better, lacking any sense of gratitude or moral values. Compared to that lunatic, supporting Qian Runshui seemed much more reliable. As for the mainline task of the Third Ring, what he wanted to achieve was the trust and recognition of the Soul Hall. Obviously, the Pope's palace couldn't fully represent the Soul Hall. The Hall of Worship was also one of his choices. "I got it, thanks for the reminder, Chrysanthemum Douluo." Before long, Su Cheng arrived at the Pope's palace's conference hall. Just like last time, there were no other idle personnel in the huge hall, only Bibidong standing at the forefront. But this time, the female Pope was different from before, her face covered in frost, exuding a murderous aura. "Su Cheng, you have some nerve." Su Cheng wasn't flustered. He walked to a position not too far nor too close to her, wearing a puzzled expression as he asked, "Your Holiness, what's wrong? Why are you so angry?" "You don't need to play dumb," Bibidong barked coldly. "Did you have a hand in Qian Runshui's situation? Wasn't she the candidate you recommended to me before?" Su Cheng chuckled. "And indeed, I did manage to persuade her to become my successor." "That's true, but what right do you have to demand that she give up her task in the Tiando Empire? Do you realize this matter concerns the Millennium Plan of our Soul Palace?" "Haha," Su Cheng laughed upon hearing this. "Your Holiness, don't be absurd. If this task is so important, why assign it to a 9-year-old kid?" Daring. Seeing his playful demeanor, Bibidong's face flushed slightly, her proud chest heaving subtly, creating an enticing curve. Obviously, she was having trouble suppressing her anger at this point. "Are you testing my patience?" Bibidong's voice was icy. "Do you really think I won't kill you?" "Yes, you won't kill me." Su Cheng didn't care about her threats in the slightest. At this point, he had plenty of chips in his hands. Chapter 17. Clash of Titans, or not. It wasn't that Su Cheng was intentionally trying to provoke Bibidong. No. This whole situation had zero room for negotiation. The mission was definitely a bust, and Bibidong was absolutely not going to agree. So, naturally, there was conflict. Over on Qian Runshui's side, decisions were already made, and as the instigator of this whole mess, there was no way he was backing down. As for playing both sides and hedging bets like some fence-sitting opportunist, well, he hadn't even entertained the thought. Only a real fool would think others were fools. Sure, maybe the folks at the Martial Soul Hall had their quirks and couldn't judge people well, but their IQs were still intact. Just when he was finally about to max out Qian Runshui's favorability, with a bonus of Qian Daoliu thrown in, he'd have to be brain dead to go groveling at Bibidong's stinky feet. And who knows, that level 99 Grand Worshipper might be watching right now. Plus, with her personality, groveling might just backfire. But here he was, cool as a cucumber, while Bibidong on the other side was clearly fuming. Her grip on the scepter tightened, knuckles almost turning white. "Very well, let's give it a shot then," Bibidong snorted, a faint purple light flickering in her eyes, emanating the pressure of a top-tier powerhouse, relentless and unyielding. At this moment, the air in the hall seemed to solidify around Su Cheng, as if controlled by the weapon in Bibidong's hand, encasing him in its oppressive aura. Under the crushing force, his face first paled, then flushed with a tinge of red. But the terrifying thing was, apart from him, the vast and spacious hall remained unscathed, not even a ripple in the teacups. It was a perfect display of supreme power control. Before he could even adjust to this pressure, it receded like a tide. In the ebb and flow of it all, Su Cheng felt a momentary lack of oxygen to his brain. When he came to, the surroundings had completely transformed. There was no Pope's Hall, no Bibi Dong in sight. Just him, standing alone on a deserted mountain path. And that's how the cookie crumbled, or rather, how Su Cheng found himself in a bit of a pickle. Su Cheng suddenly realized he had fallen into Bibi Dong's illusion, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Bring it on then. In the grand worship hall, Qian Daolu stood shoulder to shoulder with golden crocodile Douluo. But this time, there was a difference. Standing beside Qian Daolu was a stunning blonde girl, none other than Qian Runshui. In front of the three of them, a screen unfolded, revealing the scene from the Pope's Hall. Su Cheng had underestimated this sky-defying angel Douluo. Not only could he observe from the shadows, but he could also do live broadcasts. Of course, that was under the condition that Bibi Dong didn't actively block it. Clearly, there was some kind of tacit understanding among them. "Grandpa, how's my teacher doing now? You'll see for yourself." As Qian Daolu's words fell, another screen appeared, displaying Su Cheng's current predicament. After the scenery changed before his eyes, Su Cheng suddenly felt like his body had become several times heavier, his soul power firmly suppressed, barely any different from an ordinary person. No, under Bibi Dong's pressure, he was even worse off than an ordinary person. The power of this descendant of the Rakshasa god was truly evident. But Su Cheng didn't let it bother him. After all, he had been an ordinary person for over 20 years in his previous life, and he had been a loser for almost 20 years in this life. He was too accustomed to this feeling. Looking at the mountain path ahead, Su Cheng tentatively moved his body slightly. With each step he took, the illusion suddenly changed. The once relatively normal mountain path instantly transformed into an extremely narrow, winding trail, with sheer cliffs on either side, depths unseen. It was easy to imagine that if he were to accidentally fall, even if he didn't die, he'd probably be shaking on the ground like a scaredy cat after leaving this illusion. Bibi Dong indeed had no intention of killing him, but she was clearly prepared to humiliate and suppress him thoroughly. Creating this illusion was just a little trick she picked up from the Rakshasa god's trial. For strong folks, it might not count for much, but for Su Cheng, with his lacking cultivation and weak mental strength, this illusion was as real as it gets. If an ordinary person stood here, even knowing it was an illusion, they'd still be terrified. A slight mental disturbance could lead to instability, and one careless step would result in a fall. However, Su Cheng stood there, looking around as if he couldn't care less about his current predicament. In the illusion, a strong wind suddenly blew, whipping at Su Cheng's clothes. Seeing this, Bibi Dong's expression darkened slightly. "Grandpa, aren't you going to intervene?" Qian Runshui, who was observing from the grand worship hall, showed a hint of nervousness. Even she, as a mere spectator, felt weak-kneed at the sight, let alone Su Cheng, the one experiencing it. But Qian Daolu refused to act. "If I were to intervene now, it would break the agreement between me and your mother, and it's not worth it. Besides, don't underestimate your teacher. Just watch," he said. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly stopped, his tone filled with suspicion. "What is this kid doing?" In the illusion, on the cliff's edge, the mountain wind blew, lifting Su Cheng's clothes and tossing his black hair in the breeze. "It's quite realistic," Su Cheng remarked softly. With calm eyes, he looked at the narrow path on the cliff and took a step forward. Bibi Dong, seeing Su Cheng not only unafraid but also boldly advancing, frowned. "Let's see how long you can hold on." So, the path ahead gradually narrowed, the mountain wind grew stronger, almost deafening in its roar. Sweat dripped down his face, a testament to the pressure of a titled Douluo. But Su Cheng just chuckled, unfazed, and kept moving forward. Eventually, it felt like he was walking on a narrow wall thousands of feet high, the roar of the wind drowning out all other sounds. The abyss below became clearer with each step. The pressure kept mounting, the path narrowing, and the wind howling louder and fiercer. But he just walked faster. Finally, "Ha ha, ha ha ha, trying to scare me won't work, bring out the real deal, Your Holiness," Su Cheng grinned, looking at Bibi Dong, who was now just inches away. He looked extremely disheveled at this point. Gasping for breath, his face pale, sweat pouring down like rain. It wasn't fear, it was exhaustion. Despite the illusionary onslaught, not a shred of his will was shaken. Years of relentless sword practice, countless hours poring over books, had made his determination as solid as a rock. But the pressure was real, the gap in cultivation undeniable. As he moved forward, it felt like trudging through wet cement. If it weren't for his years of perseverance and the use of medicinal baths and silver needles for body tempering, he probably wouldn't have made it this far. Bibi Dong was no longer as composed as before. In this invisible confrontation, she had lost. She was forced to voluntarily dispel her own illusion. Because if she didn't, Su Cheng would have smacked right into her face. Chapter 18. I advise thee to be kind. The distance between the two was less than half a meter at this moment. In the ears of Bibi Dong, Su Cheng's heavy panting was unmistakable, along with his scorching breath permeating the surrounding air. His scent wasn't unpleasant, carrying a hint of herbal freshness. A faint blush spread across Bibi Dong's face as she subtly shifted away without a word. Sighing, she said, Su Cheng, why must you insist on opposing me? After the recent outburst, much of her anger had dissipated by now. Su Cheng turned slightly to look at Bibi Dong standing beside him. As the heir to the Pope's throne, it's natural for me to plan her future direction. She's also from the Martial Soul Hall. You can demand that she undertake this task forcibly. This matter has nothing to do with me, it's your prerogative, Su Cheng said indifferently. Bibi Dong seethed. Her anger flared up again. Perhaps it was because of Qian Runshui's identity, or perhaps because of Su Cheng's own uniqueness. Today, she seemed particularly prone to being provoked. Do you feel emboldened because Qian Runshui is backing you up? Bibi Dong's voice was icy. I never rely on others. Ridiculous. Why didn't you dare say that when you first came to the Martial Soul Hall? Then perhaps your holiness could appoint someone else to be Qian Runshui's mentor and see if it works. If she agrees, I won't object either. Bibi Dong fell silent for a moment. Su Cheng, I don't understand. What has Qian Runshui given you in return? Su Cheng couldn't help but smile at that. What have you given me, your holiness? Since I arrived at the Martial Soul Hall, all your promises have been nothing but empty words. Just look at the fates of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Bibi Dong was a typical example of someone lacking foresight. Even the Huliena trio, who hadn't achieved anything significant, were promised 3 soul bones each. After all the dirty work they did, what did they end up with? Ah, the joys of politics and power struggles, Su Cheng mused inwardly, his gaze meeting Bibi Dong's with a hint of amusement. Even when Tang San was being petty, he'd still share his benefits with others, down to the last drop of soup. But when it came to dealing with Bibi Dong, she was tighter than a duck's backside. Su Cheng couldn't help but scoff. Indeed, I only made 2 requests back then. So what, do you think I should just sell myself to you based on that? Bibi Dong was momentarily stunned by his words, unsure how to respond. But I didn't expect anything else from you in the first place, Su Cheng continued. I already mentioned my 2 requests before. Now that the library is open to me and I have been acknowledged as a successor, joining the Martial Soul Hall suits me just fine. Joining the Martial Soul Hall means considering the Hall's interests. Forget about the Hall's interests or lack thereof. I'm an adult, and I'm only concerned about my own interests, Su Cheng replied impatiently. Besides, plotting to usurp a country's throne by having a 9-year-old child pose as a prince, does that really represent the grandeur of your Martial Soul Hall? Bibi Dong furrowed her brows. Su Cheng met her gaze fearlessly. Your holiness, I can see that Qian Runshui's feelings towards you are quite complex, but your feelings towards her are nothing but disgust. Although I'm not sure of the reasons behind it, I know for sure that whoever has offended you is definitely not Qian Runshui herself. I advise you to be kind. Okay, his purpose in saying this was definitely not to reconcile the two. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere froze instantly. In fact, coming from him, such words would only exacerbate their relationship. The conflict between mother and daughter wasn't just your run-of-the-mill disagreement, it was more than 10 years of resentment harbored by Bibi Dong, encompassing her hatred for Qian Zunji, regret for Yu Shaoging's loss, and the habitual use of Qian Runshui as an emotional punching bag over the years. Moreover, Su Cheng's words were clearly spoken from Qian Runshui's perspective, completely disregarding her feelings and the hidden complexities involved. With her extremely self-centered and paranoid personality, she would only become more extreme. Su Cheng sensed the murderous intent in the air. Just as he finished speaking, a chilling and bone-piercing wave of murderous intent surged towards him. He knew, this time, Bibi Dong truly harbored murderous intent. Inside the hall of worship, Qian Runshui's face was a mix of emotions, moved, sad, puzzled, aggrieved, and more. Qian Douluo, however, looked solemn. Being privy to the past events, he understood that Su Cheng's words were nothing short of suicidal, and he was prepared to strike at any moment. But in reality, he was overthinking it. Su Cheng understood the art of pushing boundaries, so he merely teased a bit and quickly changed the subject, saying, "Anyway, I think this task is unreasonable. Whatever you say won't change my mind, so let's talk about something else." "What do you want to talk about?" Bibi Dong asked coldly. "I mean, Your Holiness, do you really have to keep harping on Qian Runshui all the time? Wasn't the invitation to join your martial soul hall about something else?" With that, he took out a manuscript edited into a book format from his soul device and handed it over. Bibi Dong furrowed her brows as she took it. At first, she casually glanced at it, but then quickly flipped through it, her eyes widening. Being able to absorb 10,000-year soul rings is the fourth soul ring. "Yes," Su Cheng replied calmly. She looked at Su Cheng with a complex expression. Unable to help but sigh inwardly, "Why can't someone like him stand by my side?" Su Cheng cleared his throat, interrupting her thoughts. "Your Holiness, I must remind you of one thing. This knowledge doesn't belong solely to the martial soul hall, it needs to be publicly available throughout the continent." "How can that be possible?" Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows, unwilling to agree to this. She was ambitious. If everyone had access to this life-changing method, where would the advantage of the martial soul hall lie? "If you still want me to further develop methods for absorbing soul rings beyond the year limit, it's best to agree to my demands," Su Cheng said, his tone carrying a hint of threat. "Are you really so concerned about your reputation?" Hearing Su Cheng's threat, Bibi Dong couldn't help but grit her teeth internally. "For the sake of reputation? Of course not," Su Cheng said casually. "Only mediocre people are trapped by fame and fortune. My ambition is to be a good person and contribute more to the world." Bibi Dong's face showed disdain at his words, finding them too hypocritical. Su Cheng glanced at her and smiled. "Here's the deal, when publishing this research, we can change the name and release it as a separate edition. And there's no need to mention my name, it can be issued under the name of the Martial Soul Hall. Let's consider it my contribution to the hall." He really didn't care about fame and reputation. Initially, he wanted to gain attention from the Martial Soul Hall by publishing his work. However, he had originally planned to offer the subsequent methods exclusively to the hall to boost his own status. But now, he had changed his mind. He found that the three-pronged approach he used on Qian Runshui had been much more effective than he had imagined, essentially allowing him to establish a foothold ahead of schedule. Therefore, there was no need to stick to the previous plan. If the generation of new members of the Martial Soul Hall and the young generation of other forces were too far apart in strength, wouldn't that be equivalent to nurturing adversaries? Furthermore, Su Cheng needed more data to refine his theory. Relying solely on the Martial Soul Hall's resources was clearly not enough. Chapter 19. Main Quest, Fourth Soul Ring. "Are you serious?" Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with curiosity. She found herself truly unable to understand the person before her. "Of course, I'm serious." "It's settled then," Su Cheng said confidently. Su Cheng was willing to relinquish the right to claim credit, not only to benefit the Martial Soul Hall but also to minimize his own presence as much as possible. Having too much fame could be a hindrance if he wanted to do things discreetly. Bibi Dong scrutinized him carefully, feeling a strange surge of emotions within her. The ability to absorb 10,000-year soul rings with the fourth soul ring, and a method that could be popularized among all soul masters, how many people's cultivation limits would this forcefully elevate? Perhaps just because of this one soul ring, soul masters who could only reach the level of a soul Douluo before running out of potential would now have the opportunity to challenge the title of Douluo. The difference between a 10,000-year soul ring and a 1,000-year soul ring was not as simple as just one level. Even with Bibi Dong's talent and strength, she couldn't help but feel a little intimidated. She had just roughly skimmed through the contents of the manuscript, and although this method had certain prerequisites, such as having a foundation in absorbing soul rings across the year limits of the first 3 rings, it was still terrifying. After all, Su Cheng had already published the methods for absorbing the first 3 rings across the year limits. Is there any flaw in your method? Or perhaps these achievements are not solely the result of your research, but rather stolen from the efforts of others? Bibi Dong was unwilling to believe that someone could so casually give away their research achievements. Not even her first love, her idol, Yu Shaogang, could do such a thing. Quote? Su Cheng was a bit puzzled at first upon hearing this. After some contemplation, he roughly guessed at Bibi Dong's complicated emotions. He sighed inwardly, thinking to himself that this woman was beyond help. And too lazy to explain further, he simply bowed and said, "Think whatever you want. If you're worried about any issues, I can be the first to personally test it, but that'll take some time. If there's nothing else, please allow me to take my leave." Seeing his reaction, a shadow of darkness flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes, and any thoughts of trying to persuade him to stay were immediately dispelled. What she despised most right now was Su Cheng's attitude. He appeared respectful on the surface, but in reality, he didn't care about her at all and didn't pay any attention to her feelings or attitudes, completely different from their last meeting. The expression on her face was fleeting, and when Su Cheng glanced over, he only saw Bibi Dong's indifferent expression, returning to her original noble and cold demeanor. "You may go," she said flatly. After Su Cheng left, the vast hall of worship was left with only Bibi Dong. She glanced coldly in a certain direction, then with a flick of her sleeve, her soul power surged forth, severing the prying gaze. Just before Su Cheng left, Bibi Dong had considered offering him more benefits to sway him to her side. But ultimately, she didn't. Aside from Su Cheng's strong will, his calm composure even in her illusions, and his willingness to casually abandon immense fame, she simply didn't have any more leverage to impress him. More importantly, she couldn't get past her own pride. With Bibi Dong's arrogant personality, how could she possibly give Su Cheng another chance to reject her, especially with 2 spectators watching just now? Maybe they were laughing at her right now. In an instant, various scenes flashed before her eyes. Qian Zunji's dirty tricks, Yu Shaogang's resolute departure, Qian Runshui's defiance and power struggles. Until just now when Su Cheng adamantly supported Qian Runshui. She even regretted introducing this daughter to Su Cheng as his disciple. She thought she understood Qian Runshui, but she couldn't understand how their relationship had progressed so quickly to where it was now. "Traitors, they're all traitors." Bibi Dong's voice was low and hoarse as she reprimanded, a stark contrast to her noble and regal image. Her emotions surged, and her expression constantly changed, sometimes filled with sorrow, sometimes with resentment. Why do you all have to betray me?" she muttered. At the same time, the infiltration of the Rakshasa's divine sense continued to deepen. Hee, looks like our esteemed Pope is really furious. Looks like Big Brother's judgment was spot on. That kid is indeed impressive, chuckled the golden crocodile Douluo inside the hall of worship, relishing in Bibi Dong's distress. Sigh. Qian Daoliu shook his head and sighed softly upon hearing the words. He never knew how to deal with matters related to Bibi Dong, nor did he want to kick her while she was down. However, he was quite satisfied with Su Cheng. He patted Qian Runshui's shoulder and said, "Xiaoshui, having such a teacher like him, I can rest assured. I never agreed with your involvement in the coup d'état, so this works out perfectly. You can focus on your cultivation without any distractions." He had always been thinking about his granddaughter's future, hoping she would inherit the position of the angel god, and he didn't want her to be distracted by trivial matters. However, this task was originally proposed by Bibi Dong, and Qian Runshui had agreed to it herself, so he didn't want to meddle. Qian Runshui remained silent. She simply stared at the light screen in front of her, her eyes twinkling with starlight. Although the images had already been distorted by Bibi Dong's soul power, turning into a blur. After returning to his room, Su Cheng, for the first time, didn't review everything that had just happened. Instead, he looked at other information. Main quest, 3rd ring completed. Completion rating, A+. Reward, 30% increase in the final settlement bonus of the main quest. The 3rd ring task had already been marked as completed when he negotiated joining the Martial Soul Hall with Bibi Dong in the Hall of Worship. What caught his attention was the new main quest, which was slightly different from before. Main quest, 4th ring optional. 1. Coalition task difficulty, A. Use your position in the Martial Soul Hall and your prestige on the continent to unite various forces, internally and externally attacking the Martial Soul Hall. 2. Estrangement task difficulty, A. Stir up discord between Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, turning them into bitter enemies. 3. Soaring Dragon task difficulty, S. To make it perish, one must first drive it mad. Assist the Martial Soul Hall with all your might, helping it reach greater heights. The ultimate goal of this life simulation is to destroy the Martial Soul Hall. Su Cheng's initial plan was the second option, causing internal strife between the two gods and benefiting from the chaos. However, the mission now presents two additional options, both with potential for success, leaving him in a bit of a dilemma. Especially with the third option, the highest difficulty level, and undoubtedly the highest level reward. In reality, considering the current state of affairs, he already has a fair chance of succeeding in the end. Taking on a high difficulty challenge might not be without opportunities. His hesitation at this moment revolves around this point. Chapter 20. Qian Runshui and Juliana. Main quest. 4th tier, Estrangement. Task content. Instigate discord between Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, turning them into bitter enemies. Task reward. Increase in final settlement bonus by 20%. In the end, Su Cheng decided not to take the risk. If he further strengthened the Martial Soul Hall's power, the current favorable situation would inevitably spiral out of control. In his current state of inadequacy, blind confidence might lead to undoing his previous achievements. After all, compared to the two potential heirs of godhood, Su Cheng's actual combat strength was too weak. After reaching a surface consensus with Bibi Dong, your interactions have decreased. However, covert observations and probes have not diminished, and both parties are aware of this unspoken agreement. You understand that it's not yet time to upset the table. Since that day, Qian Runshui has been studying alongside you continuously. Whether it's planning the schedule for cultivation, acquiring various resources to enhance spiritual and soul power, or reading various books to expand knowledge and insight, you have arranged everything for her properly. As your relationship deepens, Qian Runshui has confided in you about her relationship with Bibi Dong. You have become the only person she can confide in about her suppressed emotions. For Qian Runshui, who lost her father, resents her mother, and has had no friends since childhood, you might be more than just her teacher, you are her emotional anchor and solace. But you understand that you will inevitably clash in the future, so you always restrain your emotions and try to see her as a tool in your hands. Your theory on the 4th soul ring has been published on the continent. Qian Runshui told you that in this theory published under the name of the Martial Soul Hall, Bibi Dong not only fails to mention your contribution but also, for some unknown reason, names the theory, the core competitiveness of the 4th soul ring. This is ridiculous, deliberately trying to disgust me here, huh? You really have something, Bibi Dong. Although this fast-forwarded part of the storyline is not under Su Cheng's control, everything that happens within it is no different from his first-hand experience, with a series of scenes etched in his mind. The mention of the theory's name under the Martial Soul Hall didn't bother Su Cheng much at first. After all, he had already promised Bibi Dong this. Perhaps it was also related to her upbringing. Apart from a select few, Bibi Dong was never one for grand gestures. But upon seeing the name of the theory, Su Cheng couldn't hold back. Everything that happened in the life simulation was based on real factors like environmental changes and character traits. Unless Su Cheng, as the core of the simulation, made a crucial choice, events would unfold based on the highest probability. In other words, Bibi Dong's actions represented her true psyche, the most likely behavior in the current situation. Aside from Qian Runshui, sometimes you also teach at the Martial Soul Hall Academy, explaining various knowledge about human anatomy and the use of soul skills. The younger generation of the Martial Soul Hall respects you greatly for your true achievements. Of course, as the price for your teaching, the Martial Soul Hall also provides you with many conveniences in various matters, such as capturing soul beasts, gathering herbs, or assisting in your research on martial souls. Thanks to this, you have made significant progress in your research on martial souls. You have gained more insights into solving the malignant mutation of your own martial soul. During this period, Doupo once visited the martial soul city to see you. His son was on the verge of death due to the erosion of the inherited soul of the venomous blue Luan snake. He hoped you could treat him. With your current medical skills, dealing with this type of poison entering the body is not difficult, but you did not completely cure Doubo's son. Instead, you helped him temporarily suppress the poison, and you told him that he needed to find a place with both extreme cold and extreme heat spiritual energy to cure it. At this time, although Doubo had collected many herbs to save his son, it seemed that he had not yet found the location of the ice and fire bilocation eyes. After receiving your information, he left again. 3 years have passed. Under your guidance, Qian Runshui has successfully cultivated her soul power to level 40, with a solid foundation and profound spiritual power, more than capable of absorbing soul rings of 10,000 years or more. Coincidentally, during this time, with the assistance of various spiritual medicine resources provided by the Martial Soul Hall, you have also broken through to level 30 in soul power, far exceeding your expectations in terms of speed. As the cutscene ended, a familiar sensation washed over Su Cheng. His mind shook slightly as he returned to his physical body. He was currently sitting behind his desk in his room, with a lively golden-haired girl standing beside him. Nourished by soul power, Qian Runshui now resembled a budding willow branch, exuding a youthful vigor that was no longer tinged with the awkwardness of before. It had to be said that the growth rate of soul masters in this world was truly unmatched by ordinary people. At just 12 years old, she looked like she was already 16 or 17. Although they had spent a long time together during the previous cutscene, and Su Cheng had corresponding memories, seeing her now in reality still stunned him. Her slender figure was alluring, her phoenix eyes brimming with emotion, and her red lips parted to reveal a voice devoid of its former immaturity. "Teacher, I'm already level 40, why are you only just reaching level 30? Qian Runshui teased. "Haha, what's there to be proud of? Wait a couple of years and see," Su Cheng replied casually, averting his gaze. Qian Runshui was momentarily stunned by his response. She was only joking when she said that, well aware of Su Cheng's trash talent. But from her teacher's tone, it seemed like he had some confidence. "What's so impressive about reaching level 40 in 3 years? Give me 2 more years, and I'll get you to level 50, Su Cheng retorted. Qian Runshui finally realized that he was talking about herself, feeling a mix of speechlessness and pride. "Well, what would you do without me then? Enough already, anyone else could do the same teaching job," Su Cheng shrugged. As they conversed, someone knocked on his door. "Come in, it's unlocked." The door opened, and a black-haired girl entered the room. At first glance, the girl didn't seem particularly beautiful, but upon closer inspection, one could sense a unique charm emanating from her. Her figure was even more voluptuous than Qian Runshui's, despite being 3 years younger. The newcomer was none other than Juliana, currently studying at the Martial Soul Hall Academy. "Teacher, I'm here," the girl announced. Though still young, her voice had a slightly husky quality, adding to her unique charm. "You see, we have another visitor," Su Cheng remarked, raising an eyebrow at Qian Runshui standing beside him. "Nana, you can't call him teacher, you know. He's not your teacher is the Pope," Qian Runshui interjects, stepping forward with a sweet smile on her face, gazing into Helena's eyes. Chapter 21, Third Soul Ring. "Can't you have 2 teachers? Juliana timidly retorts, "Mr. Su often comes to the academy to teach us." As Bibidong's personal disciple and the only one at that, Helena's bond with Bibidong surpasses even that of a mother and daughter, so naturally, she's well aware of Qian Runshui's true situation. She understands very well the high status Qian Runshui holds in the Martial Soul Hall and just how terrifying her sister's talent is. She's always held a deep respect for her. Though Qian Runshui's smile is sweet to the point of being eerie, Juliana instinctively senses that she's quite displeased. In fact, over the years they've spent together, despite their good relationship, Juliana has hardly ever seen Qian Runshui smile. "That's 2 different things, can't mix them up," Qian Runshui shakes her head. "If you call him teacher, the Pope will be upset." Helena subconsciously wants to argue back but wisely keeps her mouth shut under her sharp intuition, feeling a bit sulky as she walks to the side. Su Cheng pays no attention to the conversation between the 2 girls. With Helena's talent and age, she doesn't even qualify as a pawn in his game. Plus, this girl is actually quite similar to Bibidong in some aspects. she's a top-tier romantic brain, and ordinary folks simply can't handle her. If you can't become her sweetheart, then in her eyes, you're just a tool. Su Changhen never even considered putting any effort into her. Today, Juliana came to him because of a previous agreement with Bibi Dong. For the core young generation of the Martial Soul Hall, Su Cheng is to personally guide them when they obtain their soul rings, helping determine the most suitable soul ring age limit. While there have been individuals in the past who could exceed the upper limit of soul ring age, even with his theory raising the limit again, the data remains conservative for safety reasons, with some fluctuation depending on different constitutions. Have you reached level 20 yet? Seeing Helena nod, Su Cheng isn't surprised. With her 9th level innate soul power and her growth at the Martial Soul Hall Academy, reaching level 20 at 9 years old is not unexpected. So, he prepares to get up and check the flexibility of her meridians and the strength of her bones and muscles. But just as he's about to rise, Qian Runshui suddenly speaks up, "Wait a minute." She takes Helena's delicate hand in hers and says, "Let me handle this for you, master." Okay then. Su Cheng pauses in his movements and sits back down, casually flipping through the nearby Soul Beast Compendium. To accurately determine the optimal absorption age limit for soul rings, a series of procedures such as full-body bone palpation and acupuncture with silver needles are required. It's quite troublesome to do it all, and Su Cheng has no interest in laying hands on a young girl. Though the girl has indeed developed well, her face is just too youthful. Helena steals a glance at Qian Runshui holding her hand and then at Su Cheng, who is busy reading, but she doesn't dare to speak. Qian Runshui nods in satisfaction, her smile becoming more natural. "Come with me, Nana. You should be able to absorb a second soul ring of over 1200 years, much stronger than mine was back then." With that, she leads Juliana towards the door. Wait a moment. Just as the door opens, Su Cheng's voice suddenly comes from behind. Qian Runshui furrows her brows and glances at the obedient Helena standing beside her before calmly turning her head. Su Cheng continues to read with his head down but speaks up, "Nana, your soul ring choices are decided by the Pope. I won't say much about that, but if you choose a charm-type soul beast, adding an extra 3 to 5 decades to the soul ring age limit won't hurt." Her first soul ring was obtained by utilizing Su Cheng's previously published theory to cross the age limit, and her second soul ring was already far beyond the upper limit. Before absorbing soul rings of 10,000 years or more, soul masters are not subjected to strong mental shocks. Nowadays, the young generation of the Martial Soul Hall continually improves their spiritual power by taking medicine to lay the foundation for the future. The bottleneck before the third soul ring lies only in physical strength. Su Cheng has done quite a bit of research on martial souls and soul beasts over the years, knowing that the energy of charming type soul beast soul rings is relatively low, so the selectable age limit for absorption can be raised even further. Alright, thank you, Su Cheng, for your guidance. After the two leave, Su Cheng puts away the soul beast compendium, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, lost in thought. With this, I've collected data on 7 types of soul beast soul rings. After I absorb the third soul ring, I can start researching and developing the properties of soul rings. It must be said that it's quite comfortable to have the backing of the Martial Soul Hall. Unlike the 3 major sects, the Martial Soul Hall is not a family inheritance. Whether nurturing the next generation or recruiting strong individuals, each has its own characteristics, and there is a wide variety of martial souls. This provides him with a considerable amount of material and data. Though his talent points are all in medicine, with years of deepening research, his talent and comprehension in martial soul research are also rapidly improving through lateral thinking. Even though his current physical aptitude is lacking, all of this is by no means useless. Once the simulation ends and he returns to reality, all of this experience and achievement will be valuable wealth. In his view, its importance surpasses even the rewards of the mission itself, like the twin soul martial souls. 2 hours later, the door is opened again. This time only Qian Runshui returns. Is all the testing done? Done, it's 1300 years, she says, casting a pitiful glance at Su Cheng. You're really lucky to get a second soul ring with such a high age limit. It's much stronger than mine was back then. Stop pretending, 1,000-year soul ring is useless, Su Cheng says without raising his head. With Qian Runshui's temperament, she wouldn't care about how strong Juliana's second soul ring is. The difference in talent between them is too great. The girl rolls her eyes at the remark and doesn't say anything further. Let's talk about your soul rings later. Go see the soul beast I've prepared for you first. I want to conduct an experiment. As core members of the Martial Soul Hall, they don't need to personally hunt low-level soul beasts when absorbing soul rings. There are specialists who capture them and prepare them in advance. What kind of soul beast are you going to absorb? Qian Runshui is curious. As far as she knows, when Su Cheng absorbed his first 2 soul rings, he didn't specifically target any particular creature, he just went for whatever had a similar age limit. A 5,000-year-old cloud-patterned copperhorn rhinoceros, Su Cheng says as he walks toward the door. To find a similar soul beast, I had Chrysanthemum Douluo lend a hand. Is there anything special about it? It doesn't have anything particularly special about itself, but the kind of soul beasts I'm talking about are all descendants of the Earth Dragon King clan, extremely rare, with a certain ultimate Earth attribute. With Su Cheng's current physical aptitude, he could actually absorb soul rings with higher age limits, but such soul beasts are hard to find. Adult Earth dragons tend to transform into mountainous veins, making them extremely rare. Naturally, the number of their bloodline descendants is far fewer than other major dragon clans. And because of their powerful combat strength and innate talent, the energy contained within their soul rings is likely to surpass that of ordinary soul beasts by a considerable margin. 5,000 years is actually quite sufficient. Chapter 22. The Pope Summons. Extreme Earth Attribute. Is there anything special about it? After listening to his explanation, Qian Runshui pondered for a moment but still couldn't figure it out. As the young master of the Martial Soul Hall, she had read a lot of books with Su Cheng over the years and had some understanding of extreme attributes. But as far as she knew, these attributes were more effective for special martial souls. Besides extreme strength, she didn't think there was anything else remarkable about them. You'll see soon enough, Su Cheng replied without further explanation. He didn't have much confidence in whether this method could improve his congenital martial soul's malignant mutation. The two walked side by side, quickly arriving at the mountain behind the Martial Soul City. The city was built on the mountains at the border of the Tian Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, and the area behind the mountain was vast, many times larger than the Martial Soul City itself. The outskirts of the city were guarded by guards, core members of the Martial Soul Hall, and some captive soul beasts were also kept here. Su Cheng and Qian Runshui walked non-stop until they reached the place where soul beasts were imprisoned. In one of the cages, a massive cloud-patterned bronze-horned rhinoceros was tightly bound by special iron chains, its entire body constrained to the ground. Its skin was a light gray color, extremely rough and thick, indicating an astonishing level of defense. It was adorned with a layer of intricate cloud-shaped patterns that shimmered brightly in the sunlight. Its horn, over a meter long, curved backward with a thick layer of dark sediment on it, emitting a dull metallic luster. Despite being over 2 meters tall at the shoulder and over 5 meters long, the beast now lay on the ground, gasping for breath, greatly weakened. Su Cheng felt no pity for the soul beast. Quietly extending his right hand, he summoned his martial soul and swiftly pierced its heart with a sword. The cloud-patterned bronze-horned rhinoceros, already at death's door, immediately breathed its last breath, and its soul ring soon appeared. Watching from the side, Qian Runshui's eyes flickered, her heart stirred. But it had nothing to do with this soul beast. But it was Su Cheng's sword thrust that seemed to contain some kind of profound charm that she couldn't understand. Just with that one sword, she felt that with her current strength, she still couldn't resist. "Teacher, your sword." Su Cheng glanced at her and said lightly, "Focus on improving your cultivation first, don't worry about anything else. I'll teach you about soul skills after you reach level 70. With that, he unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his well-defined bare torso. Then he took out some medicine and silver needles from his soul communicator, preparing to stimulate his potential and enhance his physical strength, making it easier to absorb the soul rings later. Qian Runshui, who had been discreetly observing from the side, quickly stepped forward and said, "Let me help you." "No need." Su Cheng waved his hand to refuse, not giving her a chance to continue speaking, and quickly applied the medicine on his body. With skilled movements, he inserted the silver needles into his body, completing a series of actions smoothly. Then, his muscles tensed up, and a familiar sensation of heat flowed through his body. A strong thirst coursed through his meridians. This method involved using silver needles to instantly widen the meridians, diluting the soul power running through them. It could greatly accelerate the absorption speed of soul power in a short period. However, it was not suitable for cultivation. Developed by Su Cheng to avoid overexertion, this method could only be effective for a short period, lasting at most half a day. If there was no breakthrough in cultivation and physical strength during this period, the excess soul power would have to be released from the body, or it would risk tearing the meridians. Therefore, this method was only suitable for absorbing soul rings. Su Cheng then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the carefully prepared special soul ring. Qian Runshui stood not far behind him, silently watching his figure. Meanwhile, in the Pope's palace, Bibidong was also assisting Juliana in absorbing her second soul ring. However, absorbing the second soul ring wasn't risky at all, and the soul beast used for it was a species easily found in the mountains behind the martial soul city, requiring little effort. Her mind had long drifted elsewhere, pondering the situation between Su Cheng and Qian Runshui. Honestly, the growth rate of those two over the past few years had exceeded Bibidong's expectations, making her feel uneasy. In her mind, she had always regarded Qian Runshui as an enemy and naturally didn't want to let her develop peacefully. As blood relatives, Bibidong certainly had some feelings for Qian Runshui, but these feelings were suppressed deep within her heart, perhaps even imperceptible to herself. A soul ancestor at 12 years old, not bad for speed, but nothing to worry about. Once I complete the Rakshasa God exam, everything will change, she thought. Despite saying this, she couldn't shake off the feeling of unease in her heart. Sinister. In her perception, Su Cheng seemed to have some resemblance to Yu Xiaogong at times, but at other times, she felt they were completely different. Most importantly, she now realized that this man was truly unbeatable in theory, often doing things that surpassed common knowledge. Initially, handing Qian Runshui over to Su Cheng for study didn't bother her much. After all, theory was just theory. Her anger back then was mostly because he disrupted her plans for usurping the throne. But in recent years, seeing Qian Runshui spending all her time with Su Cheng, and the two of them advancing together and supporting each other, she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable subconsciously. "Oh, how good it would be if you were still by my side, Xiaogong," she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Over the years, Bibidong had been secretly keeping an eye on Yu Xiaogong's situation. Although she couldn't inquire too much due to various constraints, from the intelligence returned by various hall branches, with the release of the martial soul temples, core competitiveness of the fourth soul ring, Yu Xiaogong seemed to have gained some prominence. Many speculated that he was one of the contributors to this theory, given his distinctive name. Although his reputation still lagged far behind Su Cheng's, the word of mouth had clearly begun to turn around. Thinking about this, Bibidong felt a shock in her spirit. Glancing at Juliana and seeing her steady breaths, Bibidong stepped out of the hall and called for Yugon, the chrysanthemum Douluo, asking, "How's Su Cheng's research in martial soul going lately?" Yugon wasn't surprised by the question. After all, the Empress had always been interested in Su Cheng's progress in that area. "Seems to be progressing well. Mr. Su mentioned a long time ago that there might be a chance to solve the issue of martial soul malignancy." Trust. Bibidong's delicate eyebrows arched high, wearing a confident expression. "Just him. Martial soul absorption is based on human body research, completely different from martial soul theory, and she couldn't be clearer about the distinction between the two. But that's the issue of martial soul malignancy, isn't it? Isn't Xiaogong's martial soul malignantly mutated?" Her initial impression of Su Cheng was also impressive. Wasn't it because of that trash martial soul with only 0.5 grade innate soul power? Summon Su Cheng to the palace. Chapter 23. The Changes. In Su Cheng's case, shortly after he absorbed the cloud-patterned bronze horn rhino's soul ring into his martial soul, subtle anomalies began to appear all over his body. Under the astonished and worried gaze of Qian Runshui, faint shadows resembling sword scars emerged on Su Cheng's bare upper body. However, these sword scars didn't seem physical, they lacked any bloodstains and appeared more like some sort of imagery. The number of sword scar shadows gradually increased. After a moment, tiny traces of sword chi began to emanate from his body. These chaotic sword chi strands, like headless flies being driven away, scattered in all directions, but never flew beyond 3 feet away from Su Cheng's body. They appeared and disappeared irregularly, without any discernible pattern. But as time passed, after more than half an hour, the fragmented sword chi began to condense. The countless small sword chi strands gradually gathered into more than 10 transparent, 3-inch-long mini-swords, rotating around Su Cheng's upper body, forming a remarkably aesthetic sight. This scene left Qinren Shui perplexed. Generally, when a soul master absorbs a soul ring, if the energy contained within the soul ring exceeds their capacity to bear, various peculiar phenomena might indeed occur due to energy leakage. But at this moment, Su Cheng was seated on the ground with his upper body upright and firm, showing no signs of struggling. It was evident that he could effortlessly control the energy within his body. Moreover, the series of changes that occurred were clearly related to Su Cheng's martial soul, and these sword chi strands were not ordinary energy leaks. Qinren Shui suddenly felt a flash of insight. Martial soul awakening. But then she shook her head, denying her own speculation. No, this isn't a second awakening of the martial soul. She had read records in the ancient texts about the reawakening of certain special martial souls, and the manifestations were not as mundane as this. It's really strange. However, although she was somewhat concerned, she remained calm. From Su Cheng's words and actions earlier, it was clear that this soul ring absorption was definitely different from before. With her teacher's character and abilities, absorbing a third soul ring shouldn't pose any risks. And so, after another half hour or so, Su Cheng's breathing became even more stable, and the surrounding anomalies stabilized as well, no longer showing any new changes. At this moment, footsteps approached from behind. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yugan arrived at the slope where the two were located. After exchanging greetings with Qinren Shui, Yugan looked at Su Cheng with some surprise. What's going on? I'm not too sure either. Let's ask him after teacher finishes absorbing the third soul ring, Qian Runshui replied. Yugan nodded understandingly, realizing that the critical moment of soul ring absorption shouldn't be disturbed. So, he stood aside silently, waiting patiently. Seeing that he came to find Su Cheng, Qinren Shui didn't continue speaking. Time passed slowly. 2 hours later, Su Cheng's bones suddenly began to crackle, emitting faint and dense sounds, but they were soon drowned out by a long sigh. At the same time, both Qinren Shui and Yugan noticed that the special cage used to imprison soul beasts nearby was directly split in half. Then, a faint pressure enveloped the two of them before disappearing without a trace. But they were both extraordinary individuals and immediately reacted. They exchanged a surprised glance and exclaimed, "Domain." At this moment, Su Cheng, who was seated on the ground, slowly stood up, observing the sword martial soul that had now acquired the third ring. Teacher, was that just now a domain? Qinren Shui hurried over to Su Cheng, her voice filled with excitement. It's just a rudimentary form. In fact, Su Cheng had long been capable of reaching this level. What held him back was the defect in his martial soul. Although this body's aptitude for swordsmanship was poor, his tenacious nature and high intelligence, coupled with his experiences from 2 lifetimes, allowed him to grasp concepts beyond the ordinary and draw parallels between them. Moreover, with enough focus, he wisely chose to abandon swordsmanship and focus solely on sword Dao. Through repeated practice of basic sword techniques, he had already touched upon the essence of sword Dao. Now, with the changes in his martial soul, he finally broke through this barrier. At this moment, both Qinren Shui and Yugan finally noticed the changes within Su Cheng himself. Especially Qinren Shui, who had spent years with him, felt the changes most acutely. In the past, although Su Cheng had a strong will and formidable strength, he always seemed to lack a certain vigor, but this feeling was overshadowed by his strong aura of confidence, making it difficult for people to perceive. But now, that sense of lackluster energy had completely disappeared. To use an inappropriate description, it seemed that Su Cheng had become even more complete than before. Teacher, you seem to have become more handsome, Qinren Shui said dumbfoundedly. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized she had said something silly, her cheeks instantly turning red as she lowered her head in embarrassment. Beside her, Yugan stood speechless. Su Cheng twitched the corner of his mouth, choosing not to respond. Yugan, now a peak-level rank 95 titled Douluo, with a far better understanding of martial souls than Qinren Shui, quickly caught on and looked at Su Cheng's right hand. Mr. Su, your martial soul. Yugan began. Su Cheng nodded and realized he couldn't hide the changes in his martial soul, so he simply extended his hand and openly displayed his transformed martial soul to the two of them. Indeed, the martial soul is ultimately the most fundamental symbol of a soul master's strength, and there seems to be some wonderful connection between the soul master and their soul. At this moment, Su Cheng's broken sword martial soul, or perhaps it couldn't even be called broken sword anymore. The sword, once riddled with cracks and seemingly on the verge of shattering at any moment, was now no longer the same. The sword's spine was sturdy and powerful, the blade smooth and shining with cold light. Although it was just an ordinary iron sword, it was vastly improved compared to before. Teacher, you've really undergone a second awakening of your martial soul. Qinren Shui couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at Su Cheng's revitalized sword martial soul, her eyes filled with a mixture of joy and sorrow. The joy was natural because her teacher would no longer be constrained by his innate aptitude in the future, but the sorrow stemmed from the hardships he had endured due to his poor aptitude in the past. Her emotions were extremely complicated for a moment. Not exactly, Su Cheng glanced at her and his expression seemed inexplicable. Then he shook his head. This isn't really a martial soul awakening. Not an awakening. This time, not only Qinren Shui but even Yugan was taken aback. After a moment of pondering, Su Cheng pondered, if I had to say, it should be considered as completing the martial soul. With a chuckle, he added, as I've always said, where there's a will, there's a way. If you're lacking in innate talent, just make up for it with hard work, right? At this moment, Su Cheng's mood was extremely good. It seemed like he saw a road to heaven unfolding right before his eyes. Chapter 24. Bibidong wants to know. Martial souls can be passed down through bloodlines, no doubt about it. But during the inheritance process, occasional mutations occur, and that's what Su Cheng has been focusing on in recent years. Not only to compensate for his own shortcomings, but also, crucially, to use this as a starting point to unravel the mysteries of martial souls. After researching numerous materials, he found that besides martial soul mutations, the majority of martial souls actually gradually weaken over time during the long inheritance process. This is because martial souls are inherited through bloodlines, and over time, impurities accumulate in the blood. Martial souls themselves have attributes, and unless it's a super martial soul with absolute dominance in the bloodline, descendants will inevitably be influenced by both parents' martial souls, though only inheriting one side outwardly. With impurities accumulating in the blood, when they reach a certain level, mutations occur. Su Cheng speculates that if the impurities in the blood conflict with the main attributes of the martial soul, malignant mutations occur, whereas if the attributes match, it's likely to achieve benign mutations or martial soul evolution. Take himself as an example. His martial soul inherited the gold attribute from his parents, but also contains a large amount of fire attribute elements that greatly restrain the gold attribute. So, the awakened martial soul exhibited malignant mutations with cracks all over the sword body. When a soul master attaches soul rings to the martial soul, the energy properties of the soul ring can feed back to the martial soul to some extent. To compensate for the internal consumption caused by his mutated martial soul, Su Cheng thought of using extreme earth attributes to reconcile the gold and fire attributes in the martial soul. But he was just trying it out with a trial and error mindset. After all, how effective this feedback energy would be, Su Cheng himself wasn't sure, and whether it would be effective at all was hard to say. But for now, his approach seems to be correct. Of course, since the changes in martial soul stem from impurities in the blood, if you want to change the martial soul, besides reconciling attributes, there is undoubtedly another path: purification. To trace back to the original and strongest form of the same type of martial soul, aside from mutated martial souls. If the martial soul has ancient bloodlines, after purification, there will be a phenomenon of atavism, which is another awakening, but that depends on chance. The road to complementing the martial soul has just begun, Su Cheng thought to himself. After slightly adjusting to his newly breakthrough to level 32 body, he looked towards Yugan, who had been waiting on the side. Just before I could ask, I wonder why Grandmaster Douluo came here. Mr. Su, the Pope has summoned you. What does she want me to do? Their relationship has always been good, and even Yugan's breakthrough 2 years ago benefited from their exchanges, so he didn't hide anything and said straightforwardly, I'm not sure about the specific reason, but before she asked me to come, the Pope asked about your progress in researching martial souls. Su Cheng's heart moved upon hearing this, and he immediately had some guesses. After a moment of contemplation, he first looked at Qian Runshui on the other side. Has the Great Elder been in seclusion recently? No, she came out of seclusion a few months ago. Qian Runshui shook her head, somewhat puzzled as to why he would care about this. Su Cheng continued to say to her, I'm going to the Pope's palace with Grandmaster Douluo now. We'll talk about the fourth soul ring later. Go to the Elders' Hall and say hello to your grandfather. Qian Runshui then realized, nodding knowingly, don't worry, I'll go find my grandfather. Yugon listened to the conversation between the two with a strange expression, pretending to admire the surrounding scenery, appearing as if he hadn't heard anything. Not long after, the two arrived at the council chamber of the Pope's palace. Yugon stopped at the door, while Su Cheng pushed the door and walked into the hall. Wearing the Pope's robe, Bibidong was standing at the forefront of the hall with a cold expression, her noble and dignified aura making people feel intimidated. When she saw Su Cheng coming in, her face showed a slight change, clearly sensing something different about him. At first, there was a moment of confusion, but then Bibidong remembered what Yugon had said earlier, feeling surprised. I must not let this opportunity slip, she immediately spoke up to probe, it seems Mr. Su has already achieved the rank of 3-ringed soul sage, quite a harvest, I presume. Not bad, Su Cheng replied casually. Show me your martial soul, Bibidong commanded bluntly, without any niceties. Su Cheng glanced at her and didn't bother much, simply extending his right hand. Then, his flawless Longsword martial soul appeared in his hand, with 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings quietly floating. Bibidong's eyes widened, and she even took a couple of steps forward involuntarily. After a while, she regained her composure and spoke again, her voice trembling with excitement. Have you really solved the problem of martial soul mutation? Why so excited, Your Holiness? Even if I have solved malignant mutation, it's just an ordinary martial soul, common everywhere on the continent. And when did you start caring about me? Just a soul sage like me probably isn't worthy of the Pope's attention, right? Su Cheng put away his martial soul calmly, saying nonchalantly. Bibidong's delicate eye twitched slightly. Here we go again. That irritating tone and attitude. About to speak, she suddenly felt a probing gaze coming from the direction of the Elders' Hall. Her expression changed slightly, and she sneered at Su Cheng, Mr. Su is quite vigilant. Su Cheng immediately understood that Qian Runshui had already consulted Qian Douluo. But pretending not to know, he said, I don't understand what you're talking about. The Martial Soul Hall is like home to me, and you've always been a respected family member. Why would I be wary? Seeing his confused expression, Bibidong took a deep breath, suppressing the anger surging in her heart, and asked, how did you solve your martial soul's malignant mutation problem? She had only wanted to understand Su Cheng's research progress on martial soul mutation in detail, never expecting that he had already solved the problem of martial soul mutation, leaving her feeling somewhat at a loss from the beginning. Just being cautious, Su Cheng replied with a shrug. You never know. Su Cheng waved his hand dismissively. I don't think it's necessary. Spending energy on such a trashy talent is simply a waste of time. Bibidong, hearing him call himself trash and waste, left and right, instantly lost the joy she had before, and her mood became utterly miserable. Sarcastically, she retorted, didn't you just say something about, even a commoner can rise to nobility? Now, suddenly, you're going to cherish your own mediocrity. Your Holiness, didn't you understand the meaning of that statement? Whoever has such a trashy talent should figure out a solution for themselves. I'm just a good guy, not a saint. Chapter 25, The Value of Yu Shaogang. Bibidong furrowed her brows slightly, tightening her grip on the scepter in her hand, feeling that Su Cheng's words seemed to imply something. What do you mean? She asked. Nothing special, Su Cheng shrugged. I developed this technique for my own special circumstances, and telling you wouldn't serve any purpose. And to be honest, this technique concerns my martial soul. I don't think anyone would want to reveal the weaknesses of their martial soul to the public, right? He wouldn't mention anything about Yu Shaogang or the like. That was a decent chess piece, to be used when the time was right. Talking about it now would be meaningless and would only raise suspicion. Bibidong was skeptical upon hearing this explanation, but she couldn't fathom that Su Cheng knew about her and Yu Shaogang's past, and she was unwilling to give up the only hope at this stage. Just say it. What benefits do you need before you can hand over the method to remedy martial soul malignant mutation to the Martial Soul Hall? Even though Su Cheng had emphasized that this was a technique applicable only to individuals, she had full confidence in Yu Shaogang. In Bibidong's mind, that person was a strong and confident individual, a top-notch intellectual in the world. All that was lacking was a plan. Oh, Su Cheng scrutinized Bibidong, saying with a hint of playfulness, "So, Your Holiness, what price are you willing to pay? This kind of technique, in my opinion, is extremely valuable, but the other elders of the Martial Soul Hall may not see it that way. How do you plan to bridge this gap?" Bibidong's brows furrowed even tighter. Clearly, with her strength, killing the person in front of her would be as easy as squashing an ant, but the look in the other party's eyes at the moment seemed to see right through her. "Let's hear what you want first." 100,000-year soul ring, Su Cheng said, extending 3 fingers. 3 of them. What? Bibidong couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock, astonished by his shamelessness and greed. Not only Bibidong, but even Qian Daoliu and Qian Runshui, who were in the hall of worship at this time, felt somewhat speechless. What concept was a 100,000-year soul ring? For any title Douluo, a 100,000-year soul ring was a distant dream, and possessing one would make it effortless to fight opponents several levels higher. Bibidong immediately rebuked, "Impossible. Don't even think about it." She realized she had been too hasty in her previous concern, showing excessive impatience. She thought Su Cheng had seen through her intense desire for the technique, hence his audacious request. But 300,000-year soul rings were obviously out of the question. She wasn't crazy enough to agree to that. "Well, it seems there's nothing more to discuss then," Su Cheng shrugged casually, ready to leave. To her surprise, Bibidong stopped him with a stern expression. "At most, 1, she grumbled. "What, 100,000-year soul ring in exchange for your technique? I advise you not to be too greedy," she said through gritted teeth. Su Cheng was somewhat taken aback. His previous words were mostly probing, and he hadn't actually expected to get even 1 soul ring. After all, he had made it clear that this method was only suitable for his personal use. But now it seemed that this woman was willing to dig deep into her pockets. However, he couldn't refuse now. Rejecting her again would almost be a provocation. He didn't want to completely anger Bibidong. If she truly lost control, it would be difficult to handle. As for Qian Daoliu, Su Cheng wasn't sure if he would side with a completely crazy Bibidong. They weren't that close. Considering Qian Daoliu's personality, for the sake of the greater good, it was hard to say what choice he would make when push came to shove. It's worth noting that Bibidong had been undergoing divine examinations for several years now, making her true strength difficult to gauge. As for the 99th level Grand Elder, he was only a deterrent, and Su Cheng had never truly considered him his trump card. Besides, Su Cheng wasn't prepared to refuse, he was making a great deal. So, he nodded in agreement right away. Bibidong, seeing this, gritted her teeth inwardly and sneered, "I'm afraid you won't have the ability to absorb it when the time comes." "Doesn't matter, it's not meant for me anyway." "What?" Bibidong's expression immediately darkened. "You're preparing it for Qian Runshui." "Obviously. As Su Cheng walked out of the hall, he glanced back at the papal hall, sneering inwardly. Bibidong's blind confidence and worship of Yu Shaogang struck him as ridiculous. Su Cheng's earlier words weren't just an excuse. This method of harmonizing attributes was currently only suitable for himself. As for other soul rings, they needed tailored solutions. The malignant mutation of soul rings was due to attribute accumulation and clashes with the host's body. The principle behind it might seem simple, but figuring out the attribute changes of different soul rings was not that easy. Moreover, the difference between beast soul rings and tool soul rings was like night and day. With Yu Shaogang's level, understanding that was nothing short of miraculous. Not to mention his soul ring, Luo Sanpao, which had its own unique complexities, not as simple as a malignant mutation. What truly surprised Su Cheng was Bibidong's current attitude. Her demeanor didn't seem like someone dealing with a youthful regretful crush, she seemed to treat Yu Shaogang as a deity in her heart. Does Bibidong really love Yu Shaogang? Perhaps she did, once upon a time. As a naive holy maiden, infatuated with the erudite but unfulfilled theoretical master, they spent several months together, filling each other's voids. But after so many years, what love could endure? After all, at that time, one was a holy maiden of the Soul Hall, and the other was a third-rate disciple of the Supreme Pontiff, with completely mismatched identities, unable to openly pursue a relationship. Considering this, how long could they have truly spent together? They barely even knew each other. After so many years apart, Yu Shaogang was probably just a vague memory in Bibidong's mind, to be imagined as she pleased. Even if Yu Shaogang himself was as tall as he once appeared to Bibidong, today, he probably wouldn't fit the perfect image she has in her mind. Moreover, Yu Shaogang fundamentally lacks the ability. Su Cheng's speculation is not entirely baseless. In theory, even if there were lingering feelings, they shouldn't be distorted to this extent. For the sake of a vague possibility, sacrificing 100,000-year soul ring. After all, Bibidong and Lu Erlong are not the same. One is the clear foolishness caused by inexperience, and the other is truly brainless. There's a big difference between the two. Now it seems that this kind of emotion is more like an obsession. The hatred for Qinzunji, the love for Yu Shaogang, perhaps even including the influence of the Rakshasa divine consciousness. In Bibidong's heart, Yu Shaogang has become a symbol, her spiritual pillar, and emotional sanctuary. In this state, if her faith were shattered, who knows what the consequences would be. With a smirk, Su Cheng shook his head and sighed, she's truly mentally unstable. Today's discovery left him extremely satisfied, and in an instant, more ideas flashed through his mind. In the endgame, relying solely on Qian Runshui may not be safe. Yu Shaogang's role might be much greater than expected. And, exploiting someone like Yu Shaogang is actually quite simple because his desires are so obvious. Chapter 26, Teacher and Student Interaction. As Su Cheng strolled towards the Elder's Hall, a glimmer of gold suddenly flashed, and a figure pounced towards him diagonally. With the two about to collide head-on, Su Cheng pointed his finger, hitting the other person right on their smooth forehead. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, looking at the golden-haired girl who was nearly as tall as his chest with a helpless expression. "Teacher, you don't need to do this, really," the girl said, her eyes sparkling with the first signs of her extraordinary beauty. "My grandpa told me that I don't need to worry about the 9th soul ring." "Who's worrying about your 9th soul ring?" Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. Rolling her eyes, Qinren Shui implied he shouldn't act tough. "I saw it all at my grandpa's." "Oh," Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. "Your martial soul only needs 1/9 soul ring, right?" "So, you mean," Qinren Shui caught on, "I can start absorbing 10,000-year soul rings at level 80. She didn't doubt that with this teacher's help, she could achieve it in the future. "I believe that for a soul master, the importance of the true form of the martial soul surpasses even the 8th soul skill." "The true form of the martial soul," Qinren Shui murmured, then her eyes widened in disbelief. "That's impossible, I can't do that." "Don't worry, I'll help you," Su Cheng reassured her, patting her shoulder. "Focus on advancing to Soul Ancestor first, and don't worry about anything else, kid." If there was a chance to absorb 10,000-year soul rings at level 70, what would Qiandao Lu do, whether there was a way to obtain soul rings or not? He wasn't sure. "But it's always good to be prepared." "I'm not a kid," Qinren Shui protested, "and you're not much older than me." "As long as I'm older than you, it's fine," Su Cheng casually replied as he continued walking towards the back mountain. Qinren Shui snorted lightly and followed suit. "Teacher, what's the deal with your martial soul anyway? What do you think?" Su Cheng countered. Hearing his question, the girl voiced her recent speculation: is it related to the attributes added to the martial soul by the soul rings? Soul Master's martial souls also have attributes, and it seems like the malignant mutation of the martial soul is due to a change in its inherent properties. Su Cheng nodded approvingly, some insight there. At least the books weren't read in vain. Limited by the knowledge and perspective of this plane, reaching this conclusion was already commendable. The entanglement of attributes within martial souls was far more complex than it seemed. Even though Su Cheng understood the principles of the 5 elements, it took years of accumulation to put theory into practice. He didn't hold back and proceeded to roughly explain the theory of martial soul mutation and second awakening. Qinren Shui couldn't help but fall silent after listening. Over the years, under Su Cheng's guidance, she had read many books, but she never considered herself as insightful as Su Cheng. This teacher always found unconventional paths that others couldn't even imagine. Often, the most crucial and difficult step was the initial spark of inspiration. Learning without thinking is useless, thinking without learning is dangerous, Su Cheng continued as he watched Qinren Shui ponder. "I had you read so much before to broaden your horizons. You're bright, but your knowledge is lacking. Blind pondering is like building castles in the sand. The more fanciful ideas you have, the easier it is to stray from the right path. Now that you've read enough books, it's time to think more. Otherwise, that knowledge will only imprison your spirit." Figure it out for yourself. Quote. As they spoke, the two had once again reached the back mountain of the martial soul hall and entered a dim dungeon. There were no others in the dungeon, only torches burning on the walls for illumination. At the end of the dungeon, a freshly minted 10,000-year-old holy light beast was tightly bound in a cage, its once bright and dazzling white fur now dull and lifeless. Despite its battered appearance, the pure and holy aura emanating from its body still exuded a sense of divinity. This holy light beast was precisely Qinren Shui's target on this journey. Don't judge it by its current beaten-down state, it was actually extremely powerful, and under the sunlight, it possessed remarkable healing abilities. Hence, it was imprisoned underground to suppress it. Let's get started, Su Cheng said after confirming that it was completely powerless to resist, turning to Qinren Shui beside him. Qinren Shui nodded, took a deep breath, and drew a long sword from her soul device. With a swift and decisive thrust, she ended the soul beast's suffering. The pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring slowly emerged. Su Cheng nodded inwardly, couldn't help but marvel at their stroke of luck this time. There were many soul beasts with divine or evil attributes, but those with holy attributes as their primary attribute were extremely rare, even rarer than those with extreme attributes. If their luck hadn't been good, they might have had to settle for a fire-attributed soul beast as Qinren Shui's fourth soul ring, but that would have undoubtedly been inferior in enhancing her angelic martial soul. What's more, the timing of this holy light beast's age was just perfect. Qinren Shui's previous soul rings weren't absorbed across different age ranges, surpassing 10,000 years for the fourth soul ring was already the limit. This was achieved only under the premise of Su Cheng continuously nurturing her body and spiritual power in recent years, combined with her deep foundation in her six-winged angelic martial soul. Very good, you can start preparing to absorb this soul ring, Su Cheng said, signaling to Qinren Shui that she could proceed to the next step. Su Cheng had long since taught her the specific methods and acupoints for needle insertion. Qinren Shui didn't respond but took another deep breath and silently retrieved silver needles and pre-prepared potions from her soul device. Upon seeing this scene, Su Cheng prepared to leave the dungeon first and stand guard outside for her. Teacher, wait, a trembling voice suddenly came from behind him. What's wrong? He stopped in his tracks, turning his head back with some confusion. He saw Qinren Shui's figure with her head lowered. Her cheeks were covered by the shadow of her hanging golden hair, making it hard to discern her expression. Her fingers holding the needle case seemed to be trembling slightly. I've never practiced distinguishing those acupoints. Please help me, teacher. For a moment, Su Cheng didn't even understand what she was saying. After a moment, he spoke again. What did you just say? I don't know how to use the silver needles to stimulate the acupoints. Please help me. Su Cheng's tone grew darker. Qinren Shui, are you out of your mind? When absorbing the fourth soul ring, the main acupoints to be stimulated were all located along the Ren and Du meridians, almost all concentrated in sensitive areas around the abdomen and waist. How could he possibly help with that? Chapter 27. When military strategy comes to me. At this point, Qinren Shui suddenly calmed down and looked up at Su Cheng. Teacher, I really don't know how. If you don't know, then learn now. The soul ring can still exist for a while, Su Cheng suppressed his anger and said coldly. He didn't understand what had gotten into Qinren Shui today, acting out like this. I can't do it. The girl's long and delicate eyelashes trembled slightly as she stubbornly locked eyes with him. Qinren Shui remained silent, just staring at him. As he took 2 steps forward towards the stairs at the entrance of the dungeon, he said, Fine, I'll go find Lingyuan Douluo to help you. I don't trust others. Doesn't your grandfather trust him? In that case, you can just stay here and waste your time. With a cold snort, Su Cheng turned and walked away. Suddenly, a gust of wind struck from behind. Su Cheng instinctively dodged, tilting his head to avoid it. Snap! The palm-sized wooden box hit the stone wall in front of him and shattered into powder, causing several silver needles inside to break in half. Damn! Su Cheng's eyes narrowed, feeling like the situation was slipping out of control. Now Qinren Shui's respect for him was diminishing. After a moment's pause, he took out another box of silver needles from his soul device and threw it backward. His tone softened as he spoke, trying to reason with her. Xiao Shui, you shouldn't be so impulsive. Snap! 1-on-1, it's a duel. Watching another wooden box turn into powder before him, Su Cheng fell silent. Taking a deep breath, he turned around again and shouted sternly, "Qinren Shui. Don't push it too far." Qinren Shui was still standing in the same spot, calmly looking at him. Besides her slightly reddened eyes, there was no difference from before. Su Cheng's eye muscles twitched uncontrollably twice. "If you don't want to level up, then don't." He turned and walked up the stairs. "You better think carefully. When you're ready to come up and get the silver needles, find me." Time ticked away. Su Cheng leaned against the iron gate, sitting on the stone steps at the entrance of the dungeon, lost in thought. If he were to pursue Qinren Shui in real life, he'd probably be willing, but in this simulation, the final result was there. The two of them would inevitably be at odds in the future. And he had been using this girl all along. She was the core piece of the plan, the crucial weapon. Qiandaliu, Bibidong, even the elders of the martial soul hall, all needed this future angelic god to be removed. And then she could go to hell. Su Cheng took out another box of silver needles from his soul device, rubbing them between his fingers. He stared into the distance, unfocused. Life in the simulation was no different from the real world. He had long understood that this wasn't a game, it was another real world altogether. Qinren Shui, Chen Xin, Douluo, they weren't NPCs, they were living, breathing people. Nothing was fake, at least the emotions they invested in each other were genuine. If he got too immersed in it, would he still be able to go through with it when the time came? Matters of the heart were never that simple. That's why he had always kept a distance from Qinren Shui when necessary. Su Cheng suddenly realized that perhaps the difficulty of this simulation lay not only in the martial soul hall but also within himself. I must be freaking crazy. I should have just let her absorb the soul rings herself. Why did I have to get involved? Half an hour had passed, and there was still no movement in the dungeon. In another half hour, that rare soul ring would completely dissipate. It's definitely not the right time to go find Qiandaliu now. This situation is just inexplicable. What if that old man misunderstands and loses his temper, then revokes Qinren Shui's education rights? It would definitely add complications to the original plan. With only the last half hour remaining, the dungeon was still quiet as ever. Damn, isn't this just bullying the honest man? Su Cheng stood up angrily. Playing this game of burning bridges with me, huh? Is there no justice left? Is there no law left? Qinren Shui can act recklessly without a retreat plan, but Su Cheng can't just sit back and watch. The only way is to make sure she masters the basics to the fullest, then go for the divine examination in the best condition possible. Only then will there be a chance to defeat Bibidong, who possesses a twin martial soul. You truly live up to being Bibidong's daughter, equally abnormal in your thinking, Su Cheng's mocking voice echoed in the dim dungeon. But Qinren Shui didn't care at all about what he was saying. The calmness that had settled over her face, almost numb, suddenly blossomed into a captivating smile. In that instant, her radiance seemed to illuminate the dark dungeon. Even Su Cheng was momentarily distracted. "Teacher, I'm just not talented, I really can't do it." Your stubbornness is truly remarkable. Su Cheng was completely helpless. "You go prepare." Upon hearing this, a flush spread across Qinren Shui's face as she walked over to the corpse of the holy light beast that had long since died. At this point, she became shy again. With her back to Su Cheng, she slowly undid the buttons of her shirt, and the intricate dress unfolded to the sides. With graceful jade arms gliding across her neck, the golden tips of her hair swayed gently, creating ripples of light under the candle's glow. Subsequently, her delicate collarbone and snow-white shoulders were revealed in succession. Even in the dim dungeon, her smooth skin seemed to radiate a lustrous jade color. As her shirt slipped off, her pristine jade back and slender waist delineated a perfect curve that even the most skilled sculptor would struggle to replicate. Qinren Shui tilted her head slightly, her long swan-like neck tracing a graceful arc as she turned. She paused, and upon seeing Su Cheng behind her, the slight blush on her cheeks deepened. He had somehow managed to find a black cloth and tied it around his head, securely covering his eyes. Unable to hold back, she blurted out, "How are you supposed to needle me with your eyes covered like that?" "It's fine," Su Cheng's voice remained calm in the pitch darkness. "Don't underestimate my professional abilities." PFF'd, Qinren Shui chuckled, secretly relieved in her heart. Despite her calm exterior earlier, she had been just as panicked inside. Now, her emotions were considerably more relaxed, which was a good thing for absorbing the soul ring later. As they sat cross-legged facing each other, a faint pressure emanated from Su Cheng's center, spreading outwards. His spiritual power had reached a level where he could project it externally. Combined with the rudimentary form of his domain of the sword, it was enough to outline the figure before him. Su Cheng reached into the wooden box and took out a silver needle, gripping it in his palm. Pausing briefly in midair, his fingers continued forward, probing towards the silhouette's waist that he sensed in front of him. Blindfolding himself was indeed a clever move. However, this sensory perception only presented a silhouette in his mind, unable to discern specific details. As a result, as a trade-off, he had to delicately touch with his fingers, then stimulate with soul power to accurately pinpoint the location of those specific acupoints. Chapter 28, Qinren Shui thinks she's done it again. As the scorching fingertips made contact with the slightly cool skin, both parties trembled slightly. Su Cheng felt like he was touching a piece of warm, smooth jade, with a slight elasticity resisting his fingers from pressing further inward. As his fingers, infused with subtle soul power, gently swept across, a layer of fine goosebumps rose on Qinren Shui's pristine abdomen, bringing a flush to her cheeks, and her suppressed gasps became slightly more urgent. Gliding past the petite and round navel, his fingertips continued their upward journey. From the clearly defined lines of her vest, flowing into the graceful curves of her waist, until they reached the delicate hollow of her waist, forming a perfect arc. Perhaps the medicine was beginning to take effect, as a few strands of warmth emanated from the originally cold skin, causing a ripple in Su Cheng's heart. Forcing down his wandering thoughts, he flicked the silver needle in his palm, accurately piercing into the acupoint along the belt vessel under the guidance of soul power. A melodious moan escaped from the girl's lips. Su Cheng's brow twitched slightly. Calm your mind, don't let your thoughts run wild. Qinren Shui's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment, feeling as though the other's fingertips possessed some kind of magic. Despite being just a light touch, it stirred her thoughts and imagination. Su Cheng was not feeling great either. Despite his calm exterior, he too struggled with internal turmoil, finding it difficult to maintain composure. No matter how resolute his willpower, he had never experienced such a situation before. Even with his eyes covered, the sensation of fingertips, the fantasies in his mind, and even the scent of musk-like fragrance emanating from the other side's warm breath, all posed a significant challenge to his willpower. As each needle pierced through, Qinren Shui's physical potential was continuously activated, her meridians expanding, her body experiencing pain. But these intense sensory stimuli were completely overshadowed by another peculiar sensation. A slippery sensation between her legs, a strange sense of satisfaction in her heart, and yet, a feeling of emptiness lingered. Su Cheng stood outside the dungeon, gazing up at the azure sky, feeling rather uneasy about his current mental state. Then, raising his hand, smack. After giving himself a good slap, he found himself instantly feeling calmer. Su Cheng, you need to restrain yourself. You must maintain distance from her. After warning himself, he became concerned about Qinren Shui, who was currently absorbing the soul ring underground. Under normal circumstances, with her current foundation, she should be able to withstand the mental impact of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. However, given the recent state of affairs, it was hard to say whether any unexpected changes would occur. After waiting for several hours, during which his mood had completely stabilized, Su Cheng suddenly heard a painful moan coming from underground. His expression changed, and he hurried back into the dungeon. Upon seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but freeze in shock. In front of him, a figure radiated brilliant golden light, with a pair of long and broad white wings extending from her back, wrapping around her chest protectively. External soul bone. Qinren Shui would normally grow a pair of wings after summoning her martial soul, but that was just a supplementary effect of her six-winged angel martial soul, unrelated to soul bones. According to her, as a divine-level martial soul, awakening the six-winged angel martial soul would grant flight and extreme speed effects to the soul master, with a new pair of wings growing every 30 levels. By the time they reached the title Douluo level, they would achieve the complete six-winged form. However, the appearance of these wings, shielding Qinren Shui, was clearly different from what Su Cheng had seen before. They were larger in size, more prominent, and positioned higher up on her back. How is this possible? The emergence of these external soul bones completely caught him off guard. In theory, The holy light beast was gentle in nature, and according to the theory that soul beasts with greater resentment were more likely to produce soul bones, it was almost impossible for such a soul beast to produce external soul bones even if it was killed and its soul ring absorbed. Interesting, could it be an issue of compatibility? Su Cheng felt like he had stumbled upon a new insight. The emergence of these external soul bones is significant and worth studying. If one could roughly understand the reasons behind it, there might be a chance to obtain them in the future. Of course, more importantly, with these soul bones, Qinren Shui's future combat effectiveness will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Seeing her making smooth progress, with the soul ring absorption about to come to an end, Su Cheng, feeling relieved, didn't leave the dungeon anymore. Instead, he turned his back and patiently waited for the process to conclude. After another half-hour passed, Qinren Shui's slightly excited voice finally came from behind. "Teacher, did you see it?" As the heir of the martial soul hall, and having read plenty of theoretical books, she naturally wouldn't fail to recognize external soul bones, and she knew this was a rare opportunity. At the same time, summoning her six-winged angel martial soul with an additional fourth soul ring, against the backdrop of the intertwined virtual and real 5 pairs of wings, she looked even more divine. "Not bad at all," Su Cheng turned around upon hearing her words, praising, "with these external soul bones, they will greatly assist you in both cultivation and combat in the future. As for the specific usage methods, we'll need to do further research." "I understand," Qinren Shui replied. Thinking back to the intimate moments they shared earlier, a blush crept onto her face, and she felt a strange sense of excitement welling up from within. She quickly steadied her mind, calming her emotions, while also trying to conceal her facial expression as she walked up to Su Cheng's side. After absorbing this 10,000-year soul ring, Qinren Shui's figure seemed to have changed slightly, appearing even taller. Standing in front of Su Cheng, she now only seemed to be slightly shorter than him. A surge of powerful confidence coursed through her body, both inside and out. With a hint of cunning smile on her lips, she looked at Su Cheng and said, "Teacher, shall we go to the arena for a sparring match?" If before advancing to the soul ancestor level, she had no confidence in defeating her teacher, who was nearly 10 levels higher than her. Now, with an additional 10,000-year soul ring, a highly compatible fourth soul skill, and a pair of external soul bones, she couldn't believe she wouldn't win. More importantly, previously Douluo had already roughly explained to her the principles and flaws of Su Cheng's self-created soul skill, and he had also told her that as her cultivation progressed, the power gap between soul masters of different realms would only widen. After absorbing the fourth soul ring, in terms of combat alone, Su Cheng would definitely not be her match. Seeing Qinren Shui looking so confident in front of him, Su Cheng raised his eyebrows lightly. "I remember we had a bet the first time we sparred, right? At that time, I didn't mention any stakes." At this moment, she clearly had enough confidence to erase the past shame. Su Cheng, seeing this, smirked and turned to walk out of the dungeon. "All right, this time I'll also wager something," Qinren Shui responded enthusiastically. He had a new idea for developing a soul skill and had planned to try it out with Qinren Shui after her promotion. Chapter 29, Fast and Slow. On the training ground near the Temple of Offerings, Su Cheng stood face to face with Qian Shui. Su Cheng glanced around with a smirk. "Quite a crowd today, isn't it?" Unlike last time, this time there were more than just Douluo and Golden Crocodile Douluo secretly observing. All the other major figures from the Temple of Offerings had also gathered, forming a circle inside the temple, waiting for Douluo to broadcast live. Many titled Douluo in the Elders' Hall didn't even bother hiding, they stood at a distance in the training ground, watching the spectacle, their eyes fixed on the two. Even Bibi Dong was silently observing from the Pope's Hall, assessing the current strength of these master and disciple. But among the audience, the majority were here for Qian Shui. As a peerless genius with innate soul power at level 20 and now having absorbed the first 10,000-year soul ring in the Soul Sage stage, she naturally drew attention. Of course, these people didn't overlook Su Cheng either. In the years since he joined the Martial Soul Temple, he had earned everyone's recognition and respect with his knowledge and wisdom. But this respect was limited to his intellect. When it came to combat prowess, nobody believed he could surpass Qian Shui. The difference between the two was just too vast. In addition, some well-connected students from the Martial Soul Temple were also present under the guidance of their elders to broaden their horizons. Like Hu Liena, who had just been promoted to a Soul Grandmaster, was now standing beside Bibi Dong, watching the scene her teacher constructed with soul power. However, there were also those here just for the fun, like Yu Guan. He gloated at Su Cheng and said to the ghost Douluo beside him, "Old ghost, Mr. Su is about to get a good beating from his disciple this time. Every time I see that smug look on his face, I don't know why, but it just irks me a bit. What do you think?" "I think it's fine," said the ghost Douluo flatly, his words devoid of mercy. "You're just jealous because he knows more than you do." Yu Guan's face fell, realizing he had been roasted. "Well, I never," he muttered, sulking as he turned his attention back to the impending battle. As the duel was about to commence, Qian Runshui looked at Su Cheng. "Teacher, you haven't mentioned your wager yet. Let's talk about it later." "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. If you feel it's inappropriate, then forget it. I don't need anything from you right now," Su Cheng replied nonchalantly. Qian Runshui seemed to ponder something, a blush creeping onto her face as she lightly touched her chin, not rejecting his offer. The onlookers had various thoughts, but Su Cheng knew Bibi Dong must be watching at this moment. Yet, he paid it no mind. Qian Runshui was still too green, despite some unexpected surprises. Just being a soul sage wouldn't trigger Bibi Dong's vigilance. Qian Runshui had no idea what Su Cheng was thinking at this moment. Her mind was simple, she just wanted to surpass her teacher in strength. "Be careful, teacher." Her six-winged angelic martial soul emerged behind her, 4 soul rings of 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black shimmering. As golden light bathed them, 2 pairs of pure white wings spread out from her back, resembling a true angel, as she floated suspended in midair. Then, concentric golden rings emitted a strange and melodious sound as they enveloped Su Cheng directly, imposing a powerful pressure from all directions, restricting his senses. Domain. Qian Runshui went straight for her angelic domain this time. Without hesitation, Su Cheng summoned his martial soul, the first soul ring glowing, imbuing his longsword with resilience. Then, like him, dispersing sword chi emanated from him, forming a rudimentary sword domain around him, barely able to defend against the pressure of the angelic domain and only slightly weakening it. As for grappling with his opponent, that was simply wishful thinking. Strategy remained the same for Su Cheng as 3 years ago, defend and counterattack. But Qian Runshui was clearly not the same as 3 years ago. She didn't directly attack or use her first 3 soul skills. Instead, she immediately activated her pitch-black 4th soul ring. 4th soul skill, Angel's Descent. With this soul skill, the shadow of the 6-winged angelic martial soul disappeared, merging seamlessly with Qian Runshui. Radiant golden light shimmered around her, her powerful aura unabashedly radiating in all directions. This soul skill was evidently different from the usual martial soul fusion. It was a comprehensive enhancement of herself, maximizing her holy attributes while further enhancing the connection between her body and martial soul. Her speed, physique, and explosive power all skyrocketed in an instant. With a flash of golden light, a gigantic light blade sword appeared in Qian Runshui's hand. Then, she swiftly dashed towards Su Cheng, engaging him in combat. This time, Qian Runshui didn't rely solely on overpowering strength but instead focused on pure swordsmanship, occasionally retreating without giving Su Cheng a chance to gather momentum. Qian Douluo had once told her that Su Cheng's swordsmanship excelled in neutralizing relentless attacks. If the attacking party failed to understand the concept of conserving energy, the longer the battle dragged on, the stronger Su Cheng would become. His sword stance was virtually impenetrable when facing opponents of similar strength. But this defensive swordsmanship also had its flaws. If the opponent was determined to engage in a war of attrition, Su Cheng would find it difficult. Currently, Qian Runshui's martial soul intensity and soul power level far surpassed Su Cheng's, making it obvious who would ultimately prevail in a head-on confrontation. However, at this moment, Su Cheng hadn't planned on resorting to his old tricks. Blades clashed, swords flashed. Clang! The 2 swords collided with each other. Surprisingly, after several exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand. Then, the clang of swords continued to echo as they clashed. This scene caught all the spectators off guard. There were speculations about the possibility of Su Cheng pulling off a surprise victory, but none of the titled Douluo present had anticipated such an evenly matched exchange. Wait a minute, It seems like Miss Qian isn't going all out with her attacks, is she holding back? Yu Guan looked at his old buddy, ghostly. Not just that, the ghost Douluo's expression also showed some surprise. Didn't you notice Mr. Su's speed of attack is excessively fast? Huh, upon hearing Ghostly's remark, Yu Guan finally caught on. You're right, but why though? In a Soul Master battle, it's never just a showdown of soul power. Factors like strength, speed, perception, prediction, and soul skills are all crucial. Especially in close combat, often, in the split second when the opponent makes a move, one would anticipate their next move. As a Soul Emperor, Su Cheng theoretically shouldn't be able to keep up with Qian Runshui, who is a Soul Sage. That's why Yu Guan hadn't noticed this earlier. However, the situation in the arena is quite the opposite now. Each of Su Cheng's attacks seems to catch Qian Runshui off guard. As a result, she misses her chances with every strike, always lagging behind in the rhythm of the attack. Chapter 30. The Art of Interrupting Momentum. On the training ground, Su Cheng effortlessly deflected Qian Runshui's sword strikes, preemptively disrupting her moves every time she attempted to strike. If that's all you've got, then you're bound to lose, Su Cheng quipped casually while launching his own attacks. He was clearly gaining the upper hand now. Qian Runshui pursed her lips, finding it difficult to comprehend. The force behind her opponent's strikes remained unchanged, and the accompanying soul power was of Soul Emperor level, so why were his sword strikes so fast? Observers like Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, although powerful, could understand only so much. After all, they lacked the first-hand experience. At this moment, Qian Runshui felt extremely frustrated. Her diagonal sword strike was intercepted midway by a diagonal thrust, instantly halting her move. Before she could even switch tactics, another strike came from the side, forcing her to defend. Even more frustrating was that while Su Cheng seemed poised to strike, he effortlessly transitioned into a hanging sword stance at the peak of his attack, forcing her to change tactics as well. After dozens of exchanges, each of Qian Runshui's attacks seemed to achieve only a fraction of their intended effect. Moreover, as time passed, Su Cheng's speed of attack was gradually increasing, and his swordsmanship was becoming smoother. Qian Runshui realized that if things continued like this, even if she managed to deplete his soul power, she would still inevitably lose. Gathering her strength, the first soul ring lit up, and golden light began to gather between her hands. Can't hold back anymore, huh? Su Cheng chuckled lightly but made no move to defend. With Qian Runshui now absorbing the power of the fourth 10,000-year soul ring and with the boost from her fourth soul skill, he could probably win using his usual tactics, but it wouldn't be a sure thing and would require more effort, with an element of gambling involved. So, Su Cheng opted for a direct counterattack. His second and third soul rings lit up in succession. Second soul skill, sharpness. Third soul skill, sword of weightlessness. At the moment when the third soul ring twinkled, his attack had already descended. The speed was so fast that it completely exceeded Qian Runshui's reaction limit. At this point, her first soul skill hadn't even fully activated yet. No, it wasn't just Qian Runshui. The elders watching couldn't understand how this strike came down so quickly. This doesn't make sense. How can his soul skill activate in an instant? Golden Crocodile Douluo voiced the confusion of everyone present, then turned to Qian Douluo. Big brother, do you know why? Well, Qian Douluo was also puzzled. I'm not sure, maybe his third soul skill is special. Even if it's special, it still needs soul power to activate, right? Even Big Brother needs time to use a soul skill. Yeah, you can't just have an attack-type soul skill without his own soul power support, can you? The other elders chimed in with their opinions. Qian Douluo. On the training ground at this moment, Su Cheng wielded a sword martial soul almost twice its original size, as if carrying the force of 1,000 caddies, striking down. Meanwhile, Qian Runshui's soul power was circulating, her first soul skill still brewing, and her third soul skill's angelic protection was yet to be released. Helplessly, she hastily raised the golden light giant sword in her hand, combining it with the unfinished first soul skill to defend. Shing! Clang! The light blade shattered, and Su Cheng's giant sword hung just inches above Qian Runshui's forehead. A gust of wind blew, causing her golden hair to flutter. The precise control of power proved that Su Cheng hadn't yet used his full strength. Teacher, I lost again, Qian Runshui said with a slightly disappointed expression, but not particularly dejected. She hadn't thought it impossible for this outcome. Though confident in herself, her teacher had always been someone capable of miracles. After her mood calmed slightly, she immediately asked the question that had puzzled her the most after this battle. Why can you strike so fast? Qian Runshui immediately realized the inappropriate timing and hastily added, never mind, I'm not really that curious. It's okay, I don't mind explaining, Su Cheng said with a smile, unperturbed by the curious and probing gazes around him. This is a new soul skill I've been researching, called the vein severing and chi continuation technique. As he spoke, the third soul ring lit up again, and the sword martial soul, which had returned to its normal state, instantly expanded into a giant blade. Rather than calling it a soul skill, it's more like a special technique to assist in the release of soul skills. Vein severing, chi continuation technique, Qian Runshui murmured as she watched Su Cheng once again unleash a soul skill in an instant. Not just her, but the title Douluos watching from afar were also silently pondering the meaning of this name. Different soul skills operate differently based on their method of activation, the characteristics of the soul rings, and the final release method. But the common point is that they all require soul power to flow through most of the body's meridians to unleash their full power. While others nodded inwardly at his words, their expressions grew increasingly puzzled. These were all common knowledge. What did they have to do with the instantaneous activation of soul skills? That's right, Su Cheng glanced at her and nodded slightly. Qian Runshui, on the other hand, seemed to have a moment of realization. Teacher, when you mentioned vein severing, does it mean? In fact, when using soul skills, there's no need for soul power to flow through the entire body. As long as it circulates through specific meridians, it's enough to unleash its power. In a soul master's attack, whether it's a normal strike or using a soul skill, the flow of soul power is instinctive. By suppressing this instinct, you can release a soul skill ahead of time. The key is knowing exactly which meridians need to be activated when using a soul skill. This was also why he didn't mind others hearing the principles behind it. Just this first point alone, the patterns of soul power circulation for each soul skill, were not something ordinary people could easily comprehend unless they possessed his level of medical knowledge and understanding of the human body. In addition to this, there were other points to consider, such as how to block ineffective soul power circulation and the technique he used to chain attacks together. But these contents were obviously not something the eavesdroppers nearby could listen to for free. Of course, in the end, it was just a skill. If there really was someone who could understand the energy circulation in the human meridians like him, and had a thorough grasp of their own techniques and soul skills, then knowing the principles and replicating these methods wouldn't be difficult. Su Cheng himself was like this. Just with a single train of thought, he smoothly used this technique in today's battle and defeated opponents who were stronger than him in all aspects. After listening to his explanation, Qian Runshui fell into silent contemplation for a while. But she soon realized that even if she understood the specific principles of this vein severing and chi continuation technique, she couldn't use it at all. Teacher, please teach me. Of course, Su Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Developing this technique was originally prepared for you. With my martial soul aptitude, no matter how fancy my fighting style is in the future, there's nowhere to use it anyway. Chapter 31. Diary Part 1. Hey, why did he stop talking? Wasn't he supposed to teach Miss Qian? Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Chrysanthemum Douluo looked utterly confused. What's he going to say? Share it with you. Are you his disciple too? Ghost Douluo looked at his old friend beside him with some speechlessness and quipped. Moon's End also realized that the content behind was apparently not for public consumption. Unable to help but chuckle, he said, to learn so much, actually, I wouldn't mind being his disciple. His earlier words were obviously a joke, but his feelings were indeed complicated. A truly extraordinary talent, it seems like there's nothing he doesn't know. Ghostly didn't refute this time, but silently nodded. The few people inside the temple also showed surprised expressions. Everyone present was a top-tier powerhouse in the world, with the weakest having the strength of a peak Douluo, and at this moment, they couldn't help but be amazed by what Su Cheng had done today. Such innate talent, a true heaven-sent genius. Quink Douluo, who also used a martial soul, was the most deeply touched, and his emotions were the most stirred. It's a pity that he's born with a disadvantage, otherwise, I can't imagine his future achievements. Upon hearing this, the others also sighed with regret. This is hard to say, Quink Douluo suddenly spoke, seemingly not agreeing with what the other brothers said about pity. Gold Crocodile Douluo looked at him with some confusion. This eldest brother had never been one to envy others' talents. I heard Xianxia mention before that this kid's congenital defect has been compensated for a lot. After speaking, he roughly explained the changes in Su Cheng's martial soul now. Several elders listened to his description and seemed to be lost in thought. Green Phoenix Douluo suddenly spoke up. Congratulations, big brother, with the help of this child, Xianxia's return to the position of Pope is just around the corner. Well, let's wait and see. But Quink Douluo shook his head. He knew that Bibi Dong had already begun to accept the Asura god inheritance, and he himself couldn't understand the future direction of the Martial Soul Hall. Unlike the various reactions of the Martial Soul Hall elders, the atmosphere in the Pope's hall at this moment was somewhat solemn. Bibi Dong's face was grim, and even a hint of ominous aura uncontrollably emanated from her body. To be able to reach this level, there was a fleeting flash of hatred in her beautiful eyes, and she waved her hand to dispel the image constructed with soul power. Juliana stood silently on the side like a cicada in winter, not understanding why the teacher was so angry at this moment. But she didn't know that the Asura god's trial required absorbing a large amount of death chi, resentment, and evil chi, which was extremely painful and tested the mind. Bibi Dong had been stuck at this stage for a long time, enduring torment every day. Burning with jealousy. Although she didn't want to admit it, she was indeed burning with jealousy. Bibi Dong had fantasized more than once that if Su Cheng were on her side, he would surely help her easily overcome this difficulty. At this moment, Su Cheng, the focus of discussion, had already returned to his room with Xianxia and began to explain the various details of the pulse interruption and chi continuation technique. Finding the corresponding meridians when emitting soul skills is just the first step. After that, you need to compress soul power in the acupoints along the soul power pathway to form tiny nodes. During battle, these nodes can be used to intercept and suppress the instinctual flow of soul power. As a transit station for soul power circulation, acupoints naturally have the function of retaining soul power. In fact, this method can go further and help soul masters open up the 8 extraordinary meridians. However, compressing soul power into nodes in the acupoints is painstaking work. It's manageable for a few acupoints, but for someone like Xianxia, it would be half the effort for twice the result, making it unnecessary. However, this is only the basic usage of the pulse interruption technique, Su Cheng continued, walking to the desk and taking a piece of paper to write on. The content included the corresponding meridians for Xianxia's several soul skills and her commonly used moves. Over the years, he naturally knew Xianxia's various abilities like the back of his hand. As for the chi continuation technique, you can try to incorporate it into the connection of your attack skills, forming combos. Let the acupoint nodes interrupted during each attack become the starting points for the next attack, further accelerating the rhythm of your attacks in battle. As he spoke, he kept writing on the paper, quickly filling up the entire page. Su Cheng lightly tapped the paper in his hand, trying to speed up the drying of the ink on the page. With this combination, no one can predict your next attack method. On the contrary, you can use it to suppress your opponent. As for your 4th soul skill, which can comprehensively enhance your own state, it is indeed a top-notch soul skill. You don't need to compress time using this method anymore. Your tactical approach today was correct. When fighting in the future, it's wise to directly activate your 4th soul skill in the angel domain right from the start. Don't try to catch your opponent off guard with this method. Xianxia reached out and took the page he handed her, nodding earnestly. I understand. Knock knock. Su Cheng was about to continue speaking when suddenly there was a knock on the door from outside. Come in. Pushing open the door was a Martial Soul Hall guard. Mr. Su, Poison Douluo Dugu Bo is here, saying he has found a location that perfectly meets your previous requirements. Su Cheng suddenly understood upon hearing this. It seemed that Dugu Bo had already found the location of the Yin-Yang Ice Fire Eyes. He nodded and said, I see. Let him wait inside Martial Soul City for now. I'll go find him after I finish handling matters here. We'll set out together then. Teacher, where are you going? After the guard left, Xianxia immediately asked him. I'm going down the mountain for a trip. I previously asked Doupo to search for a treasure trove. If the situation is true, your cultivation speed will be even faster in the future. I'll go with you. No need. You stay in Martial Soul City and focus on your cultivation. While I'm away, if you have any problems, you can consult the Grand Elders more often. Su Cheng waved his hand to reject Qian Runshui's proposal and continued, you should pay more attention to the development of your external soul bone. In theory, if you had fully utilized the acceleration and defensive abilities of your external soul bone today, I wouldn't have won so easily. Qian Runshui reluctantly nodded at his words. Over the years, the two of them had almost been together day and night, hardly ever apart. After Qian Runshui left the room, Su Cheng hesitated for a moment before taking out a stack of notebooks from the soul communicator. He randomly picked one and flipped through it, seeing his own handwriting. The 22nd of September 2626. Arrived at Martial Soul City, met with the current Pope, Bibi Dong. I discussed with her the conditions for joining the Martial Soul Hall, the qualifications to freely borrow books from the library, and the request for her to introduce me to a disciple with top-tier talent to inherit my legacy. She readily agreed to the former, but the latter condition seemed to give her some trouble. Well, that's normal too. Someone with a sound mind wouldn't willingly hand over a talented child to someone like me, with such poor talent. But strangely, she later agreed to introduce a top-tier talented child to me. From the Pope's attitude, it seems that the child's identity is unusual, and their relationship isn't particularly good. Chapter 32, Diary Part 2. The 7th of October 2626. What a strange coincidence, my disciple turns out to be Qian Zunji's daughter. I don't hate her, in fact, I feel sorry for her. I know what it's like for a child to lose their father at a young age. In my estimation, a descendant with innate soul power at the 6th or 7th level would be sufficient, but this child's talent is unexpectedly impressive. With such talent and background, it's strange that the Pope would assign her to undercover missions to plot a coup. There must be other issues at play here. But I can sense that she's very lonely, so I'll teach her well. The 10th of October 2626. The Pope's mental state doesn't seem quite normal. The 15th of December 2626. Xiao Shui told me that her mother is Pope Bibi Dong. If I remember correctly, Bibi Dong used to be Qian Zunji's disciple. Interesting. But with this revelation, Bibi Dong's attitude towards Xiao Shui becomes even more peculiar. I'm curious about the secrets behind all of this. Regardless, harmony between mother and daughter is essential for the child's future growth. The 21st of January 2627. Bibi Dong despises Xiao Shui, but I can sense that her true hatred is directed towards Qian Zunji. The 2nd of March 2627. There are discrepancies in the cause of Qian Zunji's death. High probability it wasn't at the hands of Tang Hao. I have some guesses, but I can't confirm yet. The 5th of April 2627. I investigated the circumstances of Qian Zunji's return to the Martial Soul Hall after being severely injured. It definitely didn't reach a life-threatening level. The 7th of August 2627. I've researched angel martial souls, and their vitality is extremely stubborn. Qian Zunji's last encounter before his death was with Bibi Dong, and it was only after several days of disappearance that Bibi Dong announced Qian Zunji's cause of death. I'm getting close to the truth. The 11th of October 2627. It's possible that she has already undergone the test to inherit the godly position, and she is a powerful and bloodthirsty Shira god. The 22nd of October 2627. Qian Zunji has only a tomb, no body. Bibi Dong's second martial soul, Devouring Soul Spider Emperor, has a powerful devouring ability. The 21st of January 2628. Bibi Dong's aura of death and evil is getting stronger. It's hard to say if that person is really her anymore. The 22nd of March 2628. I'm 90% sure that Qian Zunji was devoured alive by Bibi Dong. She's a terrifying woman, but Xiao Shui shouldn't know about these things yet. She's still too weak. If she confronts Bibi Dong impulsively, it's not just her own safety at risk but also the safety of many others. Bibi Dong is no longer normal. When Xiao Shui reaches level 70, perhaps she can undergo the inheritance of the Martial Soul Hall's angel god. Before that, I need to help her lay a perfect foundation. Strength is needed to deserve the truth. I hope my investigation results are wrong. The child may come from a noble background, but life has been too harsh for her. Quote. Sighing heavily, Su Cheng closed the notebook and tossed it back onto the table. Of course, these contents were all fabricated by him. No one would write their innermost thoughts in a diary. Those who could write them down didn't truly have innermost thoughts. These were all things he had prepared long ago. But at this moment, Su Cheng felt a twinge of hesitation. Quote. Decisiveness is key. After a moment of silence, he decided to put all the notebooks back into the drawer behind the table. He knew that once he left the Martial Soul Hall, Qian Runshui would definitely see these contents. When it came to things like this, she never had any sense of boundaries. But once she had seen them, it would mean that the plan was officially entering its final stage. At that time, including Su Cheng himself, they would all be in the same boat with no turning back. Once everything was settled and he had packed his bags to leave the Elder Hall, Su Cheng found Qian Runshui standing gracefully under the shade of a tree outside the hall, as if she had been waiting there for quite some time. In just a short moment, she had changed into a slim-fitting dress with a white base and golden borders, accentuating her tall figure and enticing curves even more. Seeing Su Cheng, a smile appeared on Qian Runshui's face as she stepped out from the shade. With a silver hairband tied on top of her head, shining in the sunlight alongside her golden locks that had now fully grown, complementing her stunning facial features, she looked like a goddess descending upon the mortal realm. Su Cheng's gaze subtly avoided hers for a moment before quickly regaining composure. "Why are you here?" "To see you off," Qian Runshui said as she approached, affectionately linking her arm with his. "Since you didn't let me come along, at least let me send you off." Su Cheng sighed. "I'll probably be back in a few months. There's no need for any grand send-off." "A few months is quite a long time." The girl lifted her head, smiling at him with narrowed eyes. "By the way, Nana heard from somewhere that you were leaving for a while and wanted to come send you off too. I just managed to convince her to go back. You're not disappointed, are you?" "What's there to be disappointed about? Even you don't need to come." Su Cheng rolled his eyes. "Oh, by the way, do you need Judo or Ghost Douluo to accompany you this time?" "No need. I don't have many enemies, and my reputation on the mainland is decent. Plus, I have the backing of the Martial Soul Hall. There shouldn't be any danger." Qian Runshui pursed her lips at his response. "Really not taking me with you? You stay here and focus on your cultivation. I'll check your progress when I come back." Su Cheng paused for a moment before adding, "If you have any questions, ask the great elders for advice more often. Don't interact too much with the people from the Pope's Hall while I'm away." Upon hearing this, Qian Runshui looked puzzled but nodded obediently to show that she understood. Half an hour later, Su Cheng and Doupo were already sitting in the carriage heading towards the Tian-Do Empire. "Doupo, where did you find the gathering place of the ice and fire spiritual qi?" "Mr. Su, I discovered this mysterious place in the sunset forest of the Tian-Do Empire. As you said earlier, my toxicity was significantly suppressed there. If it weren't for Su Cheng's help in the past, his son might have already perished. Therefore, he held a lot of respect for Su Cheng and insisted on using honorifics when speaking to him." At this moment, Su Cheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that some things were indeed destined. Such as the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Although the location of the fairy grass couldn't be known to too many people, Qian Runshui had some trusted subordinates. Over the years, he had sent a few people to search for this place in the sunset forest, but they had found nothing. Instead, Doupo, without knowing the specific area, had found it first. There was no doubt that this herbal garden would be of great use to Su Cheng. Whether it was to further refine his martial soul to practice theory, or to achieve the ultimate goal of overthrowing the Martial Soul Hall, the fairy grass would be a great help. And besides the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, he also had other arrangements to make during this trip down the mountain, as well as to verify certain speculations in his mind. Chapter 33, The Ice and Fire Duo Eyes. Su Cheng was originally puzzled as to why all those underlings of his were marked with the central area of the sunset forest, along with the mountains as a landmark. How come, after several years, they still couldn't find the place? But when he arrived, he realized he had been thinking too simplistically. Over the years, although he had read plenty of books, he found that practical experience in the vast forest where soul beasts roamed was far more complex than he had imagined. 500 meters might not be short, but in the expansive sunset forest, hills of such height were everywhere. If they were to conduct a carpet search here, it would indeed require quite a bit of effort. After all, this place was far from safe for ordinary soul masters. High-level soul beasts and dangerous plants could potentially turn into deadly crises. It seems like I'll have to visit the soul-hunting forest near the vicinity of Norden City in the future, to scout ahead. Otherwise, when I return to the real world, finding suitable soul beasts to acquire my first 2 soul rings might prove to be quite a challenge, Su Cheng thought to himself. Mr. Su, we're here, said Doupo, standing at the foot of the mountain, looking at the hill in front of them. Then, the two of them quickly climbed to the mountaintop, one after the other. Standing beside the precipice, an inverted conical depression appeared in front of Su Cheng, emitting thick heat and carrying a hint of the distinctive smell of sulfur. Obviously, there was a hot spring below. Doupo looked at Su Cheng and said, "I'll protect you with my soul power later, and we'll go down together to reach the place." Su Cheng didn't object and nodded, letting him take the lead. With Doupo's strength as a title Douluo, it was very easy for him to bring the two of them down to the valley. Looking at the amazing sight in front of him, even Su Cheng, with all his knowledge, couldn't help but be amazed. So, this is the so-called ice and fire duo eyes. In the oval-shaped hot spring in the center of the valley, 2 distinctly different colors of water, milky white and vermilion, flowed separately on both sides. At the intersection in the middle, steam constantly rose, all the way to the mountaintop. Rich ice and fire spiritual energy intertwined within, nurturing a garden of rare and exotic plants. With just one glance, he easily found many of the rare herbs he had set out to find on this trip. "I need some of your place's spiritual herbs and treasures," Su Cheng bluntly stated to Doupo beside him after glancing around for a bit. "Don't worry, I'll only take 4 out of the more than 10 precious fairy grasses you have here, and I'll leave the rest for you. Plus, I'll teach you how to use these herbs," he added. After several encounters, he actually quite liked Doupo. Although he was ruthless, he also had principles and emotions. Su Cheng couldn't exactly be considered a moral role model himself, so he didn't mind the flaws in Doupo's actions. Perhaps underestimating the value of these fairy grasses, Doupo seemed quite relaxed, waving his hand and saying, "Mr. Su, you're too kind. How can these mere herbs repay the debt of saving our family?" Though not a member of the Martial Soul Hall, he roughly understood the other party's transcendent status in the Martial Soul Hall and never intended to let Su Cheng leave empty-handed. As a semi-grassroots title Douluo, Doupo didn't make mistakes in his dealings with people. "Let's go, let's first go treat your son's illness," Su Cheng nodded. Dealing with the herbs could wait. Medicine was Su Cheng's innate talent and foundation in this life, and it was also his most confident ability. Dealing with the martial soul snake poison of the Doupo family was not a big problem for him. Even if he only wanted to suppress the toxicity for decades without an outbreak, it would be very easy for him to do so. The only difficulty for him lay in completely curing the toxicity's harm to the body. The martial soul poison of Doupo and his son was a mixture of highly toxic substances, which made detoxification much more complicated than dealing with ordinary poisons. To identify the types of toxins contained within, and to calculate the properties of the toxins after stacking, the workload required was multiplied several times over. However, with the natural environment of the ice and fire duo eyes suppressing it, and with a variety of herbs readily available here, the difficulty wasn't particularly high. As for methods like Tang San's, first taking 2 fairy grasses to forge an invulnerable body to all poisons, and then using his own blood to detoxify others, Su Cheng had no intention of using them. He never considered taking octagonal ice grass and fiery apricot, and then entering the ice and fire duo eyes to temper his body. To be honest, forging a body invulnerable to water and fire in this way is indeed excellent, and the foundation is exceptionally profound. But alas, it's not aligned with his path, so there's no need to force it for the sake of temporary gains. If it were martial souls or soul bones, it would be okay, but directly imbuing the body with such extreme ice and fire attributes would be too troublesome to remove later on. In fact, not only these 2 fairy grasses, he wasn't planning to use any fairy grass at all. Fairy grass's medicinal power is too ferocious and extreme, which would disrupt the balance of his physical body. If this had been a year ago, he would have been willing to give it a try and see how much improvement it could bring to his martial soul. But since absorbing the third soul ring and confirming the ability to harmonize the extreme earth attribute with the fire and metal attributes in his martial soul, he abandoned his previous thoughts. Now, what he's thinking about is going further, completing the 5 elements, and seeing what changes will occur. Su Cheng has a premonition that if he wants to escape the scrutiny and manipulation of certain high-level entities in the Douluo world in the future, finding another path is the best choice. Actually, he has another idea in mind, which is to fully stack the metal attribute to purify his martial soul and take a pure offensive route. But for now, he's made good progress on the path of attribute harmonization, and there's a better candidate to try for purifying the martial soul. And to complete this experiment, he can't do without the help of this medicinal garden. Normal herbal concoctions can improve the physical body but cannot penetrate into the bloodstream, and naturally, they are ineffective for martial souls. But high-level spiritual herbs and treasures are different. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, any ordinary plant will produce miraculous medicinal effects, let alone these high-level treasures grown in such a rare and precious land. For the next month, Su Cheng spent most of his time soaking in this valley, studying how to detoxify Doupo and his son with the detoxification effect of the fragrant and beautiful fairy brand, and picking various spiritual herbs and treasures to concoct potions that could improve martial soul attributes. Occasionally, he would leave here to alleviate the pressure on his body caused by the dense ice and fire spiritual energy in the valley. After a month, Su Cheng not only cured the snake poison for Doupo and his son but also finally completed his dozen or so attribute potions. Among them, the most abundant attribute wasn't his martial soul's primary metal attribute, but rather earth. Since he decided to complete the 5 elements, he couldn't be confined to the characteristics of his sword spirit alone. Among the 5 elements, the earth attribute supports and nurtures all things, making it far more suitable as the foundation for the initial stage than any other attribute. Chapter 34. Return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan. Around the ice and fire dual profound eyes, the flower gardens were filled with countless exotic flowers and strange herbs, competing in a dazzling display of beauty. Su Cheng and Doupo chatted while searching and picking various treasures from the garden. Su Cheng casually explained the uses of some immortal herbs. The 8-petal immortal orchid, a top-notch herb. Its gentle and mellow nature makes it easy to absorb. It can strengthen the foundation, remove impurities from the body, and will be perfect for your granddaughter's foundational cultivation in the future. The moonshadow flower, a top-grade spiritual herb. Consuming it can soothe the soul and purify spiritual power, making it ideal for breakthroughs during cultivation. The purple gold dragon bone grass, an immortal grade herb capable of purifying bloodlines. I speculate that this herb would be extremely effective for beast martial souls, possibly even promoting the upgrading of martial souls. You could try consuming it in the future, who knows, it might unlock even greater potential. Although he had consumed quite a few spiritual herbs while concocting antidotes and attribute potions, the place still thrived with prosperity, showing little change from before. Compared to the countless years of accumulated spiritual energy around the ice and fire dual profound eyes, the herbs Su Cheng used were still just a drop in the ocean. After all, even he couldn't identify all the herbs without spending time to discern their properties. Soon, Su Cheng paused in front of a particular herb, looking somewhat hesitant. Before this, he had already collected the crimson phoenix sunflower, crystal swordgrass, strange fungus heaven-reaching chrysanthemum, and narcissus jade skin and bone, storing them in his soul tool. Seeing this, Doupo thought Su Cheng wanted another herb and stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Su, you can just take it directly. Whether it's one more or one less doesn't matter to me. My family won't be able to use them all for generations." Having been immersed in this environment for days, Doupo also gained some understanding of herbalism. He knew that the more potent the herb, the less should be used, as excess could be harmful rather than beneficial. Su Cheng shook his head at the suggestion. "Since I said I only need 4, I won't take more than that." And so, they continued their harvest, with each herb adding to their journey's intrigue and the weight of destiny upon their shoulders. Little did they know, the adventure that awaited them would make this mere herb-picking expedition seem like child's play. Before Su Cheng lay what appeared to be an ordinary white flower. The flower, about the size of a palm and resembling a peony, had no leaves. Its roots connected to a large, jet-black stone, indicating its tremendous weight. Yet, atop this seemingly unremarkable white flower lay several astonishing crimson streaks, giving off a heart-stopping sensation. It was none other than the immortal grade flower king, Heartbreak Crimson. To pluck this flower, one must be deeply connected to their beloved, with sincerity and devotion. Only by spilling a drop of heartfelt blood onto the petals could it be harvested. If the intentions were insincere, even with unparalleled skills, it would remain unattainable. Upon ingestion, it not only enhanced one's spiritual power but also comprehensively strengthened the user's foundation, with its pure and long-lasting effects virtually free of any hidden dangers. In terms of efficacy, it stood at the pinnacle among all immortal herbs. After a brief silence, Su Cheng looked at Doupo and said, "I'll take this herb first. If it proves useful, I'll return the Crimson Phoenix Sunflower to you." Knowing Su Cheng's character, Doupo understood that when he said he didn't need more, he truly meant it. With a resigned smile, he replied, "As you wish." A day later, Su Cheng, with a completely changed appearance, stood outside the ice and fired dual profound eyes, bidding farewell to Doupo. "Mr. Su, are you already returning to the Soul City?" Doupo asked in surprise. "I have some matters to attend to first. I'll come back to visit you before returning to the Soul City," Su Cheng replied solemnly. "Brother Doupo, I hope you can pretend that I never left the ice and fired dual profound eyes." Doupo was initially puzzled but then quickly understood. No wonder this morning Su Cheng spent nearly 2 hours concocting various potions to alter his appearance. Originally, he thought it was for safety reasons, but now it seemed there were hidden actions he didn't want the Soul Hall to know about. But now Su Cheng was their family's benefactor, and Doupo's character was clear-cut when it came to debts of gratitude. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. "No problem. Do you need me to accompany you?" Su Cheng shook his head and smiled. "No need, Brother Doupo. I'll handle it on my own. Besides, I wouldn't want you to get caught up in any trouble. After all, you're a title Douluo. It would be too conspicuous if we moved together." "All right then, I wish you all the best." Doupo didn't insist further. He knew that although Su Cheng's cultivation was not high, he had many tricks up his sleeve and would be fine. With a final wave, Su Cheng turned and disappeared into the distance, leaving behind a curious and grateful Doupo, wondering what adventures lay ahead for their enigmatic benefactor. Several days later, at the gates of the Seven Treasure Lustrous sect, a middle-aged man with an ordinary face, seemingly devoid of any presence, was gazing up at the famous aura of the top 3 sects. This man was none other than Su Cheng. After years of absence, he had finally returned to the place where he had grown up since childhood. Unfortunately, before he could indulge in any nostalgia, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a merciless reprimand. "Hey, uncle over there, this is private property, and outsiders are not allowed to linger." The one speaking was a young disciple guarding the mountain. Seeing Su Cheng as a soul master, the tone was not particularly harsh, but it was far from polite. As one of the top 3 sects, the arrogance of the disciples of the Seven Treasure Lustrous sect was ingrained. When he saw that Su Cheng didn't react much, he was about to approach and drive him away. Without wasting words, Su Cheng directly took out an identity token from his soul tool and threw it over. His voice came out hoarse and low. "Do you recognize this token? Go directly to Sword Douluo Chen, and he will come out to see me." The mountain guard disciple took the token and looked down, suddenly taken aback. This token was the elder token of the Seven Treasure Lustrous sect, possessed only by Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Without delay, the disciple hurried to report to the sect, not daring to question why this person possessed the elder token. In truth, this token belonged to Chen Xin himself. After he achieved the rank of title Douluo, his identity was known far and wide, especially within the Seven Treasure Lustrous sect, where his status was revered. It was even said that no one dared to challenge his authority. Naturally, he didn't need this token to prove his identity. So when Su Cheng left, Chen Xin gave him the token for future use. While Su Cheng waited outside the mountain, inside the most central residence of the Seven Treasure Lustrous sect, it was a scene of tranquility and laughter. Apart from Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yurong, there was also a delicate little girl running around, full of liveliness and mischief. Though the girl was still young, soul masters tended to mature early, especially those with exceptional talent. Ning Rongrong, at the age of about 3, could already recognize people and even read and write. As both Chen Xin and Ji Yurong lacked biological children, they treated her like their own granddaughter. Watching Ning Rongrong grow day by day, Chen Xin couldn't help but often think of his adopted son, imagining what his life might be like in the Soul City. Occasionally, he would feel a pang of sorrow. In his opinion, with Su Cheng's temperament and martial soul talent, even if his theoretical knowledge was rich and advanced, and his thoughts were intricate, in a place like the Soul Hall, where powerful individuals abounded, he would likely find it extremely challenging to make progress. Chapter 35, The Restless Mood of Qian Runshui. Half a day later, inside the Seven Treasures lustrous glass sect. Chen Xin looked at the drastically transformed martial soul in his hand, his face expressing a mix of disbelief. The once 2-meter-long, half-foot-wide ancient giant sword had significantly shrunk, leaving only 3 feet and 3 inches of its blade, with a width of just over an inch. The sword's color had shifted from its original clear blue to silver white, and its appearance now seemed far less imposing than before. But not only Chen Xin, even Ji Yurong and Ning Fengji sitting beside him, vaguely felt a prickling sensation on their backs. One could imagine just how sharp the 7-kill sword had become now. In theory, with Chen Xin's expertise in swordsmanship and strength, it was impossible for such a murderous aura to emanate. The only reason was the significant change in the 7-kill sword at this moment, which seemed to have surpassed his control. The 7-kill sword was already a top-tier martial soul, and now it seemed to have gone even further. Chen Xin even felt that the current 7-kill sword had surpassed the Wu Tian hammer, hailed as the strongest weapon-type martial soul on the continent. He felt like he was dreaming today. After 3 years, his adopted son quietly returned to the sect after undergoing a transformation, revealing a martial soul longsword without any defects, and even comprehending the embryonic form of his own sword domain. Then he brought out 3 bottles of attribute elixirs he had researched and prepared. Based on his trust in his adopted son, he took them on the spot. He never expected the effect to be so strong, directly causing a transformation in the martial soul 7-kill sword. Beside him, Ji Yurong and the sect master of the 7 Treasures lustrous glass sect, Ning Fengji, also wore complex expressions. Of course, it wasn't jealousy, their relationship was akin to family. It's just that everything that happened today was a bit beyond their understanding. Even Ning Rongrong, who was only 3 years old, had a pensive expression, looking like a quiet little adult. It's truly unimaginable, you cowardly man, you sure have a good son. After a long while, Ji Yurong finally breathed out and said what he had been wanting to say. If you keep blabbering, wanna go outside and have a little showdown? Chen Xin retorted with a glare. Right now, he was itching to find someone to test the power of the 7-kill sword. Ji Yurong's face changed, feeling a drumbeat in his heart, but he couldn't back down. Come on then, let's compare. Seeing this, Ning Fengji quickly smiled bitterly and intervened. Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, now is not the time for you two to bicker. Then he turned to Chen Xin and asked seriously, Brother Sword, how do you see the matter that Su Cheng just mentioned? Seeing that he was asking about serious matters, Sword and Bone finally calmed down. After a moment of silence, Chen Xin spoke firmly, my son's affairs are naturally my affairs. His tone was resolute, showing that he had made up his mind. At this moment, a fairy grass was lying quietly in his soul tool. In his ears echoed the conversation between him and Su Cheng just before he left. Father, after you completely control the transformed 7-kill sword martial soul, you can take this fairy-grade spiritual grass, golden silk crystal sword grass. With the help of the fairy grass, you will have more than enough strength to reach level 97 within 10 years, and even have a chance to glimpse the scenery of level 98. But that will require some luck, so don't force it. Chunger, are you going back to the Martial Soul Hall? Of course, I have to go back. 10 years later will be the day of the Martial Soul Hall's destruction, and I hope Father can help me then. At that time, Chen Xin didn't understand his son's choice. Why risk going back to the Martial Soul Hall when you've reached this level of research? Why not focus on improving your strength and becoming the strongest? I had doubts before, but now I believe you can definitely do it. I can't do it, and there's no time left. Chen Xin didn't understand what Su Cheng meant by not having time, but he knew his adopted son had always been very determined. Besides, with his current abilities, he had completely surpassed his own understanding, so he couldn't control him anymore. And from what he described, Chen Xin also knew that Su Cheng's status in the Martial Soul Hall was extremely high now, indicating there were other secrets involved. Thinking of this, Chen Xin's face showed a sense of melancholy. Even if he could reach level 98, what could he do when facing the Martial Soul Hall? The Grand Elder there was a level 99 ultimate Douluo. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji nodded on the other side, without intervening. Just now, Su Cheng also gave him a promise, saying he would try his best to help him increase the upper limit of the 7 treasures lustrous glass tower's martial soul. If he didn't believe the other party could do it at first, seeing the transformation of the 7-kill sword now, he had no choice but to believe. At this moment, Su Cheng was already on his way to the city of Nuoding. He had other things to arrange and didn't have much time to linger in the 7 treasures lustrous glass sect for reunion. Thinking back to the scene just now, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He didn't expect today to be so unfortunate, to actually run into those few people gathering together. Originally, he had planned to only meet Chen Xin alone. To prevent Ning Fengji from interfering, he had no choice but to first make a promise. It seemed tempting enough to improve the upper limit of the 7 treasures lustrous glass tower's martial soul. And luckily, the attribute elixirs were powerful enough, he reckoned that guy must have been tempted. Chen Xin was different from Su Cheng. With the strength of a titled Douluo, after taking the elixir, it wouldn't take long for him to fully digest it. Although the benefits weren't as great as when taken in childhood, the effects were immediate. In fact, for Su Cheng, giving Chen Xin the attribute elixir was just an experiment. He wanted to see how strong the ultimate path of the sword martial soul could be, and which way was better compared to completing the 5 elements. The key was still the fairy grass he gave to Chen Xin. After all, it was the only top-tier combat power he could fully trust. After years of being together, he had deep feelings for this adoptive father. However, he wasn't prepared to let Chen Xin take risks when the time came. Gathering his thoughts, Su Cheng gazed into the distance towards the city of Nuoding. Yu Shaogang, Tang Hao, Tang San. He still had several other things to do next. Once everything was completed, he could return to the Spirit Hall City and wait for the final battle. During the month Su Cheng was away, Qinren Shui found that his cultivation efficiency had drastically dropped. Although under Su Cheng's guidance, she had already developed excellent thinking and cultivation habits, but now she always felt unable to calm down. It was the first time she felt like this from childhood to adulthood. Her parents rarely paid attention to her when she was young, and she never developed any dependency on anyone. As for Bibi Dong, needless to say, although she was kind to her, as the Pope, she was busy with affairs, and her arrogant and self-righteous character didn't qualify her as a good mother. To gain her mother's approval and not disappoint her grandfather, Qinren Shui basically relied on her own abilities to solve problems. Everything changed after she got Su Cheng as her teacher. She hadn't realized it before, but recently, this feeling had become clearer. Sitting on the chair in Su Cheng's room where he often sat, Qinren Shui casually flipped through the books on the table. She was very familiar with this room. Many of the books placed here were related to her recent cultivation direction, such as detailed explanation of external attached spirit bone characteristics, spirit bones and martial souls, tool martial souls and beast martial souls, and so on. Chapter 36. His Diary. Although there were plenty of books in Su Cheng's room, they had all been read through by Qian Runshui long ago. Some of the more important content had even been perused multiple times. Ah, it's been a month already, why hasn't teacher come back yet? At this point, there was absolutely no interest in continuing to read. After lazily lying on the table for a while, Qian Runshui got up and began to wander around the room. She shuffled through the books on the shelf and tidied up a few scattered manuscripts before standing by the window to look at the scenery outside. Finally, she returned to the spacious chair, reclined lazily, and stretched, revealing her charming waistline curve. Unfortunately, this earthly beauty was seen by no one. Although she usually stayed here, the area behind the desk was always off limits to her. That was Su Cheng's territory. While lying back on the chair, Qian Runshui suddenly noticed a locked drawer behind the desk. After hesitating for a moment, she reached out her hand, feeling a surge of curiosity. Although there was a lock on the drawer, it was obviously no match for a soul master. Instead of trying to pick the lock, she simply removed the lock latch, making it easier to restore later. Upon opening the drawer, a stack of notebooks caught her eye. This couldn't be. A guess flashed through her mind. Qian Runshui's breathing became slightly hurried, and she felt an unusual sense of excitement. Opening one of the notebooks, the handwriting looked extremely immature, as if written by a child. The 5th of February 2611. My foster father said that my biological father died at the hands of the martial soul Hall's Emperor Qian Zunji. I must practice diligently to avenge my father. As expected, this was indeed her teacher Su Cheng's diary. However, the contents on the first page made her feel a bit awkward. She pursed her lips and continued to flip through. The 6th of February 2611. Why can't I understand anything? Learning swordsmanship is really hard. The 11th of April 2611. My foster father said my talent for swordsmanship is very poor. It's okay, even if my talent is poor, I'll just practice more. The 6th of March 2614. Tomorrow is the day of my martial soul awakening. My foster father said I will inherit the unflinching sword. I wonder how much innate soul power I will have. I want to become a strong person like my father and foster father. I will never disgrace the sword in my hands. 2614.3.74. Fate always plays tricks on people. I know they must be laughing at me in their hearts. Qian Runshui sat on Su Cheng's chair, holding a notebook in her hands, silently flipping through page by page. She was extremely serious, much more so than when studying those cultivation classics. Su Cheng's tender childhood, silent adolescence, resilient youth, and confident young adulthood seemed to form a clear and vivid image in Qian Runshui's mind, and then slowly matured. She followed the joys and sorrows of Su Cheng's figure, sometimes feeling happy along with him. Continuing to read on, she finished one notebook and took out another. The penmanship in the diary gradually matured from childish to seasoned, until she reached the day they met. The 7th of October 2626. What a strange twist of fate, my disciple turns out to be Qian Zunji's daughter. I don't hate her, instead, I feel sorry for her. I know what it feels like for a child to lose their father at a young age. Qian Runshui's eyes softened, and a gentle smile appeared on her lips. The image of Su Cheng had always been a clear yet vague presence in her mind. Clear because they met every day, and he was both a teacher and a friend to her, the person she felt closest to. But this teacher was too omnipotent, too unexpected, always able to create unimaginable miracles, and his attitude towards her was also unpredictable, making him seem both attainable and unattainable in her heart. Today she learned that Su Cheng had once felt troubled, had lows, and had experienced both loss and joy. Now, Su Cheng seemed more like a human being in her heart, rather than an all-powerful deity. However, as Qian Runshui continued to read on, her mood suddenly felt like stepping into thin air, a sense of weightlessness instantly enveloped her. The cause of Qian Zunji's death is questionable, most likely not by Tang Hao's hand. The last person Qian Zunji saw before his death was Bibi Dong. And it was only after disappearing for several days that Bibi Dong announced the cause of Qian Zunji's death. Bai Baidong once obtained the domain of the killing capital, known as the God of Slaughter. It is highly likely that she has undergone the inheritance trial of the godly position, and she is a powerful and bloodthirsty martial artist. I am 90% certain that Qian Zunji was devoured alive by Bai Baidong. This child, despite being born into nobility, had such a miserable life. Smack. Asterisk. The diary slipped from her hand, hitting the ground with a muted thud. Qian Runshui, however, remained oblivious, lost in her thoughts. It's impossible, it can't be, she muttered, her lips voicing disbelief while her face turned pale, her eyes unfocused. Qian Runshui was far from naive, she had just never entertained the idea before. Bibidong's almost hostile indifference towards her, the deep-seated resentment towards Qian Zunji. No matter how hard she tried to conceal it, years of animosity couldn't be completely hidden. Combined with Su Cheng's analysis and the clues of divine inheritance, Qian Runshui could almost be certain that these contents were the truth of the matter. A sudden dizziness swept over her, limbs stiffening, hands and feet turning cold. She wanted to confront Bibidong, to ask her why she did this, but she dared not. It wasn't just fear of the truth, more importantly, Su Cheng made it clear in the diary that he didn't want her to know at this moment. After today's events, if there was anyone left in this world worth trusting, it was Su Cheng. Bloodshot veins emerged in Qian Runshui's eyes, a dim red light obscuring her vision. It was the dark side of her psyche, nurtured by her upbringing, showing signs of further rooting and sprouting in her current mentally unstable state. Yet, at that moment, another figure appeared before her. Su Cheng reached out, gently touching her forehead, his gaze soft as he looked into her eyes. Qian Runshui lowered her head, her golden hair cascading around her. Weakly, she covered her cheeks with her palm. In this past month, she had never longed for Su Cheng's presence as much as she did now. Grandfather, do you know the true cause of my father's death? She asked after a long pause, her voice barely above a whisper. Half a day later, in the Hall of Martial Souls in the city shrine, Qian Runshui approached Qian Douluo with a calm expression. Qian Daoliu's face flashed with surprise at her sudden question, seemingly caught off guard. After a moment of hesitation, he softly replied, "Wasn't he fatally injured by Tang Hao and couldn't be saved?" "Ah, missing your father again, aren't you?" He reached out, wanting to comfort his granddaughter by patting her head. Qian Runshui quietly stepped back, evading his hand. With a slight stiffness in her lips, she murmured, "Yes, I miss him a bit." Then she raised her head and looked directly into Qian Daoliu's eyes. "Why can't we attack Haotian sect and avenge father? This involves an agreement between me and Tang Chen." After a long silence, Qian Douluo explained in a low voice. Before he defeated Tang Chen, the ancestor of the Haotian sect, no one from Seoul Hall would set foot in the Haotian sect. Chapter 37, Yearning Heartbroken Red. At this moment, Su Cheng had already completed the final arrangement and was walking back on the path to return to the martial Seoul Hall. Several days ago, he first visited the Holy Soul Village, and indeed, Tang Hao was residing there in seclusion. As for his son, Tang San, as expected, he was just an ordinary, scrawny child, having grown up under the care of his neglectful father, appearing emaciated and pallid. If not for the benevolence of kind villagers, his situation would likely be even worse, just barely scraping by. As for whether Tang San's transmigration in the original work had hidden implications, Su Cheng was unsure and currently lacked the intention to investigate. Knowing that Tang San in this world was merely an ordinary person with no other enhancements besides his twin martial souls was sufficient. Tang Hao might have noticed him, but obviously couldn't recognize Su Cheng after his disguise. He merely regarded him as an ordinary soul master passing by, evidently not suspecting that a soul sage of the third rank could see through his true identity, dismissing it as inconsequential. As for the soul-hunting forest, Su Cheng carefully explored the distribution of soul beasts within it. After completing this simulated return to reality, he could select soul beasts from it as the first soul ring for himself. Furthermore, he incidentally found the current hiding place of the Blue-Silver Emperor. After all, searching based on the near 100-Zhang waterfall as a landmark was too easy. As for Yu Shaogang, his appearance wasn't vastly different from the character sketch Su Cheng had preconceived. In terms of ability, he couldn't be considered outstanding, but neither was he particularly incompetent, merely an ordinary waste. However, his character was truly abysmal, easily swayed by the benefits Su Cheng offered, becoming another crucial pawn on the chessboard. Several days later, Su Cheng returned to the Martial Soul Hall without a sound. He wasn't directly under Bibi Dong's command but was under the jurisdiction of the Elder Hall's system, thus there was no need for him to report to her. Pushing open the door to his room, he found someone standing by the window, gazing at the scenery outside motionlessly. Her tall figure was bathed in a layer of golden light cast by the slanting sunlight, her golden hair gently swaying in the breeze blowing through the window. It was Qian Runshui. "Why are you lost in thought?" Su Cheng said casually, while walking to the table to pour himself a cup of tea. With his cultivation not being high, and for the sake of convenience, he didn't use any means of transportation, hence feeling a bit parched. In fact, Qian Runshui had already sensed Su Cheng's approach long before he neared her. His footsteps were unmistakably familiar to her. Not going out to greet him immediately was merely to calm the tumultuous emotions in her heart. It wasn't until now that her emotions slightly settled. Turning around with feigned calmness, a smile appeared on her face. "Teacher, you're back." Indeed, seeing the faint blush in Qian Runshui's eyes, Su Cheng felt a pang in his heart. He glanced at her without saying anything, then briskly walked to the table and inspected the drawer before speaking. "You know about it?" Upon hearing this, Qian Runshui first felt a pang of panic, then the emotions she had been trying to suppress for the past few days became uncontrollable, her eyes instantly turning red. I'm sorry, teacher, truly sorry. Sigh. Su Cheng's mood was also somewhat complex at this moment. Although he had long made plans, he wasn't made of stone. How could he remain indifferent to using someone who wholeheartedly believed in him? However, regardless of his emotions, with the talents of an old actor, he could always maintain a flawless facade. Tell me what you're thinking. I don't know, Qian Runshui said, looking lost. She had only learned about this matter not long ago, and her grandfather had concealed the truth again. There was simply no one around her she could confide in. Her previous pretense of calmness was nothing more than a mask. Seeing this, Su Cheng didn't rush her. He poured another cup of tea and pushed it in front of Qian Runshui. Then listen to me first. Your father's death may not have been your mother's intention. Although I don't know what happened back then, there may be other hidden secrets involved. The inheritance of the gods is not entirely benevolent. Bibi Dong, is she going to become a god? I don't know. Su Cheng shook his head, but regardless, only when your own strength is strong enough do you have the qualifications to seek the truth, understand? Qian Runshui nodded thoughtfully, her complexion gradually calming down. So, you don't need to worry about anything else right now, just focus on improving your strength. Oh right, teacher, my grandfather, why did he? Qian Runshui seemed to remember something and suddenly mentioned Qian Douluo, her expression slightly hesitant. What about the Grand Elder? He seems to know about what happened back then, but why doesn't he tell me the truth? A few days ago when she asked Qian Douluo, his hesitancy and the ambiguity in his words indicated too many questions. If Qian Runshui didn't know the truth, it would be understandable, but now that she knew more information, upon further examination, she could uncover various doubts. I think the Grand Elder also has his reasons. Su Cheng took a sip of tea and comforted her. As he spoke, Su Cheng's expression seemed somewhat complex, as if he were hiding something. Qian Runshui paused for a moment, pondering over the term, reasons. It could mean that his son was at fault, or perhaps he didn't want turmoil within the martial soul hall, or maybe he was thinking about Qian Runshui's growth. It all depended on how one interpreted it. However, upon seeing Su Cheng's expression, Qian Runshui's first reaction was that her grandfather didn't want to expose the truth for the sake of the martial soul hall. Because Qian Douluo was indeed such a person. I understand, she said. Su Cheng glanced at her and didn't say anything further. They had reached a sufficient point, there was no need to overdo it. At this moment, Qian Runshui harbored resentment and doubts, but she was far from the point of wanting to kill Bibi Dong. That was still a long way off. She would need another spark in the future. They sat there in silence, quietly drinking their tea, yet in this atmosphere, neither of them felt awkward. Especially Qian Runshui, who had endured mental torment over the past few days, now truly settled down, even feeling a hint of enjoyment. After about 20 minutes passed like this, Su Cheng spoke again. I brought you something beneficial for your cultivation this time. With that, he took out a peculiar-looking red grass from his soul device. At the top of the grass, it resembled a rooster's crest, with veins on the leaves displaying a golden red color. As soon as the grass appeared, the temperature in the room rose significantly. This is a spirit grass called Phoenix Tail Crest Serpent, capable of purifying your fire attribute and greatly enhancing its power. Do I eat it now? Qian Runshui asked with curiosity, examining the spiritual grass in front of her. Trusting Su Cheng's words completely, she naturally had no hesitation in taking out another white flower-shaped spiritual grass. Let's wait a moment, Su Cheng paused here. Although the Phoenix Tail Crest Serpent could greatly replenish pure yang energy, it wasn't perfectly compatible with Qian Runshui. There was even a possibility that it might suppress the sacred attributes of her six-winged angel martial soul to some extent. Try this one first. If it doesn't work, then you can take the other one. Chapter 38. Guess who I just thought of? Is this also a spiritual grass? Qian Runshui asked softly, looking at the white flower connected to the black stone by its roots. Yes, this flower is called Yearning Heartbroken Red, and it can help you enhance your foundation. However, the potency of spiritual herbs is dominant and long-lasting. Once consumed, you cannot take the Phoenix Tail Crest Serpent I mentioned earlier. Qian Runshui nodded upon hearing this. So, do I just eat it directly? After a moment of silence, Su Cheng spoke, to pluck it, you need to be devoted to your loved one and nourish it with your blood. If your love is genuine, you can pluck it. Honestly, he didn't fully understand the principles behind picking this flower. However, as heavenly made spiritual herbs, he had no other similar herbs for experimentation, so he could only go by the book. Otherwise, he would have liked to try consuming this yearning heartbroken red himself. In terms of medicinal properties, this divine flower king was relatively mild and wouldn't leave hidden dangers to the body, making it the only spiritual herb he could reluctantly accept. I see. Listening to his words, Qian Runshui looked blankly at the white flower in front of her, then glanced at Su Cheng. His eyebrow twitched slightly at her glance. You can try it. If it doesn't work, then you can go eat that phoenix tail crest serpent. Before he could finish his sentence, there was a soft plop. Su Cheng looked up to see a drop of blood had already fallen onto the white flower. Before he could react, the yearning heartbroken red quietly detached from the black stone and fell into Qian Runshui's hand. Seeing the white flower gently swaying in her hand, a faint smile appeared on the girl's lips. It was subtle, but sincere. From the moment Su Cheng left the martial soul city until now, this might be her happiest moment. Suddenly, Qian Runshui turned her head to look at Su Cheng, her eyes sparkling. Teacher, guess who I just thought of? Upon hearing her words, Su Cheng fell silent once again. His hesitation earlier was exactly on this point. Spiritual herbs like this, possessing a certain level of sentience, often had a mutual selection process with their owners. Handling it this way might exacerbate some unrealistic thoughts in the other party's mind. But, in fact, this was the best outcome. If Qian Runshui wanted to defeat the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong, who had accumulated profound strength and possessed twin martial souls, mere regular cultivation wouldn't suffice. Moreover, the Rakshasa god inherently countered the angel god, further widening the power gap. Just quickly ingest it. Su Cheng avoided her gaze and didn't answer her question. Qian Runshui glanced at the flower in her hand, feeling hesitant. Don't be foolish, it's just a herb with the sole purpose of helping you enhance your strength. Don't you want to know the truth of what happened back then? Upon hearing his words, Qian Runshui's determination solidified. She wasn't someone who couldn't differentiate priorities, she naturally understood how to make the right choice. Although somewhat reluctant, she swallowed the lovesick heartbreak red. Su Cheng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. He feared she might suddenly become obstinate and refuse to take the spiritual herb, which would have rendered his efforts futile. Observing the medicinal energy circulating within her body, Su Cheng nodded inwardly. With this, it wouldn't take long for Qian Runshui to break through the bottleneck of the 50th level. 2 days later, in Wei Douluo's room, Zhu Shi looked surprised at the unexpected visitor and smiled. Mr. Su, what brings you here today? Just felt like paying you a visit and giving you an opportunity. The two got along well, so Su Cheng spoke freely without reservations. Oh, Zhu Shi speculated with interest, does this opportunity have something to do with your research? My research wouldn't be of much help to you. Su Cheng shook his head and took out a large chrysanthemum from his soul device. The chrysanthemum displayed a splendid purple color, and each petal appeared fluffy and adorable. The entire flower was integrated, emitting no fragrance, but the central stamen protruded about half a foot above the petals, shining with a faint golden light. Take a look at this. Looking at the chrysanthemum, Yugon was stunned. This is... Instinctively summoning his martial soul, it appeared identical to the extraordinary flower before him, creating a fascinating interplay of reality and illusion. Singular velvet sky chrysanthemum, how could Yugon, with a martial soul identical to the appearance of this strange flower, not recognize it? Trembling, Yugon asked, Mr. Su. Swallowing hard, Yugon's voice slightly quivered. Indeed, it's for you. Su Cheng nodded gently, indicating that Yugon could take it. Across from him, the white-clothed Douluo, usually bearing a soft smile, appeared unusually serious at this moment. Why are you doing this, Mr. Su? Yugon didn't immediately reach out to take it. Instead, he asked seriously. The preciousness of spiritual herbs might not be clear to others, but Yugon was undoubtedly well aware. Yugon, the chrysanthemum Douluo, found his greatest joy in cultivating and admiring flowers, and he had a considerable understanding of spiritual herbs. Undoubtedly, the extraordinary mushroom sky-reaching chrysanthemum before him was most compatible with him, but that didn't mean it wasn't suitable for others. The extraordinary mushroom sky-reaching chrysanthemum was a neutral spiritual herb. Consuming it could enhance one's vitality and promote blood circulation, benefiting both the body and future cultivation. In other words, Su Cheng could also consume it, and it was equally suitable for his sword-type martial soul. In the future, I'll need you and your old partner to do something for me. Su Cheng was straightforward, not hiding his intentions. But I won't make things difficult for you. Moreover, as he spoke, he took out another spiritual herb from his soul device. Yugon's eyes widened. Daffodil jade flesh bone. He never expected that there would be another spiritual herb in the hands of the other party. You can take the singular velvet sky chrysanthemum. Consider the daffodil jade flesh bone as the final payment, Su Cheng said calmly. You can give it to your old partner when the time comes, but we'll discuss it after the task is completed. Yugon and Gime were like brothers, having faced life and death together. Offering this as the final payment was more than sufficient. This matter must remain confidential, including with the Pope's side. After all, the Pope hasn't given you any benefits, right? One should always consider one's own interests, Su Cheng added. Upon hearing this, Yugon's eyes twitched slightly, and he gave Su Cheng a deep look. I understand, he said, reaching out to take the singular velvet sky chrysanthemum. I reckon things won't be easy when the time comes. But rest assured, as long as it doesn't compromise my principles, we'll do everything we can for you. I trust your integrity, and my promise is genuine. Su Cheng couldn't help but smile. I said I wouldn't make things difficult for you, and I'll keep my word. Besides, you've already gained a spiritual herb for nothing, so you won't be at a loss no matter what, he added. Indeed, Yugon sighed, realizing that what the other party said made sense. Yet, this person in front of him, despite having low strength, seemed increasingly inscrutable to him. Chapter 39. Top-tier Martial Souls, Eternal Sword. After returning to the Martial Soul Temple, Qian Runshui followed you into a stable period of cultivation. With the help of the spiritual herbs, her cultivation speed increased rapidly, and her foundation became even stronger than you expected. Recently, there's been news circulating on the continent about the former disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Shaogang, known as the Master, successfully overcoming his martial soul deficiency, breaking through to level 30 and becoming a soul ancestor. He was then accepted back into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. You weren't surprised by this, as his success was entirely reliant on your guidance. However, what he doesn't know is that this advancement came at the cost of his life force and martial soul potential. In just 1 year, Qian Runshui broke through once again, reaching level 50 in soul power. With your assistance, she successfully absorbed a 36,000-year-old fifth soul ring, advancing to become a soul king. Due to absorbing a soul ring across year limits again, the immense energy contained within the soul ring helped her advance 2 levels. With the help of the 5 elements elixirs you concocted, you completed the attributes of your martial soul, further enhancing it to become a powerful martial soul comparable to around level 8 innate soul power. Moreover, you discovered that with the completion of the 5 elements, your 7-kill sword martial soul began to exhibit a sense of perpetual vitality as expected. The strength of your martial soul also strengthened your spirit and cultivation aptitude, speeding up your cultivation. 2 years later, with the dual effects of spirit medicines and martial souls, you successfully reached level 40. After obtaining a 10,000-year soul beast with extreme water attributes, you absorbed its soul ring to advance to the 4th rank soul sage. At the same time, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yugon also successfully broke through to level 96. His compatibility with the singular velvet sky chrysanthemum was surprisingly good. Without even ingesting it, he comprehended the true meaning of his martial soul through visualizing and contrasting with the physical object, achieving a breakthrough. A year later, Qian Runshui completely absorbed the medicinal power of the Narcissus Jade Skin and Bone, reaching level 60 in cultivation. With the assistance of the Martial Soul Temple, she killed a 90,000-year-old golden-eyed white crane and absorbed its 6th soul ring to advance to the Soul Emperor. In the following 5 years, you fully developed the potential of Qian Runshui's divine tier martial soul with innate level 20 soul power. With the further improvement of her aptitude due to the daffodil jade flesh bone, she ascended to level 70. Then, as promised, Bibi Dong provided intelligence on a 100,000-year soul beast and dispatched several elders to help Qian Runshui kill it. Subsequently, at the age of less than 22, she became a 7-ring soul saint, with the 7th soul ring being an astonishing 100,000-year soul ring. However, due to the angelic set, she did not absorb the corresponding soul bone but entrusted it to you. After Douluo swallowed the singular velvet sky chrysanthemum, his cultivation further advanced to level 97, just one step away from level 98. With the cooperation of Ghost Douluo, even a peak level 98th rank Douluo would have to be wary. You didn't need a divine attribute soul bone yourself, but in order to break through quickly and have an additional self-defense ability in the future, you absorbed the right leg bone that Xianxia had previously entrusted to you. The accompanying immense energy successfully helped you achieve a breakthrough in the following 6 months, reaching level 50 in cultivation. After absorbing the soul ring of a soul beast with extreme wood attributes, your 5 elements sword soul achieved preliminary perfection and was able to rival the top-tier martial souls with full innate soul power. During this period, you took advantage of the visit of Doupo to return the singular velvet sky chrysanthemum to him, while also giving him the daffodil jade flesh bone to deliver to Xianxia at the 7-treasure glazed tile school for temporary safekeeping. According to him, Xianxia had also broken through to level 97 by this time, and his combat power far exceeded those of the same rank. Interlude mode was in effect, and time passed swiftly, with everything steadily progressing on the foundation laid out by him, without encountering too many surprises along the way. After all, in this world, there was no variable like Tang-san, the transmigrator. Therefore, during this process, Su Cheng didn't actively interrupt the proceedings to intervene. Everything that needed to be done had been done. Now, all that remained was to await the final battle. Finally, the moment of reckoning has arrived, Su Cheng muttered to himself as he examined the newly rejuvenated sword martial soul in his hand. The longsword in his hand was now vastly different from before. Anyone who saw it would not deem it a trash martial soul. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long, with a blade width of 1 inch and 2 centimeters. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but the more one looked, the more one would sense its profoundness. The thin, sharp blade gave off a sense of weightiness and indestructibility, full of contradictions yet harboring a strange harmony. Su Cheng's fingers lightly traced the spine of the sword, and the colors of the sword body changed, with white, black, blue, red, and yellow hues flashing alternately. As the colors changed, the shape of the sword body also underwent subtle alterations. The 5 elements rotate, perpetually renewing. From now on, I shall call you the Eternal Sword, Su Cheng declared. After admiring it for a moment, he stowed away the martial soul. Now, his own strength was secondary, the key to victory lay in Xianxia and Bibi Dong. The game has reached its endgame. Bibi Dong, are you prepared? Tn. Poor Bai Dong tot. In the center of the martial soul city's Douluo Hall stood a towering statue, reaching up to 10 meters in height, adorned entirely in brilliant gold. 3 pairs of wings spread out behind it, while it held aloft a massive golden sword pointed straight towards the sky. And around that golden sword, there seemed to be a faint layer of golden flames swirling. At this moment, in front of this colossal statue, knelt a figure. Wavy hair cascaded down her back, reaching all the way to the ground, while her hands formed a peculiar gesture in front of her chest, thumbs interlocked, index fingers pressed together, and the remaining 6 fingers spread out on either side, resembling the wingspan of a 6-winged angel. With closed eyes, her delicate face exuded reverence, and a faint halo enveloped her form. It was Xianxia, now possessing the cultivation of a soul saint. Are you prepared? Resounded a voice, dignified yet calm, echoing through the Douluo Hall. Xianxia remained unmoving, neither speaking nor stirring, maintaining her posture in silence. A golden radiance surged forth, and 1,000 illusions of flowing movements appeared between her and the massive statue. As these illusions gradually became clearer, the surrounding golden light intensified noticeably. Especially the colossal statue of the 6-winged angel, where the golden flames emitted from the sword in its hand stretched for over a dozen meters, imbuing the area with an indescribable sense of sanctity. With a lifted finger, Xianxia beckoned, and the golden flames released from the sword behind the statue descended from above, completely enveloping her body. As the golden flames swirled, Xianxia's body was gently lifted within the radiance. In front of her, 9 golden screens gradually materialized. Upon seeing these 9 screens, a special gleam flickered in the eyes of the illusionary figure. The 9 Trials of the Angel. Chapter 40. unveiling schemes. Calculating the time, the divine examination should have started by now, Su Cheng thought to himself. Qian Runshui's progress in the divine examination would undoubtedly be much faster than in the original story. Although he wasn't clear on the specific challenges of the first 8 trials, he knew the general direction of the divine examination. It mainly involved improving the qualities of the soul, body, and martial soul to quasi-divine level, and enhancing affinity with the divine position to achieve perfect integration with the divine position, condensing the divine soul, reshaping the divine body, and transforming divine power. Su Cheng had always nurtured Qian Runshui based on this path, aiming to ensure she gained the maximum benefits from the divine examination. With this in mind, he narrowed his eyes slightly. The first 8 trials were indeed like this, but what about the 9th trial? Su Cheng didn't want to indulge in conspiracy theories, excessive speculation would cloud his judgment. But for the sake of future planning, he needed to clarify if there were any hidden secrets. The 9th trial of the angel in the original timeline was really suspicious. Angelic divinity wasn't associated with sinister intentions, it was supposed to be noble and righteous. By all accounts, refining the soul to undergo transformation should strengthen one's will, using the temptations of the 7 emotions and 6 desires as a whetstone. But in Qian Runshui's 9th trial, the appearance of Bibi Dong and Tang San, who shouldn't have been present, was quite perplexing. Could the angelic divinity's inheritance be achieved through harnessing hatred and desire? That seemed absurd. Moreover, later on, when Tang San underwent the sea god's divine examination, he somehow gained insight into the content of the angelic divine examination, which was unreasonable. Furthermore, the punishment for failure in the angel's 9th trial was death. The Qian family, descendants of the angelic divine, might not open doors for future generations, but to subject them to such extreme consequences seemed unbelievable to Su Cheng. The divine examination was a complex matter, it could be challenging or straightforward. In addition to meeting the inheritor's requirements, the attitude of the original divine occupant played a significant role. However, Su Cheng would have to wait until Qian Runshui completed the inheritance to understand the situation in detail. He glanced towards the direction of the Pope's hall once again. Bibi Dong, what about you? Are you ready to participate in the 9th trial? Will you swallow the top-tier beast martial souls of the golden crocodile, blue phoenix, and lion offered as sacrifices? In the Pope's exclusive chamber within the martial soul city's Pope Hall, Bibi Dong, who was meditating in a cross-legged position, slowly opened her eyes, revealing a crimson gleam of blood. Her once noble and stunning visage now appeared twisted with a terrifying sense of distortion, with streaks of blood crisscrossing her face. Behind her, an indistinct black shadow hovered. Taking a deep breath, Bibi Dong's black-purple light surged, and the changes on her body gradually disappeared, restoring her original appearance, albeit with a slightly pale complexion. Unlike Su Cheng, she could clearly sense the angelic divine examination unfolding in the Douluo hall at this moment. With a gaze filled with hatred, she muttered, "Qian Daolu, your son ruined me, so I will destroy everything related to your angelic clan." She reached out her right hand, and a book floated into her grasp, opening it to a specific page. The pages of the book were slightly wrinkled, with even the edges of the cover showing signs of wear and tear, indicating that it had been in existence for a long time and had often been held and perused by someone. The tool martial soul tends to lean towards the nature of a tool. In the hands of a soul master, it is easier to excel in aspects such as attack, defense, and control compared to beast martial souls, which tend to have a more balanced set of abilities. Especially in terms of soul fusion, beast martial souls have a unique advantage, being able to enhance various qualities of a soul master. In other words, beast martial souls actually provide a certain degree of enhancement to a person's mental willpower, a feat that tool martial souls find difficult to achieve. Furthermore, if the strength of the martial soul can be greatly enhanced, the effect of enhancing a soul master's willpower through a beast martial soul surpasses imagination. I have personally experienced this. This was a theory published by Yu Shaogang several years ago, and Bibi Dong would often revisit it whenever she had spare time. She practically had this page memorized. Enhancing the strength of the martial soul. As someone who possessed the martial soul of the man-faced demon spider, she certainly knew how to enhance the strength of her martial soul. The feast of Qian Zunji's flesh and blood back then had given her quite a pleasant surprise. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a hint of strangeness. Shaogang, perhaps this is fate. At this stage, you can still help me in some significant way, even from beyond. Initially, she had some hesitation about whether to consume the individuals offered in the sacrificial hall. As long as she continued to practice steadily for over a decade, she would undoubtedly be able to successfully complete the Rakshasa God examination, making her invincible. But now that she saw Qian Runshui had also initiated the divine examination, she couldn't sit still. Bibi Dong was not crazy, just desperate. Over the years, she naturally noticed the change in Qian Runshui's attitude. She had long suspected that the other party had learned the truth about Qian Zunji's death. Between them, perhaps it wasn't necessary for one of them to die to settle the score, but she wouldn't allow herself to owe her life to Qian Runshui's mercy. What she wanted was to decide for herself whether to completely destroy the angelic clan. Who should I start with? Running her tongue lightly over her lips, Bibi Dong's face revealed a hint of sinister and crazed smile. Naturally, the three major offerings would not be her opponents, but with her current strength suppressed by the divine examination, it would be difficult to kill them all at once, only one by one. Moreover, if they really fought, it wouldn't be a small matter. Although Qian Douluo was currently accompanying Qian Runshui for the divine examination, it didn't mean he couldn't break free. She needed to plan carefully. In addition, there was someone she had been disliking for a long time. With that in mind, Bibi Dong left the secret chamber and entered the Pope's hall, summoning Yugon. Your Majesty, Yugon, have you been getting close to Su Cheng recently? Bibi Dong casually asked. Yes, I promised Mr. Su to assist him in his cultivation over the past few years. Assist him in his cultivation? Bibi Dong furrowed her delicate brows. Do you have nothing else to do? Your Majesty, my cultivation breakthroughs in recent years are all thanks to Mr. Su gifting me a divine herb called the singular velvet sky chrysanthemum. Despite Yugon's calm expression, his heart was pounding fiercely. Su Cheng had just visited him and said that if the Pope inquired, he could inform her about the existence of the singular velvet sky chrysanthemum. As a result, he turned around and saw Bibi Dong actually asking about it, instantly feeling that there was too much he couldn't see through. It seemed that something big was about to happen in the martial soul temple. The mysterious sky chrysanthemum, Bibi Dong's face showed astonishment. Isn't that yours? Exactly, it's a divine herb that's identical to my martial soul. Su Cheng remained calm. Bibi Dong fell silent for a while upon hearing this, then waved her hand to indicate that the other person could leave. After they left, her face instantly darkened, and tumultuous emotions surged in her heart. How long ago had Su Cheng made arrangements for this moment? She had been curious why Yugon, who had been progressing slowly in his cultivation before, had made such rapid advancements in recent years. When she had asked about it before, the other party had been evasive and hadn't provided a clear answer. Now she understood the reason. Su Cheng, a hint of killing intent flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, then disappeared without a trace. Su Cheng was nothing more than a mere soul king, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Now that Yugon, who had the potential to become a god, was making great strides, there was no need to stir up trouble over this matter. In contrast, Qian Runshui, who was on the verge of godhood, was the real threat. Chapter 41, Calm Before the Storm. The book by Yu Shaogang was penned by Su Cheng specifically for Bibi Dong's perusal. 10 years ago, before Su Cheng returned to the martial soul city from the Yin Yang Well, he visited Yu Shaogang in the city of Nodding. They struck a deal. Su Cheng initially stimulated a large number of acupoints to tap into his potential, enabling him to rapidly reach level 30. Then, he helped him absorb a soul ring from a nearly 3,000-year-old pure-blood dragon descendant soul beast. With the assistance of this soul ring, Yu Shaogang partially compensated for the energy deficiency in his mutated martial soul, Luo Sanpao. Though the improvement was marginal, it was akin to a godsend for him. Yu Shaogang's martial soul issue wasn't just a malignant mutation, it was a case of atavism coupled with insufficient energy leading to martial soul degeneration. Only a few were aware of this. What Su Cheng previously mentioned about martial soul completion not being suitable for Yu Shaogang wasn't a lie, as his condition wasn't a malignant mutation at all. Furthermore, there were significant differences between beast martial souls and tool martial souls. Su Cheng had seen the top 10 core competencies of Yu Shaogang's martial soul. While some summaries were decent, most remained superficial, and many were even erroneous. The most typical misconception was the theory of martial soul mimicry. He merely observed the combat form of the martial soul, hence assuming that attaching other attributes to the martial soul might be advantageous without truly delving into its potential. At that time, Su Cheng handed him a manuscript, urging Yu Shaogang to publish it in his name after 3 years. For Yu Shaogang, this was an incredibly fortunate opportunity, akin to begging Su Cheng to be his master then and there. Afterwards, things were straightforward. While Bibi Dong might not believe Su Cheng's words, she would undoubtedly hold Yu Shaogang's theories in unquestionable reverence, treating them as scriptures to be consulted whenever she had spare time. Su Cheng understood that for Bibi Dong, the greatest challenge of the Rakshasa god's trial lay in the mental torment. She had never realized before that she could enhance her mental resistance through strengthening her beast martial soul. Her understanding of martial souls was not as profound. Throughout her journey, she relied solely on her exceptional twin martial soul talent to forcefully accumulate her cultivation. Might as well lend her a hand while leaving behind a fatal hidden danger on her path to godhood. Bibi Dong must ascend to godhood. This was a plan Su Cheng had long devised. Qinren Shui is not his puppet. Su Cheng can indeed influence her. But to expect her to act entirely according to his will is wishful thinking. Only when the balance of power between them is relatively equal does Su Cheng have a chance to seize an opportunity from the fire. Moreover, with the 7 eternal elders of the Soul Temple still alive, how could one consider destroying the martial soul hall? And among them, the strongest fighters, the 98th level Golden Crocodile Douluo, the 97th level Azure Phoenix Douluo, and the Lion Douluo, aside from Bibi Dong, Qian Runshui, and Qian Daolu, who else could take them down? In the following period, Qian Runshui diligently pursued the god's trial under the guidance of Qian Daolu, aiming to challenge the godhood. The Martial Soul Hall was preparing for the Elite Soul Master Tournament across the continent, and the golden generation of the Martial Soul Hall Academy was ready to go. Everything seemed calm. However, reality was far from it. All the high-ranking members of the Martial Soul Hall felt the undercurrents beneath the calm surface. It started with 2 elders of the Elder Hall, both at the level of title Douluo, going missing while on missions. The last time such an event occurred in the Martial Soul Hall was over a decade ago when Qian Zunji was injured by Tang Hao of the Haotian sect. Bibi Dong was greatly angered but didn't investigate thoroughly due to unknown reasons. Su Cheng understood. She was busy with her own Rakshasa god's trial and had no time to be distracted. But in the subsequent year and a half, the 2nd and 4th eternal elders, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, the Lion Douluo, and the Azure Phoenix Douluo, successively disappeared. The weight of these 3 individuals far surpassed that of ordinary elders. The Martial Soul Hall was abuzz with rumors. 6 months later, Pope Bibi Dong announced her seclusion, causing anxiety throughout the Martial Soul Hall. However, the source of all these changes remained unknown, only the sense of an invisible hand guiding everything behind the scenes. Looking at Su Cheng's serious expression, Yu Guan felt a bit puzzled. "What's the matter, Mr. Su? The matter I mentioned to you earlier has come to fruition. As long as you and Elder Gui agree, we will consider the matter of the fairy grass settled, and I will also hand over the daffodil jade flesh bone." Yu Guan's expression turned equally solemn upon hearing this. The minor matters they shared during their cultivation with Su Cheng were insignificant. Furthermore, Su Cheng didn't need his guidance, they simply gathered together occasionally to study medicine. It was evident that it was now time for him to fulfill his promise. "Please, Mr. Su, go on. I would like you and Elder Gui to withdraw from the Martial Soul Hall from now on." Upon hearing this, Yu Guan's pupils contracted, and his face showed surprise. However, he didn't immediately refuse. After a slight hesitation, he couldn't help but think of the recent series of incidents in the Martial Soul Hall. Being among those closest to the center of the storm, he had long sensed that something was amiss within the Martial Soul Hall. "Mr. Su," Yu Guan's brows furrowed gradually, "what do you mean by this? Don't ask too much, and don't overthink it. I only ask if you are willing or not." Su Cheng interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "All right, here's the deal. You and Elder Gui will go to the 7 Treasures Glass sect and find my foster father, Chen Xin. The daffodil jade flesh bone is currently in his possession." The 7 Treasures Glass sect, soared Douluo Chen Xin. Yu Guan's body trembled slightly at the mention of this, as if he had touched upon a certain idea momentarily but couldn't grasp it fully. That's correct. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow. Elder Chrysanthemum, do you remember what I once said to you? What was that? One must always consider their own interests, even if it's for the sake of your old partner. Yu Guan fell silent immediately, unwilling to delve further into the train of thought he had just touched upon. Su Cheng continued, if you're unwilling, that's fine too. You can first go find my foster father, then stay within the Seven Treasure Glass sect for 3 years. After 3 years, if you still wish to return to the Martial Soul Hall, it's up to you. After a long silence, Yugon gave him a deep look and nodded. I understand. Martial Soul City, Douluo Temple. In the center of the main hall, the colossal angel statue suddenly began to tremble without warning. Fine golden lights appeared on the surface of the statue, emitting layers of intense golden patterns. Boom! The entire angel statue instantly shattered, transforming into countless golden light spots that surged in the air. At the core of its explosion, Qian Runshui stood, clad in golden armor from head to toe, her 8 wings lightly flapping behind her as she hovered in the air. More accurately, she was the god of angels, Qian Runshui. On the towering angel's sword held high above her head, surging golden flames turned into a pillar of golden light that shot up into the sky, instantly breaking free from the constraints of the temple ceiling. A massive energy fluctuation erupted in succession, causing even the sun to pale in comparison. Chapter 42, The 8-Winged Angel God. Su Cheng watched as the young woman approached him with slow steps. She was dressed in a gown woven from golden threads, with a simple yet elegant style. The golden collar securely encased her slender neck. Her golden hair cascaded freely behind her, giving her a carefree and natural appearance. Her golden eyes were calm like still water, devoid of any energy fluctuations. Aside from her stunning beauty, she seemed like an ordinary mortal woman. However, Su Cheng could clearly sense that she was vastly different from her past self, exuding the majesty of a god. Between Qinren Shui's eyebrows, there was a tiny yet distinct golden imprint of a 6-winged angel. What was even more peculiar was that her feet were not touching the ground but were hovering 3 inches above it. As Qinren Shui looked at Su Cheng, her previous calm demeanor melted away, replaced by a mixture of sadness and joy. She then leapt into his arms. This time, Su Cheng didn't resist but instead reached out to embrace her slender waist and patted her shoulder. He knew that the young woman before him had just undergone the 9th trial of the angels, and her state of mind must be unstable. She needed help to calm down. Teacher, my grandfather is dead. He sacrificed himself to help me pass the final trial, she said. Su Cheng's voice choked slightly, tears moistening the front of his shirt. He remained silent, gently stroking the soft golden hair of the young girl before him. Teacher, I only have you left. Su Cheng's fingers hesitated momentarily at her hair tips, then he softly replied, yes, you still have me. So, your 9th trial's greatest challenge was various illusions involving desires, hatred, and fears, as well as the pain of reshaping your divine soul, with no other unexpected occurrences or life-threatening situations, right? Listening to Qinren Shui's description, Su Cheng's gaze grew deep. By now, Qinren Shui had also calmed down, and she began to describe the specific process of her 9 divine trials to him. Yes, the girl sitting opposite him nodded affirmatively. I followed your advice, stayed true to myself, and held on to the last shred of determination in my heart, successfully enduring until the final moment. Recalling the scenes from the divine trials just now, a soft expression appeared on Qinren Shui's face. In her heart, a figure had long occupied all the space. I see, I understand now. Su Cheng sighed. It seemed that in the original timeline, the angel god's inheritance had indeed been tampered with. However, in this simulated world, there was no intervention from the divine realm. In addition, the transmigrator Tang San did not appear. If one were to speculate, was the soul of that Tang San, who transmigrated, truly the handiwork of the Asura god? But with the stature of the Asura god, if that Tang San from the Tang sect truly was his chosen successor, how could he allow his inheritor to be intercepted by the sea god halfway through? It was a tangled mess. The environment of the real world was probably much more complicated than imagined. He needed to make plans and arrangements in advance. You rest here for a while. If everything goes as expected, Bibi Dong should also be undergoing her final divine trial. Starting tomorrow, I will personally train you to quickly master the power of the angel god. Qinren Shui tightly pursed her lips and nodded. As the moment of facing the truth approached, she began to feel nervous and lost. Su Cheng glanced at her and said lightly, "I told you a long time ago that true strength lies not only in physical power but also in mental fortitude. If you still harbor any expectations now, then you don't even have the qualification to face Bibi Dong." "I understand," Qinren Shui replied with renewed determination. Seeing Qinren Shui's gaze firming up again, Su Cheng didn't say much more. As for the news of the deaths of the 3 eternal elders, he temporarily withheld it from her. After all, Qinren Shui had just inherited the divine position, and her divine soul was not yet stable enough. She had a good relationship with the elders of the Eternal Hall, and if she were to receive any further shocks at this time, it might have other repercussions. On the mountain range behind the martial soul city, Qinren Shui, with 4 pairs of wings, stood suspended in midair, wielding a massive angelic holy sword. Indeed, compared to the original angel god, Qinren Shui now had 2 additional pairs of wings. These were the pair of external soul bones she obtained from the Millennium Holy Light Beast. With her ascension to divinity, these external soul bones also successfully advanced to become divine-grade soul bones. Her 2 major abilities, speed and protection, had both experienced a breakthrough. Currently, she was undergoing the training program Su Cheng had designed for her. Qinren Shui's ascension had been too rapid, soaring from the 70s to divinity in less than 3 years. Even if her foundation had been solidified before, there was still a risk of overextending oneself. Her foundation was certainly not as solid as Bibi Dong's, who had a profound foundation from her twin martial souls and more than a decade of divine trials. Now, they could only quickly adapt and compensate for her deficiencies in this aspect. Since it was unclear when Bibi Dong would emerge from seclusion, Su Cheng didn't make too detailed plans. During these days, Qinren Shui only did one thing. Under the suppression of her divine power, she practiced basic sword techniques anew. Even if she couldn't achieve ease in lifting heavy weights, she had to try to control every ounce of her strength as much as possible. Su Cheng stood on the hilltop, watching Qinren Shui repeatedly swing down the angelic holy sword in the sky, nodding silently to himself. Her fragrant sweat poured down like rain, her face flushed, and strands of golden hair stuck to her exquisite face, yet she seemed unaware, her eyes fixed firmly on repeating the same motion. At this moment, Qinren Shui wielded her sword, relying only on the basic strength supplemented by her divine body, without using any divine power. The angelic holy sword itself was already heavily burdened. Without activating her divine power, each swing almost required her to exert all her strength. Moreover, she was flying in the air without any solid ground beneath her feet, relying on the wings on her back to maintain balance, adding even more difficulty. After continuing to strike 1,000 times, Qinren Shui finally reached her physical limit. She floated down in front of Su Cheng, and for a moment upon landing, she staggered slightly. The training during this period had indeed been extremely effective for her. The originally fluctuating divine power could now be almost completely controlled as desired. However, Qinren Shui seemed unsatisfied, furrowing her brows and looking at Su Cheng. "I still can't comprehend the realm of swordsmanship at all." "Hey," Su Cheng chuckled at her words, somewhat speechless. "Do you know how many years I practiced swordsmanship before I grasped a hint of true meaning? And you expect to reach there just like that? Being able to control divine power as you wish and applying force techniques in your attacks already counts as exceptional talent. Do you think those random hacking and slashing movements from before can be considered swordsmanship?" Qinren Shui pursed her lips, not arguing back, and sat cross-legged on the ground to silently replenish her strength with divine power. About half an hour passed like this. Suddenly, Su Cheng turned his head, and Qinren Shui simultaneously opened her eyes, a golden light flashing in them. Both of them looked towards the direction of the Pope's Hall in the martial Soul City. Bibi Dong had emerged from the Divine Trial. Chapter 43, Divine Battle. Before the Pope's Hall, Su Cheng and Qinren Shui both looked surprised as Bibi Dong stepped out. Her appearance and demeanor had changed drastically, no longer exuding the former nobility and elegance. Instead, her entire being emitted a dense and intense aura of chaos and malevolence. Her once fair and exquisite face now appeared sinister, complemented by her purple armor and the surrounding ominous purple mist, making her truly terrifying. On each side of her back extended 4 massive scythes, their formidable power evident, emitting an aura even stronger than the angelic sword in Qinren Shui's hand. While Qinren Shui remained unaware of the truth, Su Cheng was somewhat surprised, thinking to himself, as the side effect of suppressing evil thoughts with soul consumption is significant. It was undeniable that Bibidong was stronger than Qinren Shui. However, her aura was too overwhelming and did not seem to match her true level of power. Furthermore, while the god Rakshasa was inherently malevolent, the trace of madness in her aura was particularly striking. With this revelation, Su Cheng relaxed a bit, knowing that their chances of winning had just increased by 30%. With his keen perception, Su Cheng immediately noticed Bibi Dong's reaction. Initially, Bibi Dong glanced at the two individuals standing in the center of the hall, then casually surveyed the surroundings. Casually, she asked, "Where is everyone?" By now, the guards of the Pope's hall, who should have been present, had long disappeared. Using his divine sense, Bibidong realized that not only here, but the entire spirit hall was now devoid of people. Su Cheng stood with his hands behind his back, not far behind Qinren Shui, remaining silent. It was evident that he was not the protagonist at this moment. As for the rest of the spirit hall members, the battles among deities were incomparably destructive. To prevent any accidents, Qinren Shui had already driven them all away. However, she showed no intention of explaining this at the moment. With a stern gaze fixed on Bibidong, she demanded, "Bibi Dong, did you kill my father?" Upon hearing her question, Bibi Dong finally turned her head, still wearing the same indifferent expression. "Yes, of course. The body and soul of Qian Zunji are truly delicious," Bibi Dong exclaimed with a sharp, terrifying laughter, reminiscent of a screeching owl. Su Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly, noting to himself that this woman was truly insane. Holy Angel Domain. In an instant, the golden angelic domain was released, flames ignited on the angelic sword, emitting a dazzling radiance. Swoosh, Qinren Shui's 8 wings spread open, and she appeared in midair. Simultaneously, a radiant light emanated from her body. Her long sword slashed diagonally downward. The enormous blade swept through the air, enveloped in blazing flames, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind that almost blanketed the entire 100-meter-wide plaza. This was the power of a divine strike. As the sword descended, Bibidong's eyes turned emerald green, with a strange network of black threads visible within them. Suddenly, a massive purple-black scythe appeared in her hand. With a raised hand, it clashed with the angelic sword. Clang! A tremendous shockwave spread out, nearly rupturing the eardrums of any ordinary person nearby. The ground beneath Bibi Dong's feet was instantly covered in countless terrifying cracks, and a large number of debris scattered and flew. In an instant, the battle unfolded. The two figures intertwined on the plaza, each collision unleashing thunderous explosions. A storm swept across the area, lifting dust and debris from the ground. After a moment, the two separated. Bibidong's expression darkened slightly as she glanced at Su Cheng, who was observing the battle not far away. Then, with extreme malice, her Rakshasa domain rapidly expanded outward, instantly suppressing Qinren Shui's angelic domain. Swinging her massive scythe, Bibi Dong's purple blade shadows emerged, slashing horizontally towards her opponent. Qinren Shui raised her sword, igniting divine flames. With a preemptive strike, she intercepted Bibidong's scythe blade, disrupting her preparation. It was the same peculiar technique that Su Cheng had used before. Bibi Dong's expression darkened. This was evident in their recent exchange. However, it was precisely because of this that, despite her superior strength compared to Qinren Shui, she struggled to gain the upper hand in their probing exchanges. Qinren Shui was employing the technique Su Cheng had taught her, known as the meridian severing and qi continuation method. Previously, Su Cheng had studied her divine body after her ascension. Although she had become a god, her essence remained human, and her physical structure, including the distribution of meridians, had not changed. This meant that the meridian severing and qi continuation method still had efficacy even at the divine level. However, Bibidong was evidently prepared for this. This strike was just a half-hearted feint. Suddenly, her Rakshasa scythe exploded into 9 massive scythes, slashing towards Qinren Shui from all directions. In a critical moment, Qinren Shui's 8 wings spread open behind her, and then closed in front of her in an extremely perilous manner, barely blocking the incoming scythes. However, despite this, her figure was still instantly pushed back tens of meters. Feathers floated in the air, and golden blood dripped from her wings, burning up in midair. Qinren Shui was left shaken by the attack. Her previous confidence in the confrontation had made her somewhat careless. If it weren't for the blessing of the attached external soul bone, she would have undoubtedly been seriously injured at this moment. Seeing that this attack had not succeeded, Bibi Dong couldn't help but frown. But she evidently wasn't going to give her opponent a chance to catch her breath, quickly following up with another attack. The purple-black Rakshasa domain intertwined with the golden angelic domain, leaving behind a plethora of golden flames and ominous purple blade shadows in the sky and on the ground. At the center of the battlefield, Qinren Shui silently withstood Bibi Dong's powerful onslaught. By now, her swordsmanship had incorporated 30% of Su Cheng's divine charm. Coupled with the techniques of the meridian severing and chi continuation method, she had managed to slightly turn the tide in direct confrontation. The two engaged in dozens of rounds of combat, with a sense of evenly matched strength emerging for a moment. However, just then, the 8 scythes on Bibidong's back suddenly flew out, merging with the scythe in her hand and soaring into the sky. A surging purple-black light erupted, and the powerful malevolence in the air seemed to manifest as demonic beings clawing at the heavens. Meanwhile, the black-purple blade shadows generated during their previous entanglement converged as well. Everything happened in an instant, leaving Qinren Shui with no time to react. The giant scythe swept down, condensing into a massive purple blade spanning over 100 meters. Its immense power caused Qinren Shui's pretty face to pale slightly, her reaction lagging behind. Not only was its power formidable, but its speed was also astonishing. It was so fast that even her angelic wings behind her couldn't shield her in time. Seeing the blade approaching, a figure suddenly stood in front of her at this critical moment. The giant blade slashed across the chest. In the next moment, the figure was sent flying hundreds of meters by this devastating blow, crashing into the edge of the ruined square of the Papal Hall. 10,000 years soul bone skill, ash ignition. Burning all of one's soul power to instantly increase overall strength several times over, but can only be used once a month. However, this was no ordinary 10,000 years soul bone skill. Even the most powerful 10,000 years soul bone skill would not qualify for intervention in a battle of this level. Su Cheng had detonated the 10,000 years soul bone. The sun's true fire on the angelic holy sword dimmed. Qinren Shui's mind went blank in an instant. She stared blankly at the distant figure. As the divine fire extinguished, the cold winter wind swept in, and the temperature returned to bone-chilling cold. Snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, but neither Qinren Shui nor Bibidong moved, both stunned by the turn of events. Bibidong had never intended to kill Qinren Shui, only to defeat her. With this blow, Qinren Shui would at most be severely injured. But that person, after taking this blow, was undoubtedly doomed. Su Cheng leaned against a broken wall, cracks spreading all over it and the marble ground beneath him pockmarked. At this moment, his right leg vanished from sight, and he coughed up blood. Bibidong's assessment was correct. After taking this blow, he was undoubtedly doomed to die. Chapter 44. I am also a pawn. Su Cheng's current condition was exceptionally dire. The enormous blade mark across his chest had almost severed him in half, extinguishing any hope of survival. However, he had deliberately avoided a fatal blow to vital organs. With his medical expertise, he could prolong his life for a few more days. But what was even more terrifying was the evil divine power corroding his body. Even though these powers were now dwindling, they were still unbearable for an ordinary soul master like him. If it weren't for the residual effects of the sacred attribute of the 10,000-year soul bone still active, he would have been a corpse by now. Su Cheng accurately assessed his current physical condition. I have less than 2 hours to live. He realized that he had underestimated the power of the gods. Indeed, an ordinary mortal soul master, without the foresight to detonate their soul bone directly, allowing themselves a short-lived touch of divinity, would not even be able to keep up with the movements of those two, let alone step forward to block their attacks. Even blocking this blow was only possible because Su Cheng had been prepared in advance. He had sensed Bai Dong's hidden move long before. Those blade shadows were suspicious. Although Qian Runshui surpassed him in overall strength, her battlefield instincts were lacking. Her journey had been too smooth, her combat experience too limited, and her combat wisdom far inferior to Bai Dong, who was almost twice her age. It was Su Cheng who reacted faster. Su Cheng smirked, a slightly eerie smile playing on his lips. It's really cold. It wasn't just the winter chill, it was the bone-chilling cold creeping into his marrow from the erosion of the evil divine power that made him tremble involuntarily. Teacher. Qian Runshui, who had silently approached, stared blankly at the broken body before her. His upper body was almost severed, held together by strands of energy, barely stemming the continuous gush of blood. His right leg was missing, emitting a faint golden light at the base, engaged in a tug of war with the pervading purple mist spreading from his body. His face was covered in dust and blood stains, and he occasionally coughed up dark purple blood. At this moment, Su Cheng no longer possessed his former calm demeanor, he looked exceptionally disheveled. Qian Runshui's tears finally flowed uncontrollably as she knelt down beside him, gently stroking his cheek with her palm. A faint red light shimmered in her eyes, unmistakable even amidst the dazzling golden glow. Cough, Xiaoshui. Su Cheng propped himself up with his fingers on the ground, struggling to sit up straight, casting a glance at the figure further away. Bai Bai Dong remained motionless in her original position. Teacher, why? Cough, listen to me first. Use your spiritual power, her weakness. Cough. Don't speak, I'll save you first. Qian Runshui choked out, gathering golden light in her hand. At the same time, a faint flame appeared on her body. However, she began to burn her own divine power directly. Quiet, Xiaoshui, listen to me first. But Qian Runshui turned a deaf ear to his words, unrelentingly infusing her angelic power into his body. However, after a moment, she found that her divine power couldn't integrate at all. At the same time, Su Cheng's body was surrounded by sword shadows, blocking the gentle healing power released by Qian Renshuang's hand. If she forcefully broke through this barrier to administer treatment, it would only worsen his injuries and hasten his death. Teacher, Qian Runshui looked up in astonishment at Su Cheng. It's no use, I know my condition, don't waste your effort, Su Cheng said lightly, staring into Qian Runshui's eyes. Now, cough. Between his words, another mouthful of dark purple blood, tinged with a strong aura of Rakshasa divine power, spat out, sizzling as it hit the ground. Can you listen to me now? I was mistaken, she's not the Asura god, she's the Rakshasa god. She's no longer Bai Bai Dong, her mind has long been corrupted by those evil wills. Spiritual power, cough. Spiritual power is her weakness, but it's your strength. Rakshasa. Upon hearing this name, Qian Renshuang instinctively felt a wave of disgust, as if the two were natural enemies. Yes, the Rakshasa god, the most evil deity. Keeping her alive is a menace to the whole world. Shuiye, go kill Bai Bai Dong, she's gone mad. Don't show mercy, make a decisive move. He gazed at Qian Runshui. Xiaoshui, kill her. Upon hearing these words, Qian Runshui's eyes flashed with intense red light, almost overpowering the original golden glow. The myriad negative emotions she had been suppressing, grief, anger, murderous intent, suddenly burst forth, previously overshadowed by her concern for Su Cheng. Now, hearing his words of confirmation, these emotions erupted uncontrollably. Especially seeing Su Cheng's current condition, she was on the verge of losing her rationality. Her father was dead, her grandfather was dead, and now her most important teacher might also be dying. All because of that Rakshasa god. That's not Bai Bai Dong. Swish, the flames reignited on the angelic holy sword. But this time, the flames were no longer the dazzling golden color, they were tinged with a faint hint of blood. Cough. Watching Qian Runshui re-enter the battlefield, Su Cheng coughed up another mouthful of blood. He really didn't have much time left. He could only cling to life with the energy from the 10,000-year soul bone and his own medical skills. But Su Cheng had no regrets. As a weakling, manipulating the powerful was never easy. No matter how cold and hostile the relationship between Qian Renshuang and Bidi Dong, how could the bond of blood between mother and daughter be easily severed? If he didn't intervene personally, neither of them would end up losing their lives regardless of who won or lost. Main Quest. 5th Ring, Curtain Call. Task Content. Defeat or expel at least 80% of the Battle Soul Hall's forces. Task Reward. Final bonus based on overall completion. Su Cheng didn't pay attention to the changes in the quest progress. Exhausted, he had reached this point by giving it his all. Balancing the strength of two god-level entities, dividing the strength of the Battle Soul Hall's members, and subtly guiding the demise of the three top-tier offerings, almost all of this was accomplished by him alone. But now, it was finally his turn to enter the game. If he didn't allow the two women to engage in a life-and-death battle today, this confrontation would instead become the catalyst for the mother and daughter to resolve their issues. Any emotion would be worn down by time, including love and hatred. Not to mention, there's no better outlet for emotions than battle. If he missed this opportunity, he would lose his chance to manipulate events in the future. It's better to sacrifice a pawn than to lose the entire game. No chess player is willing to sacrifice any of their pieces, but at the same time, no piece is too sacred to be sacrificed, including himself. Chapter 45, Hard Assault. Is he dead? Inquired Bibi Dong as she watched Qian Runshui approaching with a sword in hand, stepping closer towards her. For Su Cheng, she had always felt a peculiarly complex mix of emotions towards him. Though over the years, she had come to understand that he wasn't Yu Shaogang, and they were completely different people. Yet, the initial impression had been too profound, often causing her to unintentionally reminisce. Qian Runshui remained silent. At this point, she couldn't bear to listen to anything or speak herself. There was only one thought in her mind: kill the Rakshasa god and then save Su Cheng. The intent to kill was palpable this time. If there had been more anger before, now, this daughter truly wanted to end her life. Bibi Dong's expression turned cold. The purple-black flames on her Rakshasa scythe erupted, spreading across her body. Divine power ignited. There was no more probing this time. Both of them went all out, transforming into golden red and purple-black streaks of light, crisscrossing the square in a fierce battle, with their divine powers burning intensely. The shockwaves of their battle alone dispersed the clouds in the sky, allowing sunlight to shine through. Clearly, they were no longer able to fully control their powers. Cough. Bibi Dong, do you know, it's extremely foolish to suppress divinity with bestial nature, relying on chaotic will to rid oneself of the entanglement of evil thoughts, came a faint yet distinct voice from afar, causing Bibi Dong's assault to pause momentarily. Qian Runshui's expression also shifted slightly, but she paid no attention and seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack. Hehe, do you really think that Yu Shaogang could figure out the core advantages of a beast martial soul? That book was written by me, Su Cheng chuckled. What? Bibi Dong's face changed abruptly as she turned to look into the distance, her eyes glowing purple, and her aura instantly surging. You think, cough cough, you think I don't know why you asked me for a method to compensate for your mutated martial soul? Let me tell you the truth, even if I had told him my method, he wouldn't have been able to solve his martial soul problem. Yu Shaogang's martial soul is actually the result of a failed evolution, completely different from so-called malignant mutations. It was I who helped him forcefully break through to the 30th level, and then absorb the bloodline of the pure-blooded dragon beast soul ring to purify his bloodline, thus compensating for his martial soul. The voice continued, disrupting her thoughts. As for the timing, it was when Doupo and I left the martial soul city 10 years ago. Impossible. You're lying. Hehe, lying. Bibi Dong, over these years, have you become so foolish as to lose your basic ability to think? Who besides me could help Yu Shaogang break through the bottleneck to the 30th level? You must have secretly investigated how Yu Shaogang compensated for his martial soul defect. Is there any connection between the method I told you and what you learned? Bibi Dong's mind was in turmoil, momentarily overwhelmed by Qian Runshui. I know your soul-eating spider emperor can devour martial souls, so I used Yu Shaogang to publish a theoretical paper. He's always been eager for fame, so he agreed readily, unaware that it was specifically written for you. Do I need to be clearer? The taste of the 3 top-tier beast martial souls must be quite satisfying, right? Qian Runshui didn't understand the implications of this statement. She had no idea that the 3 chief sacrificers had died at the hands of Bibi Dong, nor had she ever seen the book written by Yu Shaogang, so she made no connections. But she could clearly feel that Bibi Dong's rhythm of attack had been completely disrupted. Bibi Dong's heart surged with waves, and in that instant, all the doubts and coincidences she had avoided thinking deeply about suddenly had the most reasonable answers. But she clearly refused to believe it. You're lying. If it's really written by you, why don't you publish it yourself? Bibi Dong shouted fiercely. Haha, what a joke. Do you think I, Su Cheng, care about fame? I didn't publish it myself because I knew you would doubt what I wrote, but you would definitely treat Yu Shaogang's work as the absolute truth, you fool. Su Cheng's mocking words pierced Bibi Dong's heart like a sharp sword. His verbal attack was even more potent than Qian Runshui's fierce and rapid onslaught at this moment. It's quite amusing, actually. This so-called master is quite similar to you in this regard. I gave him the theory and explicitly told him that there was no need for attribution, and he was quite pleased. Can you guess what I figured out? Do you still remember how you absorbed the 400,000-year soul ring? Back then, you were just like this, unhesitatingly claiming it as your own. The two of you really are a perfect match. Cracks began to appear in the divine image in her mind, and the anchor balancing the beastly nature and divinity within her soul began to waver. Bibi Dong's mind showed a hint of confusion. Using the beastly nature to suppress evil thoughts feels much easier than bearing them alone, doesn't it? When you enjoy the glory above 10,000, do you ever remember who gave you all of this in the first place? How foolish, to trust a weak and incompetent impostor who even your own clan refuses to accept, rather than believing in the martial soul that pulled you out of the abyss and nurtured you into adulthood. When your parents died, and you scavenged for scraps in the garbage dump, that young master living in luxury in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan must surely be able to empathize, right? Hee hee, cough, ha ha ha. The Rakshasa domain erupted in full force, the dense aura of evil sweeping recklessly around. In this moment, Bibi Dong's aura was even stronger than before, several times more intense. Seeing this scene, Su Cheng grinned. Bibi Dong was about to lose control. Shui, use your divine sense. Without hesitation, Qian Runshui acted upon hearing Su Cheng's words. A dazzling golden light shot from her eyes, containing all of her unrestrained soul power, her immense divine sense reaching unprecedented levels. In this moment, Bibi Dong's faith collapsed, her years of obsession shattered, and the anchor stabilizing her soul was no longer steady. The chaos of absorbing multiple beast martial souls, combined with the malicious intent of the Rakshasa divine sense, simultaneously assailed her soul. In contrast, Qian Runshui, nurtured by Su Cheng's medicines over the years, excelled in spiritual power. Moreover, she had the severely injured and dying Su Cheng behind her. It was her moment of strongest conviction and unwavering will. With a single blow, Bibi Dong was almost defenseless and severely injured. She staggered backward, her body trembling violently, even her Rakshasa divine armor falling off and disappearing in a purple light. A burst of purple energy erupted from her head, causing her to fly backward as if losing consciousness, blood spraying from her grimacing 7 orifices. The angelic domain instantly expanded, overpowering the pervading aura of the Rakshasa domain. Then, the angelic divine sword pierced through her chest. The cold wind howled, and the snowfall grew heavier than before. Su Cheng watched the snowflakes falling from the sky, a smile playing on his lips. Such heavy snow. With these words, he added, appreciating the change in weather despite the intense battle raging around him. Chapter 46. A World Without You. After the strike, Bibi Dong's life rapidly faded away, reaching its end. The angelic power and the Rakshasa power inherently counteracted each other. Not to mention the fact that the angelic divine sword was now burning with Qian Runshui's innate divine fire. Even if Bibi Dong had any will to survive left, which was doubtful, she wouldn't have been able to withstand such a blow even at her peak. In this moment, perhaps due to the dissipation of her divine power or because of the purification by the holy power, Bibi Dong's consciousness became clear. A deep voice echoed from afar, resonating clearly in her ears. Bibi Dong, how pitiful you are. Heaven gave you unmatched talent but didn't grant you an equally strong spirit. It offered you a chance to escape the abyss, yet you chose to wallow in self-pity. You sought revenge and closure, yet you only dwell in the past, indulging in absurd regrets. Besides Qian Zunji, has anyone ever wronged you? Yet you seek to drag everyone down with your childish love. In the end, you put your faith in a false illusion of a godly figure in your heart, rather than the flesh and blood right in front of you. At this point, your downfall is entirely your own doing. Bibi Dong looked towards Su Cheng direction with empty eyes. A false illusion, huh? Ha ha. In that instant, she suddenly understood many things. Hints to kill the 3 Grand Elders, subtle manipulation to increase animosity between her and Qinren Shui, the mysterious disappearance of 2 elders from the Martial Soul Hall 2 years ago, the peculiar behavior of Jigui and the others, the layout that started over a decade ago. Maybe even his joining the Martial Soul Hall was part of that person's plan. Watching Qinren Shui rushing towards Su Cheng without hesitation, Bibi Dong couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Xiao Shui, I hope my speculation is wrong. Qinren Shui reached the edge of the square and knelt beside Su Cheng. Teacher. At this moment, his breath grew even weaker, almost fading to the point of resembling a corpse. This completely caught Qinren Shui off guard. From the situation just now, he should have been able to hold on for at least another hour. Distracted, Qinren Shui gazed at the beautiful face before her. Su Cheng looked even more stunning despite the bloodstains on his pristine white cheeks, exuding a tragic beauty. Xiao Shui. Even with his injuries, Su Cheng's appearance remained flawless, adding to his ethereal aura. Qinren Shui desperately gathered the remaining divine power within her to perform healing techniques on him. However, after the intense battle and the depletion of her energy, she could hardly muster any strength. Her body was on the verge of collapse, and she couldn't exert much force even with her divine power. Moreover, her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, making it extremely difficult to manipulate her divine power. Even at her peak, she wouldn't be able to do much to heal his severe injuries. What should I do? Su Cheng heard her helpless murmur but remained silent, his gaze downcast. After a moment, the tiny angel imprint on Qinren Shui's forehead began to tremble slightly. She was drawing upon the most fundamental angelic power from her angelic divine position. It wasn't that she was reluctant to use this divine position, rather, given Su Cheng's current condition, he wouldn't be able to withstand a greater energy burst. Besides, she was currently unable to control such immense power herself. Su Cheng stared at the faintly trembling angel imprint. He understood that this small imprint represented the core of Qinren Shui's power as an angelic deity, the external manifestation of her divine position's power. He had never intended to accept the so-called divine position inheritances in the Douluo continent, but he was curious about the nature of this divine system. During the inheritance of the divine examination, Qian Daolu was still alive, so he never had the chance to delve deeper into his research. But after Qinren Shui became a deity, he had the opportunity to understand it up close. At this moment, within Su Cheng's sea of consciousness, there was also a tiny floating sword shadow. A tangible sword intent. This was not because his comprehension of the sword path had reached a new height. Instead, it was something he had been refining day and night for years, starting from a few years ago. It contained all his insights into swordsmanship in this life, as well as the extraordinary spiritual power he had accumulated through years of using drugs. Just now, he had once again burned his remaining spiritual power, soul power, and even life force, enhancing this sword intent throughout his body's major acupoints. This was also the reason why his breath declined so rapidly. Attacks forged by gathering power, like Su Cheng's, naturally possessed immense power but were also extremely flawed. No one else would do something like this, except him. Because it was meaningless, unless the enemy was completely defenseless against him. Shoo! The tiny sword shadow shot out from Su Cheng's forehead, instantly piercing into the girl's eyes, and in an instant reached the condensation point of her deity, exploding. The eyes are the windows of the soul, but also the easiest points to be invaded by the soul. At this moment, Qinren Shui's soul was weak, her spiritual power depleted, and she was still trying to draw power from her deity to heal him, completely unguarded against him. With one blow, the tiny six-winged angel imprint on her forehead, which had been trembling slightly, violently shook, and after a moment, shattered into countless light spots. The deity was shattered. Su Cheng also felt a moment of darkness before his eyes, almost dying on the spot due to the backlash of the exploding sword intent. Mission accomplished. Closing square bracket. Main task. The fifth ring's basic requirements have been completed. Main task completed, you can leave at any time within an hour. Closing square bracket. Qinren Shui trembled as she raised her right hand, touching her forehead. Her eyes looked blankly at Su Cheng. Teacher, why? Xiao Shui, in this life, I have only lived for one thing, and that is to destroy the martial soul hall. I taught you knowledge, helped you become a deity, but ultimately it was all for this one purpose. Seeing no reaction from her, Su Cheng took out a signal flare from the soul guide and launched it. I shattered your deity imprint. Your life is not in danger, but from now on, there will be no more divine angels in this world. With that said, he stared blankly at the sky. Ahem. After a moment of silence, the sound of a sword rang out from afar and approached swiftly over the martial soul city. The elderly man controlling the sword was astonished to see Su Cheng's current state. Chunger. Hurrying forward, he also looked at Qinren Shui, who appeared numb. Cough. Father, don't worry about me for now, listen to what I have to say. The hand holding the sword tightened slightly. Father, please, don't. Su Cheng looked at Chen Xin and forced a smile. What? What's going on? How could Chen Xin not be concerned? He quickly approached to infuse him with soul power and check his physical condition. He had no idea Su Cheng would end up like this. He looked half dead. Su Cheng didn't stop him, though. The signal flare just now was sent to Chen Xin, and he was the only one who came. Chen Xin's cultivation had reached the peak of level 97, not far from level 98. In terms of combat power, he was even comparable to an ordinary level 98 peak Douluo. If all went as planned, the remaining 3 grand envoys of the hall and the elders at the rank of titled Douluo had already fallen by his hand. As for the others, Su Cheng didn't trust them and had instructed Chen Xin not to let anyone else come along. He still had matters to attend to. Looking at the lifeless Qinren Shui in front of him, Su Cheng murmured softly, "Xiao Shui, well, I guess you don't want to hear me call you that anymore. Do you remember our bet 10 years ago?" Qinren Shui raised her head dazedly. "Promise me, live on well. The affairs of the world are like flowing water, cough. Your life is still long. Forget about me, forget about Bibi Dong, forget about the martial soul hall." Turning to Chen Xin, "Father, please take care of her for me. Nowadays, Chen Xin is invincible on the continent, and the people of the Wu Tian sect are no match for him. Moreover, with Chen Xin's consumption of the immortal grass and advancement in martial soul, there is still room for further improvement. Perhaps he might even have a chance to reach the threshold of the 99th level Supreme Douluo. With his protection, even if Qinren Shui falls to the level of an ordinary soul master now, she can still live out the rest of her life peacefully." Su Cheng has absolute trust in Chen Xin's character. Qinren Shui looked at Su Cheng, bloodlust flashing in her eyes. "How could I forget? How could I forget? Then, cough, live well and hate me with the rest of your life. Father, I beg you, cough, take care of her." Chen Xin looked at Su Cheng's earnest gaze and nodded. "I understand." He had sensed it with his soul power countless times just now. This body is now like burnt-out dry wood, devoid of any hint of vitality. Upon hearing Chen Xin's response, Su Cheng closed his eyes, and darkness enveloped his vision. Just then, a golden light suddenly appeared in Qinren Shui's hand, her last trace of divine power. However, this bit of divine power was used to repair her body. After exhausting her divine power, not to mention a soul master, even an ordinary person would find it difficult to withstand. Chen Xin's expression changed, unsure of what she intended to do. He wanted to intervene but was afraid of hurting her. After a moment of hesitation, he chose not to act rashly. Qinren Shui seemed oblivious to his reaction, and the golden light in her hand shone even brighter. "Hey, spoken so lightly, the affairs of the world are like flowing water." She swung her hand back. The golden light pierced into her chest. "You." Chen Xin looked at Qinren Shui in horror. As Qinren Shui's life rapidly ebbed away, she stared at Su Cheng's lifeless body without a hint of breath. "In a world without you, it's no longer a world. My life, it's truly ridiculous. Foolish child." Watching the lifeless figures before him, Chen Xin sighed and looked up. Chapter 47, Twins. In the secret chamber of the Pope's palace in the Spirit Pagoda, Bibi Dong suddenly sat up from the bed. "Shui, was it a dream? It felt so real." She found it hard to believe. With her strength of spirit, she hadn't dreamt for nearly 20 years. The so-called sleep was just another form of meditation and cultivation. Moreover, the torment of the Rakshasa god examination on her willpower was terrifying, making it impossible for her to sleep peacefully. And in that dream just now, she had spent a good 10 years, although many details were blurry, some scenes felt as vivid as real experiences. Bibi Dong looked towards the direction of the shrine hall, her expression dark and inscrutable. Qinren Shui, the angel god. But the most crucial aspect was the central figure that appeared in every dream. Bibi Dong got up and left the secret chamber, summoning Chrysanthemum Douluo to the Pope's palace. "Yuangguan, have you heard of a person named Su Cheng? He's about 20 or 30 years old, and his martial soul is a sword, seems to have some connection with the sword Douluo." Su Cheng. Yuangguan was slightly puzzled, feeling that the name seemed familiar for some reason. After a moment of thought, he shook his head. "I haven't heard of him. Is there anyone like this in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" "I'm not entirely sure about that." Nodding, Bibi Dong didn't continue to say much, just waved her hand to let him leave with an added instruction, "Go and check it out." If there's no such person, then forget about it. After Yuangwan left, her expression showed a hint of confusion. Xiao Gang, she couldn't understand why she would have such a dream. Was it because she no longer believed in Xiao Gang's abilities? Was Yu Xiaogang a weak and incompetent person, seeking fame and reputation through deception? How foolish, to trust a weak and incompetent impostor whom even one's own family refuses to accept, yet not trust the martial soul that pulled oneself out of the abyss. When your parents died and you were scavenging for leftovers in the garbage heap, that wealthy young master from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, I bet he could empathize, right? The mocking voice of the person in her dream echoed in her ears. No, it wasn't the spirit pagoda that redeemed me, it was the spirit pagoda that destroyed me. Bibi Dong's slightly ferocious expression returned to calm as she flicked her sleeves and returned to her bedroom. However, once the seed of self-doubt is planted, can it wither so easily in the soil? In the Heavenly Soul Imperial City, in the Crown Prince's palace. The Crown Prince, Shui Qinghe, or rather, Qinren Shui, opened his eyes with a bewildered expression. Feeling the dampness on her face, she gently wiped it away with his hand. In the tears, there seemed to be some shadows moving. Teacher, why? Before she knew it, tears streamed down his face. Standing up, Qinren Shui looked around and realized he was still in his palace, and she wasn't the angel god either. Just a soul master below level 50. But compared to Bibi Dong, her memories from the dream were much more profound. The 10 or so years she experienced in the dream were even longer than her memories in reality. And there was that figure that persisted throughout. It didn't feel like a dream at all, more like another lifetime. Though the ending was sad and laughable, the process was infinitely happier than the present. Qinren Shui reached out and lightly touched her forehead, the shadow of the sword piercing her soul still vivid in her mind. That was just a dream, nothing more, Qinren Shui murmured to herself. Haha, just a dream. What a joke. Another voice sounded in her ear, sounding eerily similar to her own, but colder, with a slippery, viscous quality, like a snake's tongue licking lightly at her earlobe, giving an unusual sensation. Who? Qinren Shui suddenly realized, scanning her surroundings. I am you, and you are me. A pair of pitch-black eyes appeared in her heart, silently locking gazes with her. You. Qinren Shui shivered all over, then relaxed. I see. Why not try the pulse-breaking and chi-connecting technique he taught you? You still remember how to use it, don't you? Another voice spoke again, its tone full of temptation. I've forgotten, Qinren Shui said coldly. No, you haven't forgotten. You're just afraid. This time, the voice sounded a bit mocking, seemingly dissatisfied with her response. If you're too scared to face it, let me handle it. As the words fell, a shadow appeared beneath Qinren Shui's feet, quickly spreading upwards, instantly dyeing her white clothes pitch black. The whole process was extremely fast, and Qinren Shui couldn't resist at all, or perhaps she didn't particularly resist in her heart. This was her other side. She had always been aware of the existence of these shadows in her heart. Since childhood, Qinren Shui had learned how to wear masks, how to conceal pain, and how to alleviate loneliness. But this deception could fool others, not herself. All the negative emotions were locked away in her heart like garbage, gradually accumulating until today. The black-clad Qinren Shui raised her arm, her palm swiftly swaying like the wind, giving the impression of an overwhelming presence. Look, this is the pulse-breaking and chi-connecting technique. What do you think? The golden eyes in her heart stared blankly at the scene, containing complex emotions of sorrow and joy. For the next period of time, you should rest first, Qinren Shui said as she stepped out. I'll find him. Young master, what's going on? In the study, the two titled Douluo, Snake Spear and Boar's Fang, looked at Qinren Shui, dressed in black, with astonishment. Is it not allowed? Qinren Shui's lips curved into a slight smile as she looked at the two. Qinren Shui rarely smiled, but at this moment, the two titled Douluo would rather she didn't. Seeing her smile with her lips upturned but her eyes cold and calm, a trace of chill rose in the hearts of the two. Activate all resources for me to investigate a person. His martial soul is a sword, and his name is Su Cheng. Any resemblance in appearance, martial soul, or name, report back to me. As she spoke, Qinren Shui picked up a portrait from the table and handed it to the two. Snake Spear Douluo reached out to take it, looking somewhat hesitant. What's wrong? Can't do it? Qinren Shui asked, noticing his hesitation. The influence of the martial soul hall spreads across the continent, and all soul masters are registered in various branch halls, so finding someone shouldn't be difficult. As for the Pope's side, hey, since when does the martial soul hall let her call the shots? I still have a score to settle with her. Feeling like the young master in front of them had completely changed. The two exchanged a glance and didn't dare to say anything more. In a remote village in the southwestern region of the Tian-Do Empire, Su Cheng also emerged from the simulator, opening his eyes. He still didn't know that people like Bibi Dong and Qinren Shui had more or less gained some memories from the simulated world. Even the dark side of Qinren Shui's heart had awakened because of this. Chapter 48, Transformation. Hiss. After Su Cheng regained consciousness, he couldn't help but let out a painful groan. He felt like his head was about to explode. It had nothing to do with the additional memories. The human brain has a self-protection mechanism and won't be overloaded by memories. It was the sword intent. Sword intent acts according to one's will, not constrained by innate talent or aptitude, naturally manifesting itself. But with his current physical strength and mental reserves, he couldn't contain such a powerful sword intent. It wasn't his final sword intent entity, that surge of sword power had long been completely exhausted. Moreover, such an energy body couldn't be brought out. This was the sharp aura formed by his comprehension of swordsmanship in the simulated world. No matter how hard he tried to suppress it, the slight residual waves that escaped still made it difficult for him to bear. In the blink of an eye, blood had begun to spurt from his 7 orifices. In fear, his consciousness would soon be cut into pieces by his own sword intent. Fortunately, just at this moment, a warm current surged from somewhere unknown, continuously repairing and replenishing his body and consciousness. Main task completion, physical aptitude enhancement. Main task completion, martial soul talent enhancement. 2 prompts appeared. Su Cheng had a profound understanding of the human body and immediately sensed his changes. It's not just a simple enhancement of physique. The texture of bones, density of fibers, and resilience of meridians have all changed. This is strengthening at the cellular level. Most importantly, some acupoints and bone positions have undergone extremely subtle changes, greatly enhancing the force and flexibility. This could be considered a comprehensive upgrade, with enhancements in strength, speed, reaction time, and dynamic vision, to varying degrees. Of course, the most important thing was the upgrade in potential. Although the effects weren't as immediately apparent, the long-term benefits were probably far superior to those of the immortal herbs, and there would be no accumulation of medicinal toxins. At the same time, a rainbow light tinged with 5 colors appeared beside him, and a long sword martial soul manifested uncontrollably, surrounded by swirling sword chi. Talent domain. Main task reward settlement with bonus. 265%, twin martial soul awakening, additional martial soul strength enhancement. Su Cheng took a slight breath, finally stabilizing his consciousness and recovering. He inwardly sighed in relief. The recent turn of events had completely caught him off guard. He hadn't expected the pressure from the sword intent on his body to be so intense. Even now, he could only try his best to suppress the sharpness of the sword intent, but occasional stabs of pain still occurred. His current strength was too weak, and his mental power hadn't been strengthened. After absorbing soul rings and receiving medication for some time, he would probably return to normal. Pressing lightly on his forehead with his fingers, Su Cheng sighed. However, it seems that even if I attach the first soul ring to the martial soul in the future, I won't be able to activate the next simulation immediately. It's better to let the simulator accumulate energy for now. There was no other way, his foundation was too weak now. If a similar incident occurred again, it was difficult to say whether he would be as lucky as today. If possible, Su Cheng didn't want to take risks, especially since the gains from his first simulation were enough to digest for some time. However, he extended his right hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The bonus settlement is much higher than expected, it's only 35% away from the maximum reward. In his original expectation, the settlement reward could reach over 250%. After all, he hadn't fully obtained the rewards for the 3rd ring, and he hadn't chosen the most difficult task for the 4th ring. Besides, in his opinion, in the end, Qian Runshui hadn't died. After closing his eyes and meditating for a moment, Su Cheng felt his current state. His entire body's meridians were filled with energy, and a warm sensation flowed throughout his body, completely different from the feeling when he had 0.5 grade innate soul power. Now he had reached the level of full innate soul power. No, it's not just about reaching full innate soul power, in reality, it's actually a bit more than that. However, without attaching the first soul ring, he couldn't determine exactly how much more it was. He then looked at the martial soul in his hand. Unless there was a cultivation technique like the mysterious heaven technique to enhance it, the innate soul power represented the strength of the martial soul. I didn't expect it to be the eternal sword. The sword martial soul floating in Su Cheng's hand at this moment was the long sword form that had accompanied him for a long time in the simulated world. It has saved me a lot of trouble in rebuilding the 5 elements cycle. And as for this talent domain, inspecting the rainbow light of 5 colors beside him, instead of the previously imagined sword domain, it turned out to be the 5 elements domain. Naturally, this was a good thing. The sword domain was his soul skill transformation, something he could rebuild in the future. Conversely, the 5 elements domain, with its continuously replenishing auxiliary nature, was more suitable as a talent domain. Retracting the domain, Su Cheng extended his right hand to summon the newly awakened auxiliary type martial soul. It was a formation type martial soul, innate array. Looking at the simple yet mysterious energy array floating above his left hand, and then at the eternal sword in his right hand, Su Cheng suddenly had some thoughts. However, his research on martial souls was still too shallow, and there was no rush to develop the second martial soul. He would focus on improving the eternal sword first. With this in mind, he calmed down. I'll first advance to a Grand Soul Master in the city of Nuoding, and then see which advanced academy is convenient to join. He was already prepared to participate in the elite tournament of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. Then, win the championship and use this opportunity to join the Martial Soul Temple. The angelic inheritance, the inheritance of the divine position was something he must continue to study. In the simulated world, the Qian Dao Lu had some reservations about him, and at that time, his identity was sensitive and attracted much attention in the Martial Soul Temple, making it difficult for him to get close to the angelic assessment. As for the other divine inheritances, the Rakshasa god's inheritance had already been opened by Bibidong, and he didn't even want to touch the inheritances of the Asura god and the Sea god. Those 2 gods paid too much attention to their inheritors, and he was too weak now. He didn't want to attract the attention of the divine realm. From this perspective, the angelic god was the best choice. In addition, Su Cheng had another purpose. He wanted to see if this angelic inheritance had been tampered with. If possible, he wanted to help Qian Runshui in this world, at least to let her truly have her own life. Though he understood in his heart that the Qian Runshui in the 2 worlds were not the same person. 1 month later, Su Cheng arrived at the city of Nuoding with the village chief Wang Pan. As he observed the surroundings, he patiently listened to Wang Pan's detailed explanations. Although his exploration in the simulated world might have given him a deeper understanding of this place. Over the past month, Su Cheng had nearly recovered his body and had also adapted perfectly to his transformed physique. Nearby, they soon arrived at the entrance of the Novice Soul Master Academy in Norden. Su Cheng's eyes narrowed as he noticed a scene not far ahead where an elderly person and a child were being harassed by the gatekeeper at the entrance of the academy. Chapter 49, Tang San and Xiao Wu. Seeing the situation, Su Cheng didn't immediately approach. Instead, he stayed in place with the old village chief, chatting while secretly observing the scene unfolding not far away. The subsequent events unfolded as in the original story. Yu Shaogang intervened to resolve the conflict between the 2 parties and led Tang San into the academy. Su Cheng understood immediately that there was no difference between the timeline in the real world and the original. However, he felt a sense of gravity in his heart. Tang San wasn't the issue, it was the deity behind him, his status as the son of destiny, and the troublesome father who liked to observe his son's growth from the shadows. As he watched the 2 walk away, Su Cheng said to Wang Pan, "Village chief, you can go back now. I'll enter the academy by myself." "All right, Xiaocheng, listen to the teachers in the academy and don't leave without permission. I'll come to pick you up when the semester ends." "I understand, village chief. Take care on your way back." Once Wang Pan left, Su Cheng approached the entrance of the academy alone. In the center of the imposing archway was written, Nuoding Academy, in large characters. The young gatekeeper, who had just been scolded by Yu Shaogang, couldn't help but mutter to himself when he saw another plain-looking teenager approaching the gate. However, he still stepped forward to intercept. "What are you here for?" "I'm a work-study student from Wangsu village. Here's the certificate issued by the steward of the Martial Soul Hall." Wangsu village? Never heard of it. The gatekeeper took the certificate from Su Cheng and glanced at it. 0.5 level innate soul power. You're just a nobody in terms of soul master students. He was about to make a sarcastic remark to lighten his mood, but when he met Su Cheng's calm gaze, he felt a momentary pause. Although the boy in front of him looked very young and wore simple clothes, there was a certain aura about him that seemed out of the ordinary, not like someone from an ordinary family. For a moment, the gatekeeper was at a loss for words. "Can I go in now?" Su Cheng asked calmly. "Oh, yes, you may enter." Seeing the gatekeeper step aside, he nodded and took back his certificate, entering the academy. Due to the lack of guidance, Su Cheng spent some effort completing the enrollment procedures. "I'll stay in the academy for 2 days first, then I need to make some money. It's not convenient to stay here." Thinking to himself, he made his way to the mixed-gender work-study student dormitory. Another new student. As he pushed open the door, a crisp, slightly spoiled voice sounded from inside the room. "Hey, I'm the boss of this dorm. You can call me Sister Xiaowu." As she spoke, a girl with long braids turned to look at him. At that moment of eye contact, Xiaowu's body suddenly froze, and her words caught in her throat. Not far away, Tang San, who had been observing the girl, suddenly noticed her body trembling slightly. Of course, it wasn't because Xiaowu was impressed by Su Cheng's appearance, she was scared. In that instant, Xiaowu remembered being a weak rabbit in the face of the top hunters in the spirit beast forest. In her eyes, there seemed to be sword shadows flashing, like a giant wolf hunting and ready to pounce on her at any moment. Su Cheng paid no attention to Xiaowu and continued into the room. He had no particular thoughts about Xiaowu. Although he knew she was a 100,000-year spirit beast, with decent soul ring and soul bone skills, they were not compatible with his attributes, so obtaining them would be meaningless. In contrast, his goal was the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bones. As for soul skills, he wasn't particularly concerned. After all, it was just a special way of energy manipulation. Once he understood the principles behind it, with his medical expertise and combat understanding, he could find many combat techniques better than ordinary soul ring skills. Suddenly, Su Cheng paused. Hostility, even a hint of faint killing intent. He was somewhat surprised and turned to look at the boy behind Xiaowu. Such heavy hostility. While knowing that Tang San would go crazy when something happened to Xiaowu, they had only recently met, if he remembered correctly. Besides, he hadn't done anything. Was it necessary for Tang San to be so aggressive? Then, he glanced at Xiaowu's current state and realized something. It seemed that because she had only recently entered human society, some of her innate spirit beast instincts hadn't completely faded away, making her more sensitive to danger. "What did you just do?" Tang San said coldly, raising his left hand slightly. According to the rules of the Tang sect disciples should not easily provoke disputes, but if provoked, they must respond decisively. From the Tang sect Xuantian catalog general outline, once the opponent is determined to be an enemy and presents a mortal threat, there should be no mercy, otherwise, it will only bring trouble. From Tang San's gaze, the students in this academy were just a bunch of kids, and some conflicts were just minor scuffles. He had no intention of getting into a conflict with kids. But Xiaowu's current state was obviously not just a minor conflict. She was trembling like a mouse facing a cat, almost losing her balance, which was a stark contrast to her lively appearance when they first entered the room, indicating something unusual. Tang San didn't plan to kill anyone here, but he did intend to test the depth of the young man in front of him. The sleeve arrow on his wrist was ready to move. Su Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes shifting. "Kid, you'd better put that away," he said as he looked at Tang San. Feeling the pressure as Su Cheng's gaze met his, Tang San suddenly felt like he was in the depths of the sea, enveloped by heavy pressure, unable to move. At that moment, a hand reached out towards him. Tang San's pupils dilated, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He struggled against the pressure but still found it difficult to break free. However, the hand on his shoulder just patted him lightly. "Don't bother me." Before understanding the relationship between Asura God and Tang San, Su Cheng didn't want to get too involved with Tang San. Moreover, there was Tang Hao lurking in the shadows, who was someone he couldn't handle. After warning Tang San, Su Cheng walked to the edge of the bed and sat down, pressing his forehead with his fingers. The pressure from the sword intent is too great, making it impossible to completely suppress. It's fine when facing ordinary people, but if someone has a bit of spirit power, they can sense something is off with just one glance. It's better to avoid contact with people until I adjust my state completely. On the other side, Tang San only relaxed slightly at this point. With a wary look at Su Cheng, who was meditating with closed eyes, he clenched his fists and silently returned to his own bed, forgetting to comfort Xiaowu for a while. In this tense atmosphere, the other students in the dormitory dared not speak, pretending to be busy with their own affairs. There had been too many changes today, leaving these children feeling overwhelmed. First, there was a freak with a blue-silver grass martial soul but full innate spirit power, easily defeating the previous dormitory leader, Wang Sheng. Then, another girl arrived and defeated the previous freak, Tang San. Finally, this person was even more terrifying, just one glance made the other two speechless. Chapter 50. Sincerity and Emotion. Master, did you say he only has 0.5 levels of innate spirit power? Tang San looked at Yu Shaogang beside him in surprise. It was now the second day of his enrollment, and the two of them were on their way from the academy to the spirit hunting forest, preparing for Tang San to obtain his first spirit ring and advance as a spirit master. Yes, I checked the information on that Su Cheng from Director Su. It's indeed 0.5 levels of innate spirit power, Yu Shaogang replied with a stiff expression, maintaining his usual composed demeanor. He probably used some special means. Don't worry, after you advance, you'll be able to easily suppress him. But there's no need for that. As you continue to cultivate in the future, the gap between you and him will only widen, he reassured Tang San, reaching out to ruffle his hair. You two are from different worlds, don't be discouraged by such trivial matters. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief, having utmost trust in his teacher. Tang San was inherently extremely stubborn. Once he recognized someone or something, he would steadfastly adhere to it. Since he had initially acknowledged Yu Shaogang's uniqueness, he naturally wouldn't harbor any doubts. Moreover, the words Yu Shaogang just said had indeed lifted his spirits considerably. In the past, Tang San believed he possessed a soul from another world, and within the Tang sect, he was a rare genius in hidden weapons, having independently researched the crafting methods of top-tier hidden weapons. Naturally, he had his own pride. Not to mention now knowing about his unique talent, his attitude towards peers was naturally condescending. Including his battle with Xiao Wu, he didn't even use his trump card. Moreover, that girl was different to him. From the moment he first saw her, he felt a special connection. But afterwards, being intimidated by just one look from Su Cheng was something he found hard to accept. A forced smile appeared on Yu Shaogang's stiff face as he spoke to Tang San, ignore others. Your path is destined to be different from theirs. Su Cheng was unaware of the conversation that took place at the entrance of the academy. He was currently seated in meditation on the barren land behind the academy, focusing on sensing the sword intent within his sea of consciousness. Originally, his plan was to spend these 2 days earning some money, then obtain a spirit hunting token to advance, and finally, find a better accommodation. However, the scene that unfolded in Dormitory 7 yesterday deepened his understanding of swordsmanship, prompting him to temporarily postpone the hunt for spirit beasts. The martial soul eternal sword floated in his palm. The sword is created by humans, a tool to assist in attack, an extension of one's own strength. The eternal sword spun and slashed through the air under his control, remarkably agile. The way of the sword is, in fact, the way of humans. Sincerity in heart, extreme in emotion, nurturing the sword with intent, moving with the heart. The sharpness emanating from Su Cheng gradually subsided, no longer as pronounced as before. What is the deepest, most primal, and most enduring emotion of sentient beings? Is it love? Blazing flames ignited on the eternal sword. Fierce yet fleeting illusions. Su Cheng shook his head. The flames quickly burned out, leaving only a few lingering sparks. Is it friendship? A watery blue ripple emerged on the eternal sword, its momentum grand as an endless river. No, severed bonds and parted ways, becoming strangers. The water flow was cut off, and droplets scattered and dispersed. Is it hatred? A cold gleam appeared on the edge of the sword, like a white rainbow piercing through the sun. Illusions of emptiness, ultimately worn away by the passage of time. Specks of rust began to appear on the edge of the silver-white blade, gradually corroding and extinguishing it. Quote, "It is fear," Su Cheng affirmed. "Fear of failure, fear of loss, fear of death, fear of the unknown." As his words fell, there were slight changes in the sword shadows within his sea of consciousness. The previously elusive sword intent materialized, and a thin black line appeared on the spine of the sword, piercing through the entire blade. In that moment, the sharp aura dissipating within his sea of consciousness seemed to find a core, coalescing together instead of merely existing based on his understanding of swordsmanship. Instantly, the pressure in Su Cheng's sea of consciousness halved. He let out a long exhale, feeling a sense of relief. I must thank Xiao Wu for this. In the simulated world, he had plateaued in the realm of swordsmanship after achieving a certain level. The entity of sword intent he had finally honed was created through spiritual infusion and painstaking refinement, day and night. In truth, at this stage, further progress in his swordsmanship could only come through enlightenment. While regular practice and accumulation were indispensable, the key lay in that final moment of insight. It's time to hunt for spirit beasts and obtain additional soul rings. Nuoding City Market, a modestly dressed young man confidently entered a shop and lightly tapped on the counter, rousing the attendant who had been dozing off behind it. Go call for Saul. The attendant jolted awake at the sound, looking at the young man in surprise and suspicion. Of course, he knew who Saul was. In fact, he was one of Saul's employees, and this shop was just a front. Saul was one of the key figures in charge of the black market in Northeim City. The attendant sized up Su Cheng. Although the child before him was young and dressed plainly, his demeanor of authority and direct mention of Saul's name made him not dare to underestimate him. After all, Saul was a powerhouse at the level of a Grand Soul Master, one of the top experts in the black market of Northeim City. I wonder what business you have with Boss Saul. I want to discuss a business deal worth over 100 gold soul coins with him. Seeing the young man before him, dressed in attire that couldn't muster up even 2 copper coins, the attendant's eyes twitched slightly, feeling hesitant. Su Cheng, noticing the hesitation, didn't press him further. Instead, he took out a bottle of potion from his pocket and handed it over. Show him this, and he'll come out to see me. Indeed, Su Cheng's means of making money was through selling potions. The bottle he handed over contained a potion that could significantly boost soul power burst for a short period, but with considerable side effects, and it was only effective at lower levels. This type of potion was practical and inexpensive, yet it didn't hold much high value, making it unlikely to attract too much attention. It was perfect for the black market. Moreover, with his current level, even if he were to face a great soul master in battle, he could still retreat unscathed. Among low-level soul masters, the difference in combat power between different ranks wasn't too significant, making it feasible for him to hold his own without alerting others. As for how much money he could make from selling these potions, Su Cheng didn't really care. He didn't have the time to rely on such means to earn hard-earned money. What he wanted to sell was the method of concoction. The mention of hundreds of gold soul coins was merely a casual remark, selling a few dozen would suffice. The most crucial thing was to use this as an opportunity to acquire a hunting permit.